Hi, I'm Rick Walker, author of the #1 international bestseller, 9 Steps to Build a Life of Meaning. I want to tell you about this book before I jump into reading it. On the cover is Hercules slaying the Hydra by Jan Muller. The legendary Greek myth originates from the 12 labors of Hercules, where he was tasked with defeating the Lunarian Hydra. This serpent-like creature with multiple heads, which would regenerate when severed, is here depicted as a chaotic, monstrous enemy, toiling and coiling around Hercules while lunging toward him. Fighting the Hydra symbolizes our slaying evil's persistence, misordered values, and the comfortable path to hell. Hercules' muscular form in this rendering is exaggerated, emphasizing the strength and heroism of this God-man. This is more than a work of art, however. It is a promise for you. And in this book, I would like to share that promise with you. Introduction: The Arbitrage of Masterful Ideas. My dad and I were both out of work one summer, so we'd visit yard sales to ask them if they had any old gold watches. They'd run inside and to find them, and we'd purchase, polish, then pitch those timepieces to nearby collectors for a small profit. Everyone inherits that cigar box full of tangled jewelry. They place it up on the bookshelf, then forget about it, sitting in the shadows of dusty wisdom. Men rarely value what they don't earn. As I turned 16, my mom and dad bought my first car with some of the profits he earned from his watch sales. It was a 1988 sun red Chrysler LeBaron. It was nice. My buddy and I would often head windows open out to the Padre Island with surfboards strapped to the roof rails, with a detour to the grocery store to buy whatever meat was on sale that day to grill at the beach. And if you know your geography and you know how close Corpus Christi is to Mexico, you understand we were not having steaks. It was beef tongue, cheek, goat, and the occasional pig feet for us broke teenagers. But we were happy to be on the buying end at the right price. And they were glad to discount it instead of throwing it out expired. Because if you're on the beach with fresh flour tortillas, you will buy, grill, and happily eat almost anything. And buying a case of hot bottled water with a bag of ice at the store, then selling it for 10 times more on the beach. We earned tomorrow's gas money while we ate today's tacos. I think my parents paid $600 for that car, and it lasted me until college when, with 43,000 more miles, I sold it for double to a guy who needed to get to his fiancée in Tulsa that day. He paid up because the longing for her appreciated into reality once he arrived where his love lived. My dad taught me about cars, life, watches, and the business of arbitrage. Arbitrage occurs when there's a value inefficiency between two owners or two places. We bought low from an unprofessional and an inefficient market. Then we sold watches to collectors who knew their true value was not sitting in forgotten junk drawers up on shelves. Today, the world's most successful families and institutions trust me to build their wealth, arbitraging various investments. And beyond business, arbitrage has been the steady framework I've used to methodically rebuild my personal life when it was stripped away from me. This book is about the arbitrage of masterful ideas, taking undervalued and overlooked wisdom and using it to build all that is most valuable in life: unbeatable focus, unstoppable fortitude, incredible resilience, true honor, a flourishing family, influence, and more, much more. The result is wealth of a kind that no gold can purchase, a life of true and deep meaning. To get there takes a journey of just 9 steps. I say just, but this is not just some throwaway list of top steps. These steps travel a narrow path toward the life of meaning, and to walk them is to undergo a profound evolution. I found them through trial and error, and I will share my process of discovery with you. Wisdom is a deeper and older thing, and we will meet and learn from many souls, both young and old, who have much to teach us along the way. I've used this arbitrage as a map to transform my life. First, to cut away the cobweb-like ego. In that self-education, I cleared away the jungle of my lostness and the expectations heaped on me by others to tromp forward with what I love most: family, history, stories, strategy, and mentoring others. And suddenly, Clearing out of the shaded labyrinth, the sun's brilliance unveiled the way to meaning, a path glimmering with the wisdom which guided my wandering feet out of the wilderness and into an adventure you too can experience. It's a quiet path, always there. Some have walked it, or at least claimed to, but the loud vulgarity of our ambition to invent our own meaning has caused most of us to miss out on it. We've wandered without a map of purpose to guide us until now. These 9 steps work for me across various contexts: escaping my hopeless life without resources, founding and growing a business into 6 states, scaling an international nonprofit into 50 countries, advising the world's elite through tragedy, and polishing up my own life. I tripped up along the way, but I found a life of true meaning and achievement. You can and will as well. I'd like to think you and I can relate to each other. Look beyond the specific details of our experiences, lifestyles, and the stories. I offer you an authentic perspective into my raw mistakes, so you too can believe that these 9 steps are possible for you too, no matter what you've done or where you've ended up. Allow me to be your trusted guide with this map to get you onto the path bricked by great books and masterpieces. Because broken bound books and cracked canvas frames on forgotten dusty shelves contained the wisdom I missed. Assuming they were worthless, I never realized that they could contain and unlock disproportionate relevance, hope, and wealth in the higher marketplace of my real life if they were just offered a little light with a bit of my attention. Not by looking in them, but by looking for my revelation through them. And your revelation begins with a single step. But I suspect you've been standing around just like me, fearing, planning, waiting for that risk-free moment, that work-free glory, that justified excuse we've used to avoid real opportunities, which always means the potential for failure. Actionless and stepless, frozen in fear, we will stand here as life ticks by. And the minute we get a taste of success, our imposter syndrome kicks in to resurface that self-doubt. And the horror will be discovered as the worst versions of ourselves and then sell ourselves short. This standing poisons our minds with mediocrity. We'll ask, if I can just keep doing this work I hate for another 20 years, I can get out of here with a pension. Or, if he would just notice how smart I am, I'd earn what I want to make. If I could just speak up for myself, they would stop taking advantage of me. If I could just put her in her place, she'd respect me. If I just had the safety net, I could take that risk. I still have those thoughts too. A bit of money and success won't change that. My friend, the hour to end your standing is here. Standing only ends with a step. Just one step can push you out of your present to get you closer to your future. Those failures and regrets will be left behind if you had the energy and proven plan to do it, right? In life, the steps you take will either get you closer or further away from the best possible version of yourself. There are no sideways steps. Your attention and your actions each lead to either a life of hellish regret or heavenly redemption. And when you order your steps and put just a few of these things together, perhaps you might even begin to create some traction in your life. You'll realize that pains, struggles, wrongs, and frictions are all just opportunities to help you move forward. Traction is only friction which is flipped into an opportunity with more grip. And when you can put a few of these steps together with some traction and grit, you might even form a stride and move down the pathway toward your destiny. After all, strides are only a collection of steps to chase the higher call ahead of you. The steps I took resurrected me from the stands I didn't. Here's the book structure. This book of 9 steps is the gift I wish I had, the plan I suspect men need, for men who truly want to live a life instead of faking one. Every step in a race or in this book is both a vertical lift and a horizontal lean forward into the next stride. Let's begin by talking about the horizontal part of the structure, the world you can see. The horizontal component includes the lessons I learned from the failures and successes in my 20s and 30s, like scaling an international organization from 800 to 2,000 team members as chairman, finding and losing love, building a family with the love of my life, running for U.S. Congress, building my first company from 0 to 400 employees at 26, and undergoing a brain-changing surgery. Much of it at the same time. Hell, even terrorists wanting me dead. The horizontal component. I want to show you how I did all that, and you can do even more. These 9 steps revolutionized my mind, heart, and strategy to pull me up out of despair, poverty, and mediocrity. They're concrete. You can see and know whether or not you're taking them. They're useful alone, but earth-shattering when taken altogether. These 9 steps blaze with fresh energy, empowering the momentum to overtake the next inch of ground and destroying whatever blind spots are in your way. We didn't have to know how the mechanics of those watch components work, just that they did. And this is wild, I know. But if you will just accept that these 9 steps as our promises, somehow, without understanding the mechanism, your true purpose will be magicked into you. Here are the 9 steps. Step 1, choose one worthy enemy. Step 2, aim high, because aiming low is the only sin. Step 3, pick a master, or one will be thrust upon you. Step 4, trust revelation requires sacrifice. Step 5, embrace the unknown. Step 6, know joy requires pain. Step 7, give away what you want to keep. Step 8, act like you will live forever. And step 9, seek beauty and you may find truth. So those 9 steps are the actions comprising the horizontal part of our plan, the world and the self you can observe in front of you. And if you're like me, when you begin to pick up the pace into a full sprint, you actually fly a bit in between those split moments between the grounded steps. But be warned, the 9 steps above are only the horizontal plane of each action. And though they will dramatically improve your life, you will not get their full dimensionality without their vertical component as well. Sometimes you will be curious to know why the mechanics work, not just that they indeed do work. So the vertical parts are there to explain that. The vertical. The vertical dimension of each step also bounds us upward into a higher calling as well. Each step is paired with another in chapter pairs, paired as paradoxical contrasts or complete inversions. And here's where our map will give you the higher wisdom found through arbitrage. Friction. We begin our journey with step 1, choose one worthy enemy. In the transparency of my heathen pride, I was a half-cultural Christian living with a selfish and fully agnostic bent. And the internal friction between those sides of me were at war. Many of you can relate to me in this tension, work and home, purpose and provision, past and future, risk and reward. Then there's chapter pair A, our internal decline and ascent. After the introduction, we're going to cover a chapter in step 2 about the internal decline of Alexander the Great, where I will share a little bit about my moral descent as well. You and I are more like Alexander the Great than we know, so we will see ourselves in him. Then in chapter 3, step 3, Alexander's unexpected moral ascent will provide you with a small glimpse of what is possible as we get our internal lives in order. Then there's chapter pair B, our external descent and ascent. The second pair in steps 4 and 5, this is chapters 4 and 5, concerns our external lives and how reality really works. Here we will move to elevate and evaluate our external descent, the circumstances we can't control and the inversion out of them using 2 of the most famous seascapes ever. These stories of men like us set in seascapes, one a myth and the other historical, display the struggles all men deal with regardless of experience or wealth, surfboard or ship. Then there's chapter pair C, our mindset. The third chapter pair, steps 6 and 7, reorients our thinking by looking at 2 of the most competent men who ever lived, President George Washington and Secretary Ben Carson. Their lives, the first of fatherly tyranny and the second of skillful purity, help us discover the treasuries hiding within our fear, vulnerability, competency to defeat the evil problems we see all around us. This is a new vision of thinking for regular guys like you and me. Then there's the friction. And we complete the pairing of struggles from step 1 with the final step 8. This is where the tensions of my life are resolved, where the friction at the beginning is seen to be mere grip to launch me off the starting line. We arrive at the proper vertical thinking about the internal and external factors that matter, that really matter. This is the sometimes embarrassingly obvious, yet rare wisdom we really need to escape the gravity of our circumstances, no matter how hard we try. Then the conclusion. Here, we will end with my Alexander-like revolution in step 8, which forced all the other steps toward what I can only call an evolution. And since you and I are so much alike, I suspect you also can get there. This story-led wisdom glues the horizontal actions to the vertical morality, yielding a powerful leap in your advantage. I feel an altruistic call to share my story of how I discovered that leap out of my own once miserable life. I feel it can help you too step out of the hellish stickiness you've been trying to escape. I found a truer path, a purpose that I once assumed was unavailable, and that purpose unstuck my life to get me ready to leap up to the next level. So this is a calling for me to you, and my calling comes wrapped in some of the best stories I could find to share with you. Chapter structure. These 9 steps are delivered in 9 self-contained chapters in the same packaged form. It'll begin with a historical or personal story, then a setup and a narration of the problem, a historical personal context, facts and lessons, the theory that I'm proposing, and finally, your next steps. Each chapter concludes with your next steps. These practical actions are based on the personal, historical, philosophical, and theoretical lessons I've used. If you get bogged down into the theory, always know there's a reset at the end of each chapter. What I want for you. In this book, I don't want you concerned with making money. Too petty. Or convert it to a rigorous religion. Too constraining. Or engage in toxic masculinity. Too selfish. I want more for you. I want to rip away the comfort now enslaving your potential. And imagine if one man's want could threaten your longing for ease. You'll find this book is a hybrid memoir with a self-improvement theme. Because why would I ever write about myself without trying to help others? And why would I ever try to help others without using the lessons I've learned myself? I'm not a boring theoretician after all. Ask yourself these questions. What would the most optimistic person who's ever deeply loved me wish for me? What if one win could wash away all my excuse-filled losses? Am I willing to evolve into the kind of man who can one day bear the responsibility of a family? Or, God forbid, an entire company of families? Can someone else's hope revolutionize my hopelessness? And within those questions, your potential lurks in the shadows, in the murkiness of dusty shelves, and the gloom of broken hopes. Perhaps your vices, virtues, convictions, or proclivities, the ones you've been told were worthless and should bury in a box, could be resurrected as valuable treasures if they were just noticed from the right angle. Some shelved hopes shimmer only in the sun's polishing rays. Arbitrage like a golden Rolex whose value was always misunderstood by those same novices who once misunderstood you. Those misled men who whispered weakness in your ear because they felt threatened to live with passion in their hearts. You see, my friend, I believe if a drop of hope exists somewhere, it threatens all threats everywhere. And I suspect hope now lurks in the dark with a desire to blaze forth the infinitely valuable possibilities of what you could achieve with just a couple of these steps. Friction. We cannot afford to be naive about evil. It must be faced. But we cannot be intimidated by it either. It will be used by God to bring good. For it is one of the most extraordinary aspects of the good news that God uses bad men to accomplish his good purposes. The great paradox of judgment is that evil becomes fuel in the furnace of salvation. Eugene H. Peterson. Step 1, choose one worthy enemy. If you don't know what you want, never start with a goal. Start with an enemy. The setup: Miami Nights. The beheading DVD arrived days before I was to attend an invite-only event for future global leaders co-hosted by former U.S. President Bill Clinton's foundation. It was 2009, and for plausible deniability's sake, let's say I was not involved in a nonprofit PSYOP, psychological operation, which essentially neutralized 1 million enemy combatants. But we threatened them with something worse than death. Some of us quietly funded various philosophical, social, and faith efforts in various countries north of the Sahel region of Africa. This region is quite strategic: easy access through Libya into Egypt, across the Sinai Peninsula, through Saudi Arabia, and into Iraq and Syria. The West had been in the throes of its war on terror. Some of us business people wanted to help. I just turned 30 and raised $20 million over several years to infiltrate media, humanitarian aid, and religious organization. I eventually became chairman. We introduced a variety of concepts that secularized certain key populations. If a dedicated adherent becomes a secular mercenary, his commitment to extremism wanes. He doesn't have to deconvert. It's the true believers who convince their own children to savagely blow themselves up. And that's the part you're not supposed to say. The enemies of humanity FedEx us on the day after leadership meetings in Niger and Mali, playing the enclosed DVD. We saw our local leader wearing an orange jumpsuit. The masked cowards in all black attempted to deconvert him from his apostasy. Refusing, our colleague began to be beheaded on video, not able to fully decapitate him, to saw. Vile enemies of evil, hate. Sweat dripping down from my armpits, down my sides. Wondering if my family was safe, I watched the video with putrid horror as his neck bones ground against the bladed teeth. This was not the first killing, however. There had been 52 other team members murdered by that time, one for each week of the year. Evil has teeth, and it threatens to kill us all. And the evils of the world became not only more real, but more proximate for me. Nameless and faceless, except for their smudged fingerprints all over the disc. The whiff of death was close enough to smell their sandy sweat on that envelope. And I knew these faraway extremists on television that I saw could now enter our homes as they could ship bugs, poisons, explosives, or threats without a single person in country. Terrorize without presence. They knew our names and addresses. The double oceans of American safety no longer protected any of us. And that was a problem. The academic and business books written by forgettable men tell you to start with a goal. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. Don't tell me about your goals. Tell me about your enemies and the problems which break your heart. Most men need worthy enemies more than they need friends. That day, however, with evil's threats now closer than ever, I felt an overwhelming desire for a truer good to guide my life, and to stand up to evil, if my shaking legs could. I was invited to the global leadership event in South Florida because of my business background as a fairly successful young founder, and because I was the person back then that did the type of charitable work that deconverted 1 million terrorists. It was odd that they found out about it, since this is the first time I've ever really mentioned it publicly. But I showed up in Miami wrestling with anxiety of a more exposed situation, but also a strong sense of my ego as I was being considered a leader of the future. My life felt like it was opening up, but suddenly much more vulnerable. And my imposter syndrome was in full swing. With that mindset, I dove into the serious work of the Miami event. We spent the week discussing how to save the planet, running on the beach, setting up B Corps, which is a hybrid between a business and a nonprofit, and planning how soon we could exit our current businesses at a time when purchases of tech companies were astronomical, often 30 to 80 times earnings. These exit scenarios were enough to ensure most of these 20-somethings never had to work again. I bet most of today's billionaires under 45 attended that. The evenings began with a 3-course dinner at a rented restaurant, lobsters, wagyu, and celebrity chefs, aged wines, bourbons, and Smirnoff flowing. These conversations were amazing. 3-day workbenches, drug optimization, market hacking, offshore moves, and investment buybacks. They were 300 of the smartest thinkers alive, and I suspect most of them were on at least two of the great leadership drugs of the time: Adderall, cocaine, modafinil. Half proactively told me they were on something. These leadership cocktails, mixed with others, including mushrooms, meditation, and alcohol, allowed many to augment their mental state and provided stamina for projects or just better personalities. Some told me they would get by with only sleeping 3 or 4 times a week during big pushes. I thought about being able to sit and work in an ultra-focused state for 24 straight hours, an extended flow state. I imagine it would be an amazingly competitive advantage and an early death. I didn't have the drive to try. The author of Fight Club says this. He says, if death meant just leaving the stage long enough to change costume and then come back as a new character, would you slow down or would you speed up? And though many of these men could not listen passively, they had to verbally assent to whatever the other person said. Yeah, fired rapidly. And I was one of the few who had not built a true tech company, and one of the few not from either coast, and certainly not on cocaine. I didn't belong. I was likely 5 years older and just in a different place in life. For me, I was in the unique position of being impressed by their younger intellects while pitying them as persons. I was from Texas, after all. All the ultra successful business people I knew back home were in their 50s and 60s. Normal oil and gas CEOs, mostly alcoholics with stable personal lives with their prenup fifth wives. These wives were not originally as attractive as the first ones, just younger and firmer. And not unsolvable. All these guys had their standard program over at the Lynn Institute of Plastic Surgery. Money buys happiness, but never joy. Following the nightly dinner, the host rented a nice little homemade gelato shop. For the first trip, we'd pop by for a single scoop of pistachio and a waffle cone. Since it was available to any of us anytime between 8 at night and 3 in the morning, this was a twice per night event. The second trip was typically a sweet cream option and a waffle cup to mix things up. I called my wife to check in most mornings after breakfast and again at night walking to or from gelato. Our daughter Emerson was one of them at the time, and Shannon was back home in Houston, caring for her in the real world. The GQ party. Then there were the parties. Beginning around 10:30, Samaria hosted one night, Mercedes-Benz another, and a GQ party the final night. And everyone knows, like wines, save the best for last. I only found one other married guy among all those leaders, so we hung out together. We were around 30, old men for that crowd, and discussed our wives, kids, families, and business. He was a billionaire son groomed to take over the family's investments, a large publicly traded company, and a professional sports team. And so when we arrived at the GQ party, we grabbed Dr. Peppers with a splash of grenadine and headed out to the back lawn. I didn't drink at all, so my low energy personality starkly contrasted the high energy vibes rumbling throughout the younger crowd. Somebody told us the party mansion was formerly a Jewish synagogue. It was all white stucco with Miami palms. The uplights ascended the triple-story Mediterranean architecture accents. Multiple bars poured generous drinks throughout. The DJ's techno jams thumped as things got going, and it was only 11. It certainly had the Playboy-esque vibe. Cigar smoke hung in the air with a sour twang. I imagine Solomon, the Jewish king with 300 concubines, would enjoy this. He, David's son, was the king who built the first temple. He spent 7 years building the temple, but 13 years building his own house. His palace was even larger than the temple, boasting cedars of Lebanon, precious stones, and the finest artwork. His home was even said to have a hall of judgment, where he could sit on a throne to hear legal disputes and make declarations in front of large audiences. I had some judgments to make myself later on that night. We all do. And if I say that the backyard had a pool, it would be an offense to water, because this football-length modern fountain beamed as every dance step seemed coordinated with pulsing energy edged by the boxed hedges surrounding the pool for privacy, then met the green palms perfectly lining the deck where 24 king-size beds covered in linens and flowers lay. Beds not for me. Then arrived the futures of our world, the heroes NASA would come to if the world was in crisis from aliens or asteroids. And they strutted in, pimpled cocks flaunting their misfitted blazers with ripped jeans, colored sneakers and flip-flops. Those in Toms had just come from Austin's South by Southwest Music Festival. just as Miami billionaires today rock timeless Concerto de Leon loafers to the opera. Some only had one, others had two, but the sleaziest had three models on each arm as they strode past us by the sparkling water splashed by fountains. 20-year-old rebels of knowledge with 30-year-old models of savvy. The knockoff Chanel No. 5 with a hint of Marlboro tainted the air as they passed. A warm summer night about to grow hotter, South Beach style. These women were all over the place, brunettes and fake blondes, and more showed up without dates, but needed one. I may have just been still a little on edge about the DVD. I was incredibly paranoid. I wasn't just a married man, I was a happily married man. I felt like I was getting a glimpse of how South Beach's cocaine trade had fueled a generation of false truths and fake loves. But as I heard later through the grapevine, modeling was not their only gig. Many of these tech executives had access not only to wealth but data on people and companies, their secrets, their desires. And though they suspected women wanted them for their money, their access to data was perhaps more attractable to a certain sort. The next morning at breakfast, as the guys began dragging back in or coming down from their rooms, I heard the theme was the same. Did you ever leave your phone last night? I heard one awoke to find a device plugged into his phone, which his new friend quickly unplugged, then made an excuse to leave. Another uncharacteristically left his phone in the bedroom to take a shower and didn't know why his guest was gone when he returned. They pulled their SIMs and storage cards and tossed their batteries and wrapped their Blackberries in aluminum foil as a makeshift Faraday cage until they got back home to investigate. No. If the suspicions were correct, some of the smartest men in the world were perhaps duped by Russian agents. I was relieved when I heard about it, relieved I left. Sometimes where I am not is more important than where I am. That party didn't feel right to me. It felt more like a Five Guys fries and extra scoop of sweet cream gelato kind of night for me. I wasn't interested in them throwing a velvet bag over my head and scooping me into a black van. I had seen what others wished to do with my head in a bag, and I wasn't even sure I can tell the difference between Russian and Persian talent. I couldn't even handle my smoke show wife back home. Where I wanted to be told me more about who I could be. I gladly headed home the next day without the layover in Siberia or Syria. With my phone, I knew I could avoid temptations like these because they have no upside benefit to counter the downside risk. DVD sending beheaders, however, must themselves be beheaded. And they told me 100 of our brave men descended on where those masked evil men murdered our one good man. Because you don't send one bullet when you can send 100. 100 wasn't needed, but it was what was right. As a man of shaky but deep faith, I believe lavishness is always right when dealing with evil and with love. Don't send a single rose when you can send 100. Imagine your life as a wise adventurer. Imagine your future self full of discipline and vigor, and ask yourself, how can I practice lavish courage? What foolish activities only bring me catastrophic risk without any potential upside? What is possible with a hopeless life like mine? Can a man like me be loved by a woman like her? Am I being called to launch a counterattack on evil? What wrongs stir me to tears? Don't underestimate yourself. Don't underestimate the power of one single step in the right direction. Don't underestimate the power you gain by choosing a worthy enemy or someone to love 100 times more than yourself. The definition of success is taking a step forward. Context: a goddess ascended. Shannon and I met at a little college in Oklahoma in 2000. We could not afford it, but my mom took out a loan at her credit union to make the first month's payment to force me to go. She's quite wise. My first week, I realized this was where the Mennonites were sending their kids. Holy hell, I thought. This would be a boring place. It was, but I avoided the big mistakes I've seen in young adults. I learned that not losing is sometimes the same thing as winning. The first semester of my first senior year, a magnificent goddess descended. A sandy blonde freshman stepped through those metal band hall doors. Steps changed lives. Everything was right. I sat behind her in the trumpet section, closely observing the loveliness of her ears, the impeccably manicured feet in those worn-out flip-flops, and the beautiful vibrato from her Selmer Super Action 80 tenor sax. But I was the senior, too chicken to speak to that freshman. How would I overcome my fear of rejection and failure? And so, realizing I wouldn't make a move, a freshman woman asked a senior boy to the Sadie Hawkins weekend dance around the middle of her first semester. And life has never been the same since. And every time I consider that this greatest blessing has come from someone else's belief that I would eventually become a man worth loving, I double down on the thesis that someone else's hope can threaten to revolutionize your life as well if you just say yes. Where are you right now? My business, charitable, and online efforts have brought me into contact with so many fascinating people like you who send me questions about hopelessness, addictions, fear, desires, problems, and regrets. And I get it. Everyone wonders why life isn't any better. Did you just turn 30 and now wonder where all the success everyone promised you went? Are you middle-aged and wanting to make a grand pivot to find yourself and uncover meaning? Do you feel like an imposter when asked to take on a bit of courage? Are you somehow wondering how you will find a good woman to love? I'm writing this in my 40s, but I'm especially struck by men who are younger than me, who seem to be seeking a whiff of direction, a model to lead their way. I understand that impulse, and I want to do my best to offer what help I have. If you want a copy of a plan written by a man who lives in the real world, like you, then read on. But if you're looking for theories by men who have never really lived, look elsewhere. So many of you look around at those people with success and fame and think you deserve that as a 16-year-old or a 66-year-old self. But let me tell you the truth, the absolute truth. I scrubbed the stainless steel toilets of inmates when I was 15, and I was still scrubbing porcelain toilets of corporate interns a decade later when I was 25, despite having hundreds of employees. That was my career, cleaning crap and finding cash for payroll. I believed in quality so much that I fixed problems myself if I saw something I thought could be better, and still overspent on quality staffing. And that desire to do the right thing both helped and held me back. Between the time I started my first company in college and when I turned 25, I would have done far better financially working at McDonald's than continue to reinvest and take on debt for the business. The risk was high and the profits were low, but most men would have quit long before then. It's the giving up on yourself that perhaps creates your most unforgiving enemy, regret. But some of us were too stupid to quit, so we finally succeed. Often, it's the narrow focus and constant failure that produces grit and character. Imagine your future and ask, what is it that I'm willing to do 80 hours per week for a decade to change the trajectory of my family forever? What do I need to give up doing behind closed doors to become that man who can take on some responsibility outside them? What would I do if I knew I could never fail? Then why not just do that? The problem, life's balance. Back home in Texas, arriving for the Miami event that evening, after the morning of the purging of the blackberries, I told Shannon about everything. Well, not quite everything from the prior 24 hours, but most everything. Most. Yeah. She nodded away everything I said and handed me our 1-year-old. She was rightly exhausted and, with a kiss, left me with Emerson. And now, half a continent away from most of them, merely dealing with messages and next time you're in the valley emails, I could return to life. And as I held Emerson, sleeping against me on the couch, I left their imaginary world and fell back into the real. I could feel her weight on my chest, could smell the baby's breath, which Shannon and I only dreamed of breathing in a year before after losing multiple babies through miscarriages. Emerson's baby's breath was more real than all Miami's promises. In the lives of sex, money, and status, most of my new friends thought they had the evening before vanished before they arrived home. My life, however, got more real. And at that point, I decided I wanted to be a real man, not a fake. But what did that mean for me in the business world? Pride, ambition, and power. And what did it mean for a guy like me who loved being at home in peace, but knew he was ready for a battle? What could that mean for you as you teeter between fake fears and concrete moves? After all, I still admired the hope and the hard work of all those drug-fueled leaders in Miami, but without the loneliness, emptiness, and deviated symptoms. I wanted to be the person who was always optimistic and talked about the future, the man who outworked everyone else and no one could ever call lazy. But I need to figure out a way to lace those together with the magic of our growing family and who I thought I could evolve to become. But is that what a real man looks like? That's the question. The lesson: murder the evil. A few years back, the news covered the murder trial of a rancher who admitted to killing a man in Texas. It was not self-defense. He was not insane. Yet that rancher got off. Based on this information alone, many would be enraged by the lack of justice in not convicting and punishing an admitted killer. The rancher was the father of a 5-year-old girl. Hearing her screams, he found one of his ranch hands in the back of a barn with her, his underwear removed. Pulling the ranch hand off his little girl, the father inflicted multiple blows to the ranch hand's head and body and killed him. I imagined myself in the same situation as that father. What would I do? I like to think I would be above the anger and hate and focus on caring for my daughter in that heartache, that I would be compassionate toward her while first calling for the police. The legalist mind of anyone who is not yet a father would tell him that he should control himself and let the justice system play out. It's not worth going to jail, and the girl losing her father as well, they would whisper with their weak, never-living souls. But there is something more right in the father's vengeance, something truer about justice. And yes, defending your innocence. And here, I intend to shock you with the prod of the proper divine contact, which is the opposite of what you were told long ago. I believe it was right, good, and just for the man to take the killing into his own hands. I hoped I would do the same if I ever were in a situation. His daughter saw with her own eyes that true justice mankind never gets to see, and a truer love. Her eyes saw the justice on her perpetrator in a way none of the victims of 9/11 or the Holocaust witnessed. A gift of right love, overcoming false lust. But if I had held back and called the police, I would only really be a half a man. And my daughter would see that I was only half of what I could be. And perhaps many years later, she would marry another half a man, weak, safe, and excuse-laden. And they would raise half sons, because that's what she once saw displayed in me as the man who supposedly most rightly loved her. And she would never become her full self, for she only had half a father. The rancher's daughter saw that vile man of lust defeated for good by one true act of a whole man of love. A father who, like me, is imperfect most of the time, then stuns the world once in his life with a moment of whole perfection. That is all any man can ever hope to do. Life is a string of imperfect moments with the occasional moment of perfection. So don't throw one blow when you can throw 100 against evil. Love is always watching. The court agreed. Deep down, all humanity knows proper hate is the fulfillment of proper love. Imagine your future and what it would look like if you had one single moment of perfection that could help fulfill your potential. One moment where you stood up the funding to sue the sex website that didn't care about minors. When you told the boss you were quitting to start your own company. Where you pushed down your enemy of rejection and asked the girl to grab a cherry limeade at Sonic. Where you stepped into the confrontation instead of walking past. You could forever be a whole man whose presence years later after it happened would still threaten anyone who thought about whether to verbally attack you or the ones you love today. You would be respected and loved. You would be a man whose friends trust with resources and authority. You would be one of those few men who were ever really alive at one point in his life. You would have met the challenge of a moment truly lived and arise forever a victor. Lives are only a collection of moments, and a single moment can begin to build a real life. A single step, a winning stride. The theory: love requires hate. Hate is always wrong when not turned against the negatives of evil, darkness, and chaos. Instead, hate was made for love, a passion created for justice against the wrong to uphold the right. Hate is not the opposite of love. Rather, proper hate is the fulfillment of love when properly directed. Now, do not think I am merely speaking of enemies as people. I speak mainly on fighting the root causes of those bad men, those addictions, organizations, wokeist ideologies, and the unethical programmatic assaults on our kids in public schools. Even the Bible commands you to hate what is evil, because it is the only way to cling to a little good. So hate is for all rightly oriented men, because each man must battle injustice. The worse the injustice against goodness and innocence, the more proper his hate, and the more right he is in his retribution. If you are seeking a purpose for your life, I offer one here, in the same place where love finds its justice, in the hatred and opposition to the wrong. And we know injustice will look differently. The insult of an incompetent boy taking an extra moment's look at your beautiful woman. The envy of a forever unemployed healthy woman who mocks the working mom. The wrongness of the lower man mocking the wise man is a shadowed blasphemy. Protection of the innocents under your care requires right-aimed hatred for the detestable. And in a sense, all fathers and mothers are called to do that which is not immediately obvious, but eternally right. What does love require of you as a man? Murder humanity's evil problems and let your loved ones see. They need to know you can be reliable, wise, and loving with the potential to be dangerous to defend them. So do you. But be advised, I encourage you to become a loving man who can one day be dangerous. I damn an angry man who claims a bit of love. And this truer love, which can become dangerous if needed, will look different to all of us. For some, it might mean going face to face with the bully's dad, with your kid watching, or your mom's abusive third husband. Cut the painkillers and let your family see you fight through the withdrawal, or the alcohol you know you cannot handle. Only a weak man cannot hate. He therefore can never really love. But this right hate is true, not just with problems, circumstances, and addictions, but in the literal sense. It is right to go into battle and to kill your enemies, not because you hate those in front of you, but because you love those behind you. This love is the motivation for the correct hate. Hate what is evil, cling to what is good. And this hatred of the wrong is not the opposite of the Christian pursuit, it is the fulfillment of it. We believed the false lies that the nice religious guy was the good guy when he was merely a falsified man in disguise. But remember that it was the religious who killed Christ, and the religious who Christ spoke out against most. He was always anti-religion. Truth always is. Now, we'll return to him in later chapters to see how truth overthrows our weaknesses, despite what we do or don't believe in now. Sometimes our enemies are easy to identify, like the father defending his daughter. But more often, enemies hide beneath the surface, like a tumor. Our deepest foes are often a piece of us, like my fear of rejection in college to ask that freshman girl out. Our fears make us miss out on life and love. Your next moves. Because you're immortal, you know you can die. But because you're part divine, you suspect you won't. So you are attracted to safety and comfort. Right now, you're pushing off until tomorrow what you should be doing today. So time becomes your constant nemesis. Time wins if the clock runs out on you. Time doesn't care if you fight or not. Time doesn't care if you love or are loved. So you must maintain urgency in whatever you decide to do. Your standing around must end. I have faced numerous categories of enemies: religious, organizations, politics, my mind, hostile business partners, my pride, and many others. Through those enemies, I glimpsed my purpose, and so can you. So what should you do right now if you seek a worthy purpose of your only life? First, Unburden yourself from the friends and daily habits you know aren't worth the energy. Pick 2 friends to give up today, because a bad friend is far worse than an evil enemy. Next, choose the highest, most formidable adversary you can and attack. Enemies are more often desires and habits than people. But what if it's not the right time to fight, you might ask? You must fight your challenger while you still can, right now, before you lose the energy you do have, before your mind fades, before you get too busy with life and tragedies, before your decline arrives, and it always will. But how will you know it's the right enemy, you might ask? It's often the hidden enemy you ignore, an ideology, an organization, philosophy, or evil manifestation, the one you least want to admit exists and never honestly confront. The closer, the tougher. And if you have a foe that happens to be hostile to someone you love, you have hope of divine power intervening on your behalf. Direct your proper hatred in the defense of love, and you will want to live and love properly. Last, you must embrace lavishness on the extremes of love and evil. Aim to ward off the evil addictions you hide. Send 100 bullets when just one might do. Make 100 cold calls to overcome the fear holding you back from rejection. These acts prepare you not just to become a man who fights, but a man who can one day love. Whatever your worthy challenge is, put in 100 reps today. Pick the most obvious and physical act you least want to do. What you least want to do is often the thing you most need to do next. Don't delay. Camus said, "Those who lack the courage will always find a philosophy to justify it." If you're a good man who rightly loves and has a big enough challenge, you'll have all the resources and energy you need. But you will not rest because you're living out a real purpose. And as you fight with all you have, you gain the hope of a higher help, a stronger hope than any man with 1,000,000 friends. And that is the beginning of a real life, if you really want one. Life is in the steps. The purpose of light is to invade the darkness. The purpose of good is to invade the evil. Pick a problem. Choose an adversary too difficult to beat as you are now. You'll go stronger as you love and learn. What problem breaks your heart? You'll know how to do it, just like Alexander the Great did. And no one had more formidable of an enemy than this man who fought and conquered the world. We'll spend the next 2 chapters showing his pivot from deceiver to role model. You and I are quite a bit like Alexander if you get past the wealth and the military. We make the same mistakes and are restored in the same manner. It's not winning that makes a man good, but by fighting for someone worth loving. Pick a worthy problem and don't hold back. Pair A, our internal decline and ascent. If we were stronger, we might be less tenderly treated. If we were braver, we might be sent with far less help to defend far more desperate posts in the great battle. C.S. Lewis. Step 2, aim high. Aiming low is the only sin. To look up, you must first look back. The setup, I walked away in defeat. Aiming low is the only sin. By 2017, I had founded multiple businesses. Launches are intoxicating, spinning up a brand, website, and strategy, hiring the right folks, building processes, experimenting with marketing mix, and finding that critical mass of clients. And so by my late 30s, I had a large federal contracting business managing complex real estate projects and construction projects for the federal government, now working in 6 states. I also had a commercial real estate consulting business that advised wealthy clients on buying and selling their commercial properties, managed the corporate campuses of many, and negotiated hundreds of real estate transactions on behalf of investors. I also owned the majority of a real estate private equity company that invested in other companies across real estate and private public equities. There were many entities, but they all functioned together in the commercial real estate space. I had everything I ever dreamed of. I had scaled multiple multi-million-dollar companies, one up to 400 employees, was chairman of a major nonprofit, which we had already scaled from 800 team members in 2007 to 2,300 team members in 2017 across 50 countries, and a voracious board schedule with work I enjoyed as a volunteer for other great organizations. An impressive wife and 3 darling daughters, I spent half my day in the nonprofit world and the other 8 hours per day in my businesses. We jaunted to Cabo, Vail, Aspen, Manhattan, Florida for weeks at a time most years. Life was full. And I tell you this not because I earned it all, but because I was entrusted with it as a divine steward. Yes, I worked hard. But just as that freshman girl asked me out as a senior in college, so too I am merely the recipient of a blessing by 1,000 hands, family, partners, and employees, and probably mostly by my mom's praying hands. I am not a self-made man by any stretch of the imagination, but I do want to cast a vision of what these 9 steps offer for you as well. That year, as chairman of a complex global organization, we suspected potential fraud in one of the key employees' family members, likely unknowingly aided by an insider, and asked 3 CPAs to take a closer look with permission of the governing council, which oversaw audit and controls. A month later, the findings concluding potentially improper transactions were presented to the committee and leaked to the 30-person board. When it became apparent the board would not even discuss or refer the transactions dating back a decade to yet another auditor for a 4th confirmatory opinion, let alone address the parties involved, I realized I could either blow up the organization, which positively impacted millions of lives while employing thousands, or I could walk away. So after hiring an attorney to draft a 58-page letter on ethics and responsibility for the entire board, and considering my confidentiality commitments, I attached a resignation letter and moved on. I preferred a clean heart and dirty hands over association with the dirty spines of cowards. They were nice people, just cowards. And I would not succumb to allowing even the appearance of deception in leading a group of capable people for whom I was responsible. I would not commit the lowering sin of avoiding difficult conversations to allow comfortable mediocrity to persist. I would not allow my lower desire to remain in control and make demands to overcome my higher duty as a man to do the noble act where I could. I would not partake in a lie. But I also would not allow my hand to tear down much of my own work. I would not call ignorant, cowardly men my enemies just because they were mistaken. And I certainly would not sabotage my sweat and charitable financial investments to prove I could win a legal battle. Never destroy the world you conquer if it cannot destroy you. Truth is worth discovering, but mind the damage when the enemy is merely an idiot. My walking away washed away a decade of my favorite relationships. Aiming high also means avoiding unworthy enemies and cowards. If you're composed in life's storms, the 9 steps in this book will compound in your favor. And I realize that many of my experiences are highly unique, and you're trying to figure out how they relate to your life. I encourage you to see the principles despite the size, success, and circumstances. But the reason I share much of this is to highlight that the falls are further down the higher you climb up. My storm clouds. But 2017 was not over. After walking away from a decade of work at the global charity, Hurricane Harvey hit Houston in August that year, with 50 inches of rain in many parts of the region. After the storm subsided, we slept with no water in our street. But we had heard water would be coming from a dam an hour north of us and down the San Jacinto toward us in the morning. So I slept on the floor at the lowest point in the house to wake up if the storms rose. Lake Houston was a couple hundred yards away from our home, and in a day, 16,000 homes around the lake flooded from waters that rained an hour upstream. A few hours later, Shannon, our girls, and the dog, Cooper, stepped from our foyer directly into a friend's boat and docked on our favorite porch. They carried a couple of our overnight bags in heavy-duty trash sacks. I told them to go get to high ground at a friend's home, and I joined them later. We lived in a cul-de-sac of amazing seniors, so I stayed back to wade the chest-high sludge. I had to get around to them all, making sure their electricity and gas were off, helping them move their valuables upstairs, moving pianos, and trying to convince them to leave in boats. And just before night fell, and with electricity off, I watched as rescuers pulled the final neighbors from their homes. I left just after that in a boat to meet my family. As I departed, Stalled boats with rudders broken off from brick mailboxes sat lining the street. The yards where my kids played were covered in filthy water. Only the tops of many cars still visible, and as the boat let me off in the only dry place, the park, which was now a boat launch filled with trailers, I gathered into my buddy's truck to get to the house where my girls were. He told me the floodwaters took over every restaurant, grocery store, and shop for a mile. 8 feet of water in our Starbucks that had only been open for a month. The community was underwater and underprepared. By the end of the next day, my entire first floor, its contents and construction materials, sat on the front lawn in a giant pile. Refrigerators were duct taped shut to keep the rotten takeout inside from spilling out. Even the doors, frame, and trim had to be tossed. The openings had to be boarded up to keep critters out. Like a decaying molar or alcoholic date, we had to cut away everything which could come back to destroy our well-being. The floods devastated our entire community. So the next few days, friends and I would gut or muck out 5 other homes. Water wicks up walls. So the 5th day, a home with 2-foot flood works upward to 4 feet in many homes. And since drywall is in 8-foot sheets, instead of cutting a 4.5-foot sheet with 3 feet of waste, they demolished the drywall up to 8 feet to lay its full sheet of drywall back. A mouthful. I had underestimated the difficulty and expense of rebuilding by a factor of 4. But for now, we were still optimistic that this would be a few weeks of inconvenience. I should have renewed our flood policy so the $650,000 to replace and rebuild was out of our own pocket. I just didn't think about renewing the policy and didn't recall a renewal notice coming. Shannon and I were in it together, however. We enjoyed picking out new furniture and finishes. Though stressful and unplanned, it was a little like designing a new home. We lived upstairs for 8 months during the construction. But sometimes a man picking out drapes instead needs to pick a fight. The next month, September, my largest company lost its largest client. We completed a multi-year contract for work they no longer needed, and we had worked ourselves out of a job. My run for U.S. Congress. Within 60 days of our home's demise, our longtime U.S. representative in Congress announced he was retiring. That was a big setback in a seniority-led House because our community relied on him to get our federal remediation and engineering funding to rebuild and protect from future disasters. And not noticing any other competent individuals willing to do so, I jumped into what ended up being one of the most expensive congressional primaries ever. Over a 120-day campaign period, 9 candidates squandered nearly $15 million. I thought my pride could cover up for my weak political chops and personal and financial struggles that year. So here I was about to embark on a great adventure while still aiming low and inward on myself. I had a little personal cash, but not much considering the task. For years, we had given up to 60% of our income to charities, leaving little liquidity. If you look at my publicly available federal campaign financial disclosure report filing for 2017, you will notice my Schedule A assets totaled between $7 million and $31 million. It's a wide range, but most of it was illiquid and inaccessible. Even still, I spent over half my time fundraising, only raised about $100,000. That was due to my federal limits, which were about $2,200 per donor back then. The remaining $500,000 or so we spent came out of my pocket. I arrived at the Lee's campaign offices in a rundown office building most mornings around 6 or 7. After being up late the night before, Shannon would arrive each morning after getting the girls to school to start the volunteers writing cards and making calls. We were generally there together most days for several hours before I'd leave for a lunch presentation or a debate. But I would not see our 3 daughters very much unless we were block walking on Saturday mornings. I was out before they were up and in well before they went to bed. There were a few verbal attacks in person, most by me as the aggressor, thousands of TV ads, scrambles to pick up endorsements of no-name hacks, morning strategy meetings, block walks, and of course, polling. My ego was ablaze in Alexandrian fashion, primarily due to the debates and the press. I got to talk about myself all day and night, the narcissist's dream. And even better, I could do it to help others, the perfect cover-up. I debated 8 savvy candidates 9 times. These debates required us to brush up on the esoteric platforms in which the hosting groups were most interested. The policies remained the same, but the rhetoric varied strategically. The claims of competence from some of the candidates were laughable. Everyone spoke like they would have full authority to make whatever changes they wished for the world. Want a wall? No problem. Want to close the IRS? Sure. We promised anything for the allegiance of a few loyal supporters. We acted like we were gods and conquerors and wanted others to campaign for us as such. In reality, we would have nearly zero authority. Like mine, Alexander's brutal arrogance pressed ahead to defeat his foes in his many hard-fought campaigns. You and I have so much in common with Alexander the Great. And here I want to show you how he also falls, so that you can see yourself in the next chapter as he soars. The eagle must leap out of the safety to rise, and so must you. Alexander the Low. Upon conquering the entire known world, Alexander the Great's epitaph read, "A tomb now suffices for him for whom the world was not enough." The entire universe was his enemy. He won, but it was never enough. He conquered, yet his desires still searched. He was never satisfied. He filled his mind and heart with lowly physical treasures and trinkets of the world. He aimed low in his campaigning, just like me. When we assume a higher place, such as being superior to Christ, Zeus, or Krishna, we make an ambitious blunder that proves our vain pride. We too say, even the whole world isn't enough for us. Are you ever really satisfied? Aristotle tutored Alexander and mentored him for succession after King Philip II. Imagine the expectations for someone Aristotle mentored to be a king. Alexander sought fame with deception as his weapon, deception aimed against his men as he claimed to be divine. You and I commit the exact similar sin, wanting to set up on our own and be godlike. And there, we fail to realize there's no one else left to rescue us from our evil if no one is higher on whom to depend. There is no one else to learn from as an example. No one higher to aim at. So, we aim low. The plot, Alexander's ascent to power. Alexander's infamy began when he was young. His father, King Philip II, ruled and warred victoriously. Philip beat back the most brutal opponents around. He dominated both the Balkans and Greece and saved Macedonia from near ruin in his campaign. Weaponizing his effective leadership of men, Philip built an army of seasoned, speeded warriors. Like Nazi Germany's famed panzer divisions, speed was a decisive advantage in warfare even 2 millennia ago. You have to step forward with speed and strength. In BC 336, the 47-year-old King Philip attended the Theater of Aegae for a celebration due to the attendance by both Greeks and Macedonians. It highlighted their loyalty to and appreciation of him. But Philip's bodyguard, Pausanias, was not as loyal. History tells us that as the king entered, Pausanias stormed out of the team of bodyguards and toward Philip. From under the darkness of the guard's cloak, a dagger flashed, only to return to the darkness of King's kingly ribs. An assassin, Pausanias, ran away, but his foot hung up on a tree's root during his escape. Pausanias' collegiate bodyguards killed Pausanias within moments as Alexander's father, King Philip, passed. Heir apparent, the 20-year-old Alexander was crowned within hours. Under the influence of his mother and recalling his father's instructions, Alexander ordered the next 2 rivals to the throne murdered. If threats do not contain opportunities, they must be destroyed. These Macedonian murders were a mere act of Machiavellian practicality. Rumors arose that Alexander was the mastermind behind his own father's murder. He was the most to benefit and would have the most power to conceal. Nevertheless, the opportunity presented itself to a calculating man. The anti-lesson, the winning lie. Alexander rose to speak to his men upon his ascent, as I had in many campaign speeches. He lied. He told them that King Philip II was not his father, not satisfied to be the son of the most formidable king, insufficient for him to be the most dominant, wanting a better name, that he might become more triumphant, desiring more power than what his real father offered. I'll build the wall. Alexander began a rumor that his father was Zeus, the seed of Jupiter and son of the sky god. Alexander, like Hercules and Achilles, claimed to be the God-man on earth, and it worked. Lies often do work for a time, but only if you have the status and the campaign support to maintain them as truths. Claiming to be the son of Zeus, he stole a bit of his divinity, despite the command, "Thou shalt not use the name of Zeus your God in vain." This is the essence of the primary commands given to the Jews, Indians, and the ancient Platonists. Do not think you're better than you are. Mind the gap between yourself and the gods. They are holy for a reason. His mother Olympias also benefited from her false conjugal connection to the thunder god when she commanded this army after Alexander's death. Mary's union and Immaculate Conception likewise propelled her to eternal grandeur in Catholic theology due to her son's divine paternity. The story you tell matters. Your story is the brand and identity others see, and eventually, you may believe yourself, whether lies or truths. The problem: truth and success. How do you become the type of man Alexander was with the influence and success, but without the deception? It was a singular question I had asked after my experience with the drug-fueled CEOs in Miami. How do we achieve optimism without false desires? How can I make the work I do last despite the messiness of incompetence surrounding it? I wanted to discover the balance between success and ethics. I've always been told there are trade-offs if you want to be relevant. But what did that mean? And why was it usually unsuccessful people who said it? We men use this trade-off fallacy as an excuse for laziness and non-commitment. We hide under this cloak of perceived goodness. We avoid responsibility, not realizing we murder our meaning. It's often the most book-smart but spineless men who claim their lack of success is due to their virtue and humility. They then play the victim card, the tortured saint, or the family man as an excuse for why they aimed at mediocrity and hit it square on the nose. It's those low-aiming men who lie to themselves with the opposite lie of Alexander, to blame fate instead of taking responsibility for their own failures. Responsibility always means risk. Risk you might lose, risk you might get a dagger out of the cloak, risk that you have to compete, conspire with the gods to maintain power. You should consider the future when acting in the present. You will be successful if you blend passion, right living, risk-taking, and competency to do something worthwhile and unselfish. You will not need the lie that you're an excuse and in control and invincible and perfect. Likewise, you will not need those excuses the weak men give for their failures. You are strong and will hit fate squarely on the nose like a man. Alexander is scheming and politicking, which ends in a lie to advance his cause. So your question about Alexander should be very similar to my question about those Silicon Valley Playboy titans. How can I aim high with my life? But it will take knowing the difference between a worthy enemy to fight and a false enemy to avoid. You must pick your battles while always choosing the high, noble, and true way. First, ask what needs to be done and what's right. The most alluring battles can sometimes be a mirage, tempting your ego to tear down your own work. My campaign, my rules. U.S. congressional districts contain between 700,000 and 800,000 residents. As one of the two candidates who could afford proper statistical polling, my advisors said no one would win the 9-candidate campaign outright with over 50%, and it would be won in a runoff. So the goal was to get into the top 2 to reach the runoff in March. For weeks, a very wealthy socialite and I polled the top 2. She knew it and I knew it. The mixed mode polling from the end of January to early voting to begin a little over a month later had me with 44% on an informed ballot with 37% undecided. The nearest competitor had 11%. A month before the March primary, my polling indicated that the socialite was approaching 50%, however. I had to do something drastic. I had hired professionals to run the campaign, strategists and managers, but I was the candidate, and in my ignorance, I started calling the shots. I chose my whims over the experience of my staff. My name was on the campaign, so if I was going to pay for nearly everything and outwork the professionals, I decided I'd run it like I wanted. So against the advice of my experienced team, I began ordering TV spots and using vendors that I knew. This belief that I knew more than the people who had been there 1,000 times before was my taking another apple bite of that deadly tree of knowledge and rebellion. I should have followed their advice. for they could see further than I could. Many people are keyboard warriors and hide behind their screens. But because of my days telemarketing and going door to door to start my company, I was willing to say the tough things face to face, which made many uncomfortable. But it gave me a superpower after the race because I learned to enjoy feeling my poise while seeing my enemies' unease. I developed a superpower to convert my counterparty's discomfort into my strength. There's a difference between vulnerability and cowardice. One is divine and one is evil. I went on a tear of in-person teardowns with the socialite as she hit 50%, villainizing her for the various nuanced infractions that I could find. She wasn't bad, she was just rich and inexperienced. And I had just gotten rebuffed months prior by a group of 30 rich, incompetent people who I had put on my own board, from which I walked away. Fearing those attacks was not enough. I escalated things to a nuclear level. Here, it became my mission not to win, but for her to lose. So I paid another 3 professional block walkers to visit constituents with a message of anyone but her. You see, we think victory is the defeat of others. I then hired the top polling company in America out of DC to test the specific wording for televised attack ads. They pulled everything imaginable to determine the highest percentage of our current supporters, who would then retract their support if they knew one of these facts. Everything they tested was true. We didn't let them test anything that were lies. I was looking for one point on her Achilles' high heel, and they found it. And so an unnamed cocky son of a bitch, whose wife was running subcontractors during the day to rebuild his destroyed house with his kids in tow, and her wrangling his volunteers at night, ignored his catering businesses while only talking about himself for months, spent all of their personal savings to run over 1,000 TV spots to destroy the campaign of a very nice lady who had given millions to great causes over the years. Not to win, but to destroy. Then she countered. 2 oversized postcards were sent to nearly 800,000 the following week. She even sent them to non-voters and the other party just for fun. Twice. Well played. One accused me of being anti-jobs when in fact I campaigned on creating more jobs than all the other candidates combined. The other emailer called me Satan on a poster held up by an angry mob. I never heard her radio ads, but I heard that they were well produced. You have to admire good work. Sometimes a worthy enemy is worth more than any friend, and sometimes you pick a false enemy and they destroy you. The votes are cast. Our friends were incredible, placing signs, working security at events, handwriting letters, and making calls to likely voters. And we are so thankful even still. They hosted breakfasts, coffees, dinners for me to meet with their friends. There were far too many to mention, but dozens who gave up weeks of their lives. We will never forget their love for us. Most of the volunteers were Shannon's friends through the swim team, PTA, and various other friend groups. Don't mess with stay-at-home moms. They're all business. Most of my friends lived in other parts of Houston, yet traveled to help or host fundraisers. On election night, we hosted around 100 of our hardest working supporters for a victory party. Victory parties are what watch parties used to be, but for vain people who boast about what they can do, like me and Alexander. As the results began pouring in, we were optimistic. I was still thinking about my grandma who had just passed and thought it would honor her to win. Candle-warm stainless steel trays of shrimp skewers, fries, and chicken fingers sat against the restaurant windows with a small adjacent cash bar pumping out hydration. The restaurant owners worked the party themselves in entrepreneurial fashion. A few younger kiddos ran around with mine, and a handful of preteens sat on the front porch swing. But the adults were glued to their phones, continuously refreshing the county elections reporting website. The results began streaming in at 7 when the polls closed, but the full results wouldn't come until midnight. I ignored the initial results, which arrived by neighborhood called precincts, because each of the hundreds of precincts had a certain tendency that was too difficult to track. I wanted to mingle and show appreciation instead of staring at my phone. I was in a room of friends better than I could ever become. Then around 9 o'clock, the most embarrassing moment of my life hit my phone the one time I decided to look. My parents lived 4 hours away in Corpus Christi and watched a national news broadcast on election night. They actually watched political news all night, every night. But this night, they were paying special attention. They love politics, but given that my mom's mother had been dying the past few months, They couldn't drive the 4 hours to Houston to help much at that time. My parents are amazing. But then, my phone, a text from them. A photo showed NBC National News with my headshot and the number 3% under it. Not only were they projecting I lost, but worse, annihilated. On national news, the text message continued a chain of events in my life, which I later learned the ancient Stoics called a clusterfuck. Now I had to breathe in a crowded room of people who also expected me to be competitive. Matt, my campaign manager, called the crowd together to recite Teddy Roosevelt's 1910 Man in the Arena speech to give me a moment to collect my thoughts. Let me read it. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds? Who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause? Who at best knows, in the end, the triumph of high achievement? And who at the worst, if he fails, he at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. And with the word defeat still ringing in the air, I weakly rose to speak of my defeat in the very moment of it. Exposed and alone, like my daughter Emerson in her ballet recital on point. But not lovely. Humiliated more than ever. I said, it said bloods for a moment, but friendship for a lifetime. Shannon and I are deeply thankful for every one of you friends, your careful attention, your energy, your presence. It's said that all bad things can work together to create good. Sitting here just a minute ago, I didn't buy it. I wanted to say it though. But now standing, I can now see it. I see the goodness in each of your faces reflected on me in my defeat. At this very moment, I see a collection of brave friends who believed in me. Not just a belief in our victory, but a belief in our shared vision of a family-first movement of a floodless and healed community. And so I want to thank each of you from the bottom of my heart, Shannon and the girls especially. You see, both the socialite and I am self-imploded. All the attack ads caused mutual destruction by our own hands. She fell to third place, and I took fourth with 7% at the final tally. The planned attack worked. It caused her to lose over half her supporters. The problem, however, is that those supporters didn't move to me. Instead, they almost entirely moved to fourth place at that time, a young military hero now entering the runoff. I waited until everyone left the restaurant and headed home. Throwing that politician's red tie into the passenger seat, I called to congratulate the winners who made it into the runoff. They were listed on the polling weeks earlier at 3% and 1% informed polling. From that moment, I began to doubt myself. The after party. I lost the campaign on national news and delivered my loser's speech in epic embarrassment less than an hour before I pulled into our construction debris-filled driveway. When I returned home from the victory turned defeat party to the wife and the kids I ignored for months, I hadn't considered their set expectations. Shannon planned to live between Houston and DC, schools, nanny, and homes. She had worked so hard, and I messed it up by going negative in the end. I had recklessly run a plow through that farmer's daughter's heart. And in that guest bedroom upstairs of our torn-up home, she tore me down when she said she was done with me. I didn't blame her. After all, I had ignored her and the girls for 4 months, perhaps years. I used them for campaign events and ads. Between the campaign and the house being uninsured, in a matter of weeks, I wasted over $1 million of our personal money while ignoring my struggling businesses. All while I did nothing but talk about myself while I thought of myself. I was done with me too. Not suicide, but fed up with my Alexandrian self-focus. The political game, the pandering, the exhibition. As long as I was looking down on others, I could not see what was above. My ego became my master, and I had aimed low instead of high. That night, in complete exhaustion, I slept without any hope. Shannon and I hung on in miserable matrimony. My largest client and my other larger business went through bankruptcy before we lost them in May of 2019. Both my major businesses had lost nearly 75% of their revenues as I returned to work months later to assess the damage my absence had caused. It had been a brutal year of losing. The theory. Who are you becoming? I've built and destroyed some great brands and campaigns, and nice people. Building a brand always means telling a story. Life is a story, and most stories are never relevant. But perhaps looking through a great enough story, we can glimpse the source of true relevance. A false story once proved relevant in Alexander's case. But what about us? What story are you telling yourself? What fake story are you trying to sell to the others around you? If the story of my very self is a lie, my entire life will run amok. I become uncensorable. I destroy myself as I destroy others. And if I'm not made whole, I'll become a whole, caverning in on myself. Likewise, Alexander's cavernous heart sought a greater story to tell and to fill his need for relevance and purpose. Even if it was a lie, lies weigh all men down. He didn't want just one country or two, not three. You will not be happy with just one Ferrari, but all of them. This was the discontentment of Alexander, his search for worth in pursuit of the crown of men. Blaise Pascal's judgment of mankind speaks to all of us. Inside each of us, there sits an infinite whole. Your infinite worth was not made to be enveloped by the finite world. You were made for something beyond this world, made not for the visible, but by an invisible mold. And the best molds sometimes look like wooden crosses. The best men may even look like losers, perhaps as if they have even already died. The highest aim sometimes looks like defeat. You, me, Alexander, tombstone epithet is the very lesson of purpose we spend our lives searching for, only coming hours too late. It may say father, mother, daughter, son, candidate, loser. But it's not what you say or what others call you, but who you become that makes a worthy life. Our purpose is so evident, yet we too ruin our world with our pride and comfort. Augustine of Hippo said ambitions can only be met through a relationship with the divine. You are only complete and satisfied once you attain the highest ideal, integrity, intellect, and imagination. The great thinkers of philosophy and ancient religions demanded that you take an imaginative leap just beyond the shore of your comfort, a leap out of the lies we tell ourselves. Only leaps can veto voids. The wisest mind. When you and I look around, we get caught up in comparing ourselves to others. Looking back to my giving and my pursuits before 2017 with new eyes, I realized I pursued superiority by comparison. Weak men like me live by comparison. More money than him, more knowledgeable than her, everlasting fame, more likes. But that is not wisdom, nor is it a good life. You and I must look further, but how far? I believe that the wisest mind looks into the most distant future for the most valued reward that it can only be purchased with the currency of the present. Let me repeat that, it's so important. The wisest possible mind looks into the most distant future for the most valued reward that it can purchase with the currency of the present. The death threats, national embarrassment, and desire to escape created a change in me. I had been thinking too low in terms of years and decades, periods too short for quality decisions. I decided to think longer. Tweets last minutes, podcasts last days, and blogs last weeks. But ideas and books can outlast nations. And perhaps I would one day share a worthy idea, just one, or story, that may endure forever. Are you thinking too short? So identify that wisest strategy by following 3 elements in that formula. Number 1, the most distant future. This is the eternal. Number 2, the most valuable reward. This is the highest aim. And number 3, the currency of the present, your time. Oh, and the campaign results. Following an appearance on Saturday Night Live, one candidate took all the energy from the other. Overcoming a life-threatening injury and the loss of an eye from an IED, his eye patch and elegant articulation had caught their attention. A few weeks later, a much younger, hipper, and savvier former Navy SEAL became a U.S. representative-elect for Charlie Wilson's Texas Congressional District 2. I was happy to see I was beat by a better man for the job. Dan and Tara have become close friends to Shannon and I over the years since. I am inspired by Dan's love for cats and pocket-sized dogs. I don't know what that means. And from what I know about Congress and what my family has been through since, my winning would have been a curse for me. But it took me years to realize that. Not all those who are against you are worthy enemies. Sometimes the villain you want to defeat is a hero trying to save you from a cursed future. It was Eddie Williamson said, each of us must turn inward and destroy in himself all that he thinks he ought to destroy in others. Your next moves. Now it's your turn to give some answers and perhaps to take a step or two into your future. So how will you aim higher? How will you avoid the curses you can't see? How will you begin looking ahead to life's grander initiatives while struggling with everyday work? How will you get over defeats? How will you begin to look up and take some advice from people who know better than you? You must decide which winning lessons and theories to keep and which losers to toss overboard. Let me offer you 3 sorts of possible places you can begin: challenging mentors, books, and nobility. Let me explain. Your mentors and advisors bring the sharpening you need to be deadly. Once he ascended to power, Alexander never had honest advisors sitting around the table who would tell him the whole truth or disagree with him to flesh out his thinking. They were speaking to a god, after all. Ray Dalio, founder of Bridgewater, currently the world's largest hedge fund, is somewhat of a modern-day philosopher king. He writes about models of thought and world order while understanding the interplay between systems, which is the arbitrage of ideas. Dalio advocates triangulation when making a tough decision. He brings the 3 smartest people on a topic around the same table and presents them with the problem he's thinking through. After a round of their thoughts, he begins to push back a little to test their ideas. Value is discovered in disagreement and friction. As Dalio pushes back against these 3 people, often mentors, he quiets down to listen to the interchange. He observes, he humbles himself. For you, to observe contains the idea of your humility of attention. Observing your mentors carries the idea of rejecting the new in favor of the proven. Second only to meditation, somewhat like prayer, triangulation is likely Dalio's most valuable decision-making tool. I began to find something like this in the Koch MBM, which stands for Market-Based Management System, through the concept of challenge sessions. The Koch industry's process of challenge sessions is a different approach and valuable. I have been very fortunate to be mentored by a former leader of a Koch business, Kyle Van, who worked directly with its founder, Charles Koch, in developing and training the various leaders of the Koch billion-dollar businesses on this MBM process of what it means to lead within the Koch empire. Koch is the second largest privately held company in the United States. Wouldn't you imagine retraining dozens of war-hardened executives of multi-billion-dollar companies is a Herculean challenge? But these leaders know challenge is merely refinement. Refinement contains the seed of perfection toward an ideal. It can propel you or it can stop you. Like a worthy enemy, your challenge is your refinement toward an ideal future. Keep your future in mind, envision the life you're aiming for, and ask yourself, what challenges have I faced and how did I respond? Had I waited another day or two, would I have been better positioned? How can I stop one ignoble action today and replace it with a higher, nobler action which will make my tomorrow 1% better? What am I afraid to say to my boss to improve the company? Your future is overbrimming with opportunities, which come in the form of refinement and friction, and each hurts. So you need to name your future self, the one you want to see one day. I did. Pick 3 traits you wish others to consider when they hear your name. And if you want me to choose for you now, I will. Choose responsible, truthful, and relentless. For example, passionate, disciplined, and wise is my desired future state, and all my self-improvement efforts are focused on that. Like Koch and Dalio, you must attack the idea at hand, the opinion, the course, or the trade-off, to see if it can stand on its own, and trustworthy mentors and advisors to do the same. Interestingly enough, as a time-bound man, the quickest way for you to judge an idea is to go back to the oldest and the wisest. The older the sage, the quicker the solution. Allow them to judge the idea for you. Charles Koch business leaders, books on philosophy, political states, and behavioral economics. And this expanded their thinking because this billionaire sage understood that the proper arbitrage and convergence of ideas will aim, not distract, a man higher. But he is also a sage manufacturer. Kyle is a world-class sage-like philosopher himself. His humility and intellectual honesty in knowing he is receiving wisdom from a mentor above him allowed him to catch the stream of wisdom pouring down to him. And I like to think a few drops fell to me as well. He once told me he was given 2 weeks to read a book, Human Action, by Austrian economist Ludwig von Mises, while he was the leader of a massive trading business. Called the most outstanding defense of capitalism ever written, it provided an understanding of motivations and behavioral theory, which the communists insisted was flawed. The book was over 1,100 pages long, and he returned in 2 weeks prepared to discuss it. He understood it as a mentor knew best. So if understanding the collision of domains is important enough for a self-made billionaire to distract his CEO from running one of his multi-billion-dollar companies for 2 weeks to read it, it might be vital for you as well. The world inundates you with a million new books, podcasts, and songs and blogs. You need the older sages to beat up the ideas of the younger men to see how big a boy they really are, intellectually, emotionally, especially imaginatively. Savvy billionaires use these confrontational meetings to beat up an idea to see how well it stands. They have a confrontation and they poke and prod an idea to figure out how to do something better. They must be Socratically critical of the idea to flesh it out during these sessions. You too must seek not to look right, but to do right. I hope you will adopt these tools of arbitrage, debate, and reflection and pair them with deep thinking and solitude. But what about the sages of history? Shouldn't they still get a say? Shouldn't Plato still get a say in a world where Taylor Swift receives one? Second, you have to reflect on what's happened in humanity's past and in history to evaluate how various strategies have turned out for similarly situated people. Sometimes, like a man in a mental fog, you cannot think as fully and deeply as you would like. This is where old books and dead wise men can help. This model of mentors, books, and asking for advice is often a way back out of the haze for me. You should be a voracious learner while you can. You've got to become a student of various modes of thought, systems across a wide variety of civilization and faith system. Yes, to look up, you must look back. But look up at what? You see, when I read Dante's Inferno, written in the Florentine Italian, I must understand the context of Virgil, the pagan poet from BC 70, and why he is leading Dante through hell, but is not in hell himself. The Roman Virgil there looks back and up to Aristotle and to Plato and the great Greek philosophers. All great men follow greater men. You will discover everything worth thinking about is found in more remarkable men of the past, and nearly all truly great men have been dead for centuries. When reflecting on your future and your books, think in centuries and millennia, not years and decades. Only centuries can prove ideas and men to be true. And finally, direct your energy towards something worthy, something high, something noble. And nothing is more kingly than acting nobly toward the innocence that you see. Nobility is never in a rush. It is never flustered. Nobility sleeps on its decisions. And there is nothing more noble than sacrificial love. So if you want to be a man who holds his head high and seeks the most for his life, you must look up by looking back to the wisdom of the past. But there are so many options. How can you discover what is true and right? How can you dedicate your life to something worthy? In step 1, I ask you to choose one worthy enemy to fight and be savage. No excuses, win at all costs. This will give you the clarity and the energy to have a worthwhile pursuit. This is the life that is the antithesis of the self-proclaimed good man who says he will not seek glory, power, or money. Using false goodness, this good man becomes corrupt because he squanders his very life. No man who aimed low ever really lived. He who squanders his life deserves hell. However, if you have an enemy to fight, you somehow receive energy to look back and look up, energy to dialogue and to think, to find a mentor at just the right moment. So read the great books of Dostoevsky, Dante, and Milton to learn the enduring reasons why mankind functions and not just the how. And if you have the energy from a worthy problem you're genuinely fighting to solve and a higher purpose, perhaps even divine, you can really begin to do something. If you learn, debate, and take noble action in campaigns, you begin to take on king-like attributes. This is how Alexander the Great moved from an empty, life-focused campaigner to the role model we will discuss in the next chapter. Yes, fulfillment and redemption are possible for you, me, and candidates who attack unworthy enemies, and even Alexander. And we will see how, like you and me, he had a huge amount of help to get there once he took one specific step away from his lowness. If you look down and take advice from the average men of today and the political hacks, you will end up nothing and forgotten. So look back to the greats. To aim your only life at something higher than yourself. Aim to discover one high unifying truth to build your life around, for that is where true life lives. Aiming low is the only sin. Step 3, pick a master or one will be thrust upon you. What masters you defines you. The setup. I met Rembrandt and Aristotle at the Met. Whatever masters you will define you. In 2023, shortly after Christmas, I stood before the mystical Dutchman Rembrandt van Rijn at the Met. Shannon and the girls were already in the next gallery for a fashion display, while I lingered. The Met is that beloved museum nestled in New York City's Central Park, a refuge in the world's capital city. Passing through a half dozen lesser European galleries, I entered Rembrandt's Judgment Hall to stand alone with Aristotle, Homer, and Alexander. These obvious masters were on display, yet ignored. It felt like a holy place. I suspect I sinned when I shook away the inclination that the proper thing to do was to kneel. In this chapter, Alexander will teach us a little about kneeling when alone. You see, Rembrandt's 1653 painting, Aristotle with a bust of Homer, was in front of me, hung up by nails while eternally enthroned. Only I, alone in the crowded city, worshipped with my attention. Giving your only attention is a sacrifice of everything else to one higher aim. I wondered, could a painting of mentors arbitrage greater meaning out of the canvas into my life? I could have touched Rembrandt's Aristotle, his hat, once fully near black, stroked with a shade of the light under his brim. I could feel the layers dimensionally with my eyes. Those mounds of oiled paints, intuned by the oxidized varnish darkening the work, as it cries out for purification to restore its once known glorious colors. If that evil varnish is removed, as if it were a cataract, it would radiate the sun's light once more. The cloudy varnish reminded me of my foggy, prideful mind during the campaign, waiting to be purified again. And I swear, I can smell the sweat dripping down Aristotle's arm. That most intuitive man ever felt the sculptor's flaking clay of Homer's bust as it sat on a wooden table. Immortal Aristotle, dying in BC 322, promptly stands as he meditates on meaning and glory. Homer's bust is there. Who is likely the most excellent double-dimension author whose literary immortality and human psychology conquered man's imagination centuries prior? The Iliad and the Odyssey were Homer's works, that reformulate not only minds, but also the statecraft of India, Asian, Greek, Hebrew, and Roman kingdoms centuries after he died. His impact ripples. The vanquished vanish while the victors rewrite history. And I saw the Aristotelian gold finery ornating the philosopher's clothing, portraying his most extraordinary student, Alexander the Great. Rembrandt's work presented three intertwined glories: Aristotle's philosophy, Homer's psychology, and Alexander's power. Alexander, wielding the story of Homer, conquering the hearts of his men, slaying all powers in his wake. Homer, calling forth the epics out of the future, overcoming the imaginations of little children, molding philosophical ideology through timeless psychological insight. Aristotle, political philosopher who raised the greatness of Alexander, summoning imaginative minds to make strategic reason, forming wholeness from Platonic formulation. Each man builds on the other, regardless of his order and time. So each step in this book builds on the others. The victors write and rewrite history, and they call forth more from you and me. And none was greater than he to whom Alexander the Great, the greatest victor, would bend the knee. For as time bends when near the sun's weightiness, so too the proper master shapes the worthy student. Alexander the Great was about to be remade by his new master, and you and I are a lot like Alexander. Each of us desires a master and will take any lower substitute the moment we get free. We yearn to be slaves to shirk our responsibility and guilt. In the previous chapter, we saw Alexander as the anti-role model, the example to avoid because of his lies, pride, and discontentment. However, I believe anyone can be redeemed. This chapter will look at the redemption of Alexander the Great through a story I suspect you have never heard before. And it is shocking how far a story can take a man, and how deeply a bent knee to a master can remake one. Reflect on your ideal life and imagine the questions you will need to answer to get there. How can I grow as fast as possible with the least embarrassment? How can I simplify my work and process? How can I correct the failures of my past so they don't matter as much? How will I notice opportunities and take them on without fear? When you're alone, visualize your future life and relationships. Perhaps you can make a wish or two there. The problem: men need masters. Let's be honest. Why are we all so afraid to be mastered? Isn't the prudent thing to entrust what we do have to someone trustworthy and who has more competency than ourselves? Instead of being logical, we're possessive, controlling, and self-serving about accepting a master and becoming a student. We prefer ideas we think we invented. I want to understand how we can grow out of this neediness to control our finances, relationships, philosophies, and futures. Why do we try to hold on so tightly to these things? Standing there in the Met, it became apparent that I needed to let go, trust someone, and be mastered by someone trustworthy and more competent than myself. And isn't that what a master is? A proven, competent truth teller? In step 2, we discussed the importance of looking back so we could aim higher. Recall that the majority of the world's wisdom is contained in the past. And that's only logical. More time has passed before us than our present can contain. So we need to decide not only what to be mastered by, like a great love or a worthy enemy, but also, in the end, who we shall receive mastery from. Mastery only comes from masters. Paradox: how Alexander the Great became Jewish. In New York City, back at the hotel that evening, I ran down to the lobby champagne bar for some fizzy lime water. It was a few days after Christmas, and we had taken the girls to Manhattan for a Home Alone 2 themed holiday, an entirely unreasonable splurge. Sitting at the table against the wall overlooking the little drive just off of Central Park, pen and paper in hand, I wanted to know what made the walls of history stand. To arbitrage convergence and mastery, I knew I had to look back, looking through history's books for the arbitrage opportunity to gather more. For where grandeur and power reside, you must acquiesce like a student or be destroyed by what you ignore. And the most disproportionate value is often hidden in what you ignore. And it was a sheer mistake that I stumbled upon this. I was already sick of reading the ancient Jews and found a quote that led me down a rabbit hole to William Whiston. Desiring to get back around to the Western modes, the Eastern dragged me back into their stories. I first found Whiston that winter evening on my phone. Half an hour into the lime fizz, it was time for flat white with a single Splenda. The city never sleeps, and neither would I. Below, I quote 3 levels deep from the 18th century expert William Whiston, taken from the words of the ancient Roman Jewish historian Flavius Josephus, born in AD 37 in Jerusalem. Now Alexander, when he had taken Gaza, made haste to go up to Jerusalem. And Jadis, the high priest, when he heard that, was in agony and under terror, and as not knowing how he should meet the Macedonians, since the king was displeased at high foregoing disobedience. He therefore ordained that the people should make supplications and should join with him in offering sacrifice to God, whom he sought to protect that nation and to deliver them from the perils that were coming upon them. If you need a revelation, make a sacrifice. Sacrifice precedes your revelation. Whereupon Jadis was warned him in a dream, which came upon him after he had offered sacrifice, that, quote, he should take courage and adorn the city and open the gates, that the rest should appear in white garments, but that he and the priest should meet the king in the habits proper to their order, without the dread of any ill consequence, which the providence of God would prevent. Upon which, when he had rose from sleep, he greatly rejoiced and declared to all the warning he had received from God, according to which warning in his dream he acted entirely, and so waited for the coming of the king. This would be Alexander the Great. Revelation and pain permit your joy. Only a sacrifice gives you true joy, and love is always a sacrifice. Alexander, when he saw the multitude at a distance in white garments, while the priests stood clothed in fine linen, and the high priest in purple and scarlet clothing, with his mitre on his head, having the golden plate whereon the name of God was emblazoned, he approached by himself and adored that name, and first saluted the high priest. You see, to salute can often mean bowing, prostrating on the ground, or kneeling. Joy pursues wonder more than mere happiness. Proper joy gives you the energy to adventure broadly and deeply. I'll continue Flavius Josephus. Parmenion, alone went up to Alexander and asked how it came to pass that when all of those adored him, he should adore the high priest of the Jews, to whom Alexander the Great replied, I did not adore him, but that God who has honored him with his high priesthood. For I saw this very person in a dream, in this very habit, when I was in Dio of Macedonia, who, when I was considering with myself how I might obtain the dominion of Asia, exhorted me to make no delay, but boldly to pass over the sea hither. For that which he would conduct my army, and would give me the dominion over the Persians. Whence it is that having seen no other in that habit, and now seeing this person in it, and remembering that vision and exhortation which I had in my dream, I believe that I bring this army under the divine conduct. Divine conduct is capitalized. And shall therewith conquer Darius and destroy the power of the Persians, and that all things will succeed according to what is in my own mind. You see, progress prosecutes boldness. You can be bold if you stop looking down and brought your resources under a higher master. And he went up into the temple, and he offered the sacrifice to God, according to the high priest's direction, and magnificently treated both the high priest and the priests. Boldness proclaims truth. You will find truth only if you seek it boldly. And when the book of Daniel was showed him, wherein David declared that the one of the Greeks should destroy the empire of the Persians, Alexander supposed that he himself was the person intended. And as he was then glad, Like the Met, the Jews placed that beloved temple of Israel inside the walled refuge of Jerusalem, the capital city of the religious world of three dominant religions. Like a bullseye, this high place remains the center of all the centers of the world's meaning, and both have always attracted the most incredible men. But imagine the faith of the high priest, who, upon the approach of the most dominant military force ever, opened the gates and removed their primary protection. It is ludicrous. The fortified city was protected by the walls, which were symbolic of its protector. But that would confuse matter and world history. That which can be destroyed is less real. Those physical gates could be opened and walls pulled down, so they were less real because they could be destroyed. No, the fortified city had a protector who was symbolized by their walled protection. The physical represents the divine, which cannot be destroyed. And what cannot ever be destroyed is more real than real. I call attention to that same little nation, the Jews, without a home. For 1,000 years earlier, they were unarmed slaves starving in the desert. They defeated the then greatest Egyptian military in the Red Sea without a scratch. It was a victory by a wetted wall. Walls damned, weapons unneeded, weakness flipped. Do you sense the paradox? Origen and Eusebius also attested to the story of Alexander's sacrifice and dream fulfillment. Israel's very existence and Alexander the Great's enduring fame are both testimonies that this story is true. There would be no Israel if it were not true. Therefore, could it be possible that your survival to this point, through all the seeds of your pains, unanswered questions, and doubts, is evidence that you are still meant to taste the sweet fruit of them all? A wall of most real protection surrounds you when you live in purity and truthfulness. When you tell the entire truth, you're free. When you're free, you're available. When you're available, you're open to whatever joys or pains may come. For the truth makes you free, and freedom is the ultimate opportunity. You and I continue to be like Alexander because we have the opportunity to respond just as he did. That is why I stood alone in the crowd with Rembrandt's work. His work of art parallels Alexander's work of commanding an army. They both had to be mastered and to bow themselves to the highest form of what could be possible. Both Rembrandt and Alexander were students during the height of their glory. Both worshiped the artist and the warrior because proper work is worship. Work should be an outflow of your purpose. If you don't worship while you work, you cannot work properly because your heart isn't in it. It's false work. For the Jewish high priest, his work was to obey, not mainly to open the gates and wear the vestments. It was to meet Alexander the Great without dread. Without the high priest meeting him up close, Alexander's dream would never have been fulfilled either, and Jerusalem would certainly have been destroyed that very day. Alexander prays alone and is told that he shall see that man in those robes with that name. You cannot see him whom you never face. You can never expect the revelation of him to whom you never prayed. Man's greatest need is to sit quietly in a room alone and there to face his greatest fear. You and I, like Alexander, are that man, and that is our greatest need. Praying, obeying, and bowing strip away fear. Even Alexander feared how he would conquer his enemies before he found his faith, and his finding and kneeling brought about his boldness. Here's what he said. He said, I believe that I bring this army under the divine conduct. And divine conduct is capitalized. And shall therewith conquer Darius and destroy the power of the Persians, and that all things will succeed according to what is in my own mind. To subrogate your most valued resource to the higher remains the standard for your right sacrifice, as it was for Alexander's kneeling to the high priest. He also submits his army to the divine, like a sacrifice itself. For the sacrifice Alexander made that day was not the offering under his direction of the high priest. The true sacrifice was his power and his identity. Alexander, the man commonly known to read Aristotle's excerpts from the Iliad before going to sleep, had aspirations of the Homerian god king Achilles and kings and glory preceding his dreaming. He looked back to the books and stories of old, wiser men, as we discussed in step 2. To aim higher, you must look back. He did it in solitude. But do not forget that while he was alone, Alexander prayed, praying to one known, yet unnamed and unseen, or perhaps just ignored. He drifts off to awaken as a new man in his search for relevance, perhaps bowing with wet blood still on his webbing of his fingers, an enemy frontal lobe sticking to his sandals. The right why is always the right way. In vulnerability, Alexander the Great, who dreamt of an unknown man, now kneels before the known priest, who is unguarded himself. Alexander's prophecy in his dreams, steeped in the wisdom of Homer and Aristotle, predicted the meaning of the man who would be the priest of the true God. The only way Alexander would be convinced was by the unmanufacturable. Alexander's mind's secret must appear confirmed within the natural world. And they were. Alexander's divine visions were fulfilled only after his searching. Your prayers only invade your history after you kneel and obey. And Alexander only had his dream become reality after he prayed. The Israelites were a slippery bunch. They immediately rejected their protector after defeating the Egyptians at the Red Sea's walls. This proves miracles do not save anyone, but they can only temporarily convince. I saw it fitting that Alexander, the student of the greatest philosophers, was the first to act out that Plato was correct. Philosophy and religion belong together, not through intellectual reason, but through imaginatively dreamed stories, and with a bent D. Here's what I said. Number 1, painful sacrifice precedes revelation. Number 2, revelation permits joy. Number 3, joy pursues wonder. Number 4, wonder prosecutes boldness. And number 5, boldness proclaims the truth. You and I must listen to those higher masters as a lowly student, just like Alexander, and we've got to get alone. An undestroyable kingdom requires an undestroyable king. I was plenty satisfied to hear Alexander the Great's dream materialize, but far more remains. The Great not only became prophet king in Jadus's priestly hands, but he nearly met the prophet and king. It says, and when the book of Daniel was showed him, wherein David declared that one of the Greeks should destroy the empire of the Persians, he, Alexander, supposed that himself was the person intended, and he was then glad. That passage which Alexander, the newly minted oracle ruler, is said to have read as himself comes from Daniel's 7th and 8th chapters in the Jewish scriptures. It has to do with kings and kingdoms clashing, kings called great and who had thrones and crowns. But sitting there over my second flat white, I realized that for Alexander to read the first passage, which was Daniel 7:6, the second portion about himself, Daniel 8:3-22, he had to read through Daniel 7:9 and Daniel 7:13-14. They were in between. So the Jewish high priest read the Hebrew text to this Greek king, and I suspect Alexander was suspicious. Because this is what Alexander heard 3 centuries before Christ. The outcome of all the kings, like Alexander, grew from the words of Daniel. Read this. I beheld till the thrones were cast down, and the Ancient of Days, who is God the Father, did sit, whose garment was white as snow. I saw in the night visions, and behold, one like the Son of Man, who's Christ, came from the clouds of heaven, and came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before him. And there was given him dominion and glory and a kingdom, that all people, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion, which shall not pass away, and his kingdom that which shall not be destroyed. You see, that which cannot be destroyed is more real. The Jews, whose undestroyable protector allowed them into their destroyable gates, provided Alexander with a true revelation. Here, Alexander is introduced to an undestroyable kingdom and an everlasting dominion. The passage says that the greatest kings of history, including Alexander, will cast down their thrones and worship at the feet of God, who will then hand over all dominion and glory over great kings to the Son of Man, also called Christ. Keep in mind that Alexander heard this 300 years before Christ. A kingdom requires a king. An undestroyable kingdom means an undestroyable king. What is undestroyable is more real than anything we can see or imagine. And I thought if Alexander was to cast off his throne, perhaps I should respond somehow. Perhaps we all should. But how? The lesson: pick a master wisely. It's interesting that the greatest secular dominator and storymaker, Alexander the Great, bowed to the weakest nation on the planet. I also find it odd that the leader of that weakest nation, Israel, instead of defending his people, opened the gates for the mightiest military ever known to just walk in. Both seem like steps of faith, not logical at first glance, but both worked out. And at some point, the lessons in great history and religion should eventually converge on us in our daily lives, if they're to be truly real and not just facts. They must be, as we discussed in the introduction, arbitrage to be used in a place of more value than the dusty shelves next to the box of junk wristwatches. These lessons and stories, which have endured millennia, must invade us and cause us to act, to take a step. Logic will only lead you so far if you want to live meaningfully. Logic must be mastered if it is to take on meaning. So must you. This is why the love of the truth powers so many scientific endeavors, and why people with imaginations command calculators to show their logic. Logic must be mastered, and it's up to you not to give in to its false promises. You should always imagine yourself as taking the most noble action toward the most noble master. You read above that physical protection is the least real sort of protection, not because their physical doesn't matter, rather it's because the physical can only protect the physical. But that which is immaterial, the divine, can protect both the physical and the immaterial. Why is that true? Whatever can be destroyed, the physical, is less real than that which can never be destroyed, the immaterial divine. That is why infinite love conquers a multitude of finite sins. That is why Jadis and Alexander are no longer reigning, but he to whom they knelt as master still sits enthroned over the world's reserve currency, the measurement of dates, every three-chorded pronouncement of Bach, all great classical artwork, and the master source of all the great literature of the English and Romantic languages. So if you're going to pick a master, you will want to aim high and choose like Alexander the Great also chose. His kneeling and sacrifice were to the immaterial God, not to the material needs of his military for more resources. His decision to bow and sacrifice was neither logical nor practical, but it was right. Because this finite man submitted to be mastered by a king whose kingdom could not be destroyed. And in reality, a king who would not step foot on earth for another 300 years. And perhaps his kneeling brought about his own glory. Perhaps your future will be more glorious because you knelt as well. Your chief error is standing when you should kneel, and kneeling when you should take a stand. There's a time to kneel, just as there's a time to kill. Likewise, the Jewish high priest did not protect the physical resources and lives of his people because the higher divine call was to obey. Truthful life and love cannot arrive except after your sacrifice, as it did not for Alexander until he entered Jerusalem. Obeying God's command means sacrificing a fake, safe life for a true, real life, and perhaps to the promise of a life you've only once dreamt of and cannot explain. So both Alexander the Great and the high priest Jadis performed their work correctly. They submitted everything they had, their military forces and their safety, to obey their Lord. Two chapters with inverting themes which share the same goal. Two students with the same master who answer their opposing prayers with the same act. And for it, they both receive life, protection, and glory. And Alexander's glory was cast backward in time to Homer and Aristotle, but also forward in time to Rembrandt, because masters conquer time if we pay attention. And for some reason, they prefer to work through their students like you and me. Students mirror their masters. And here is the fulfillment of Alexander's redemption, from the deceiver in the last chapter to the role model in this chapter. Redemptions are beautiful. And as I left New York City with my family to return home, all I could think about was what lessons might there be for me in that painting by Rembrandt. Life strategy: be mastered. Only a master can offer you mastery. I've always been an early riser. I've lived in the tension of knowing the proper rest is necessary for proper health. I also felt that I needed to conquer myself and become more disciplined overall. One of my most successful friends, who ran a much larger company than mine, told me he woke up at 4 a.m. each morning. Now, for someone like me who typically woke at 5 a.m., hearing this was a gut punch. I thought I was already winning the morning, but I was rising early, but already behind. The best masters always rise first. My friend was already better looking than me, had more money, was way smarter, and had a better gene pool than I. I had to catch up somehow. The only resources I could use to compete was to outwork him. So I decided to begin waking up earlier than him and investing that time in the most strategically important work I could. So I used the 4-point action loop with its roots in psychology to try to take back the competitive advantage from the countless winners who I was sure were out there in my industry and are out there in yours. Number one, I began to inch back my wake up time by 15 minutes until it was unbearable. So 5 a.m. became 4:45 a.m. the first week. And after several iterations of that, I came to 3:30 a.m. as the optimal wake up time if I could just get to bed by 10 p.m. 3:15 was a little too early. Number two, but to make that work, I had to get off all of my devices well before I went to bed. So I found myself removing my charger from my bedroom and putting the only charger in my closet, the next room over. And that provided two massive benefits. Number one, after a couple of weeks, I stopped waking up at night and self-medicating with dopamine. So I slept straight through the night. But it also, number two, triggered the next critical step in my action loop. Step three, since my phone's alarm was no longer next to my bedside, I had to walk 20 feet into my closet at 3:30 a.m. to turn it off. And since I didn't use the snooze feature, I turned the alarm off once. Step number four, and as I was standing in my closet at 3:30 a.m. and my motion trigger light was on, I figured I might as well throw some clothes on. Step number five, 60 seconds later, standing there dressed in a fully lit room, I went ahead and got ready for the day. I wouldn't be able to go back to sleep even if I wanted to. And I could use a good latte. Do you see how habits build on one another? Step six, once fully dressed, I got into my truck and drove 20 minutes to my office, since that's the only place to get a good latte now that it's about 4:10 in the morning. I couldn't turn on electronics until I had read, and I enjoyed reading most with that latte in my hand. That was step number seven. Now, step number eight is, so after making my latte, I would sit on my favorite couch to begin reading whatever I wanted, as long as it was over 1,000 years old. Remember step two, look up, and to look up, you must look back. Step number nine, finally, after an hour and that first latte, I allowed myself to choose to do anything I wished for the next couple of hours, as long as I was not looking at a screen. So I began to prefer silence, old books, and a paper planning system. In this action loop, or habit loop, as author James Clear calls it, I replaced my old master, sleep and screens, with a new master who is higher and better. That newer master, the one contained in the ancient books and silence, brings me peace, power, and truth. Not because I sought those things, but because I was willing to be mastered by them. In being alone, you sometimes offer up a prayer, and sometimes prayers find themselves answered in real life. And they look less like lotteries, fame, and job promotions, and more like restoration of loves, healing of tumors, and moments of wisdom. Your next moves. As water only flows downhill, so too mastery only flows down to you if you are below looking up for it. Your humility plays a role, and so too does your position. Order matters, and you must be below to look up. That was step two. As you begin to seek a master, look around you. See how the world, nations, literatures, and the arts function. Look at the basis of laws and religions. Notice overlapping meta ideas and concepts. For all laws and religions only steal their truths. Truth is always the way. And from truth, look for competence and trustworthiness. Again, I recommend you look at least 1,000 years back, because time will purge most, but not all, the lesser ideas. And from those ancient ideals, you will look for the men who did the most to benefit the world, who worked hardest to end the slave trade, tried to assassinate Hitler, promoted freedoms, and fed the poorest. And from that list, see if there's a common source. These two tasks, the searches for underlying truth and world-shattering competence, or how you begin to uncover the real ideal master. This search is the student's admission into the correct classroom, and it is how you become a student living a meaningful life of growth. You need to be mastered by someone greater than yourself. Consider how you can use the 4-point action loop to create one new habit as you consider the following. Replace the worst thing that you do with an activity that is the next best thing you could imagine for 30 days. Replace one low-minded activity with one high-aim move in the next hour. Replace an hour of your daily distracted time with a half hour of alone time the first thing each morning. Alexander was mentored by Aristotle. They were both mentored by Homer's books and fashioned their strategies around the epic stories. You and I are like Alexander. We need a higher mentor who offers us the possibility of living out an epic higher story. But first, we will move one level deeper to analyze the beginning of Homer's Trojan epic, which Alexander kept in his coat pocket to read at night after his prayers. The next chapter pair, step 4 and step 5, will concern the circumstances of our lives in the same order that this first pair came. A seascape story of defeat, then a seascape story of defeat's inversion, the demise of defeat. But without the seaside defeat we will describe next, there would never have been an Alexander the Great for us to model or for us to spite. Be conquered by the highest master you can find and get alone in silence. Pair B, our external decline and ascent. Step 4, trust revelation requires sacrifice. If you are unsure of your purpose, here's how to make a proper sacrifice. My fast, my 7-day sacrifice. Sacrifice brings revelation. As we kick off the second chapter pair, we take a look at the first of 2 seascapes. Like the chapters on Alexander, the second corrects the first. But the first is still true. Both myths and both historical. My right eye cannot open all the way. It is more noticeable some mornings, but essentially, I like to say, I'm not runway ready anymore. Then I've got a 3-inch scar down my neck that doesn't help the situation. And I suspect, since you and I are so much alike deep down, you also have these scars, ticks, and imperfections that you think everyone notices, but they rarely do. We think about the surface level, the superficial, instead of the deeper experiences and what caused them and why they're there in the first place. I sure do. It was August 2013. Now living in Houston, I hurry between cities wearing my tackiest patterned suits that were bad and sockless loafers. I had grand conversations while dismissing everyone around me as somehow less than I was, prudes or friendless freaks. I silently judged everyone and squashed that part of me that understood that this was my raging ego, propelling me into a bad person. And something needed to change. I couldn't shake the feeling that my efforts to be a good man by outworking everyone and building a prosperous future for my family had somehow led me to drift off course from who I could become. Success is always relative. So I would start with my mind, through my body. My friend Chuck did these brutal 40-day fasts annually. With his encouragement, I began a 7-day fast, a sacrifice to what I desired to obtain the clarity that I needed. Only Houston's finest tap blend and non-dairy juices. I committed to the process as I stuck to many other systemized plans throughout my life, and I felt terrific for 2 days. I was starving by the third, and by day 4, my toxin-evicting leg cramps grew so challenging to manage that I spent that day at a park, walking circles around the ponds. I'd walk until I got tired and sit on the hard bench. On the 5th day, I brought Plato's Republic to keep me busy. When I rested on the bench, I started reading deeply from the wisdom of the ancients. On the 6th day, between reading and walking, I felt a sense of despair and fear drift up my gut, chest, or heart maybe. I couldn't lock down where it came from or where it was, but it came with a sense of tunnel vision and confusion. I sat on the bench, gripped the wooden seat with both hands, and suddenly felt uncertain about everything around me. And I knew it wasn't an external terror. I nervously sensed the scent of myself on this emotion, my organs, my intellect, my desires, and perhaps even my spirit. But if anything was askew in any of those, it would prove to be an unsolvable thing alone. I sat there panicked with an unknown problem I could not take on by myself. For once, this unknown had to wait in tension for an answer. When I slowly shook free of the sensations, I sent a note to my assistant asking her to find the very top executive health exam possible. I was afraid for some reason, but I didn't know why. My fast brought immense clarity. My mind could hear my body. My body could feel the authority of the fasting, which thwarted my years of self-control over my entire schedule. I wasn't overweight, but meals were always the building blocks of my calendar. And if my calendar, then my time, my life. The fast took meals off the schedule and threw me out of my false sense of control over time. Perhaps I was so rattled because I felt time was the lone resource. After booking it, I decided to find out what an executive exam was. Was this a blood work and physical only? Or would the doctor invade? Do you ever have those close calls when driving that make you ruminate on what could have happened? Do you ever think about your mortality very often? You see, if you've not done either recently, I can promise you your mortality will begin to guide your morality. It did for me. And you and I aren't that different after you peel away some experiences and undeserved wins. Your story may be a little like my story. The exam. After checking into that massive exam room at Methodist in Houston, I stripped out of that suit to wear workout gear. My sneakers hit the track of the treadmill under the doctor's watchful eye. Steps become strides, and strides turned into a sprint. Following that, there were 8 vials of blood in the scans of my heart, larger arteries, and lungs in rapid fire succession. No issue so far. Following the scans, I returned to the original room and changed into an exam gown. Sometimes an object pre-reflects what is to come. The nearly 80-year-old doctor with icy hands but warm words entered the room for the personal touch. Those hands had examined celebrities, presidents, and executives for years. He conducted a full body examination of all my skin, abdomen, feet, genitals, and hairline. He found some moles, which he asked me to follow up with a dermatologist, but they were nothing. Washing his hands, he made small talk to ease the uneasiness in the air, and I figured he was done. So I thought about my flight to DC later that day. But after drying and sanitizing, the doctor felt my head, examined my mouth, and ran his fingers down my neck. Fingertips running and pressing to test the tautness eyes cannot see. Across my scalp, from hairline to hairline, ear to ear. Beginning below my mouth, he methodically worked his icy digits in waves as a diligent mother would ice a cake, sure to cover every inch. Down, pressing in on the left side under my jaw, and over to my left ear. Down, the left side, sweeping down to my collarbone. Then over to my jaw, under the right side. Midway through his movement, over my right neck, his in and out pressure became more circular and firm. My eyes, which had been closed out of the awkwardness of the day's prior events, open. His closed in concentration. How long have you had this nodule in your neck? Can you feel this right here? I don't know. We need to get a better look at this today. I have to catch a flight to DC in 3 hours. I don't think you want to fly. The positive for the day, and with every healthy younger male, was that his fingers stayed on the outside of my body. The negative was that the exam turned out differently than I had hoped. He ordered an MRI and a PET scan immediately. The doctor found the abnormality my intuition knew I had. What the doctor felt and the imaging found was a spherical mass at the joining of my interior and exterior carotid arteries between my throat and my right ear. One of the scans which I still have on DVD, showed a three-dimensional tumor which had parasitically grown to become part of the walls, where the interior and exterior carotid arteries met. Arteries are only walls, so that sounded like an issue to me. A DVD sneaks a threat into my life once again. I recalled noting for years, even in elementary school, that my fingers felt a bulge each time I rubbed my pulsing neck. The irony was that my fingertips could feel my own demise each time I sought to feel for my heartbeat. Death, like evil, had always been waiting for me in the place I always sensed it growing, but never wanted to acknowledge. We all avoid it. Figuratively, I needed a shaman to dislodge the demonic presence that unknowingly held me at ransom my entire life. All three, my pride, my sin, and my tumor, lurked beneath the surface as a triple threat. I became aware I was a mortal man in a moment. But at least a man who knows he can die can kill pride easier than someone who suspects he is invincible. As I sat in that parking garage in silence, I was trying to decide if I was going to catch my pending flight to DC or to get the scans as the doctors advised. I breathed in and out in bewilderment at what to do next. Should I call Shannon to tell her over the phone? Is it best to travel and wait until I get home to tell her in person? Should I even tell her? I decided to do the weak thing. I boarded that flight, deciding to tell her when I returned home in a few days. But aboard, I couldn't help but wonder why the doctor told me not to fly that day. Would the tumor pop under the pressure of the cabin? Could it grow in the altitude to constrict my breathing or blood? I didn't ask. I just disobeyed. All rebels disobey authority. You need to think about your future and ask, what am I avoiding that I know I must do? What moments of clarity and wise advice have I brushed aside to choose comfort instead? Why do I always eventually get misery when I choose comfort? Why do I buck against the authority and prefer instead to invent my logic? I was stabbed in the neck. The carotid is one of the two main routes to feed blood to the face and brain. But since the walls of the interior carotid and the exterior carotid met, that Y-shaped meeting point was also the tumor itself. So came the complexity. Sometimes your sacrifice is the enemy that appears to be keeping you alive. Often you can't pick your sacrifice. You and I are still like Alexander in that regard. The surgeon pulled a blue Bic from his white lab coat pocket protector. Sketching a diagram on a torn off piece of exam paper, he showed me how it would dissect the artery above and below the tumor, remove it, and then attempt to patch and run a new bypass to reconnect my brain to my heart. And of course, time was of the essence. My brain and face both needed that blood as much as I needed my head. After a round of specialist appointments, a major surgical procedure was scheduled a few days later. They told me to plan on potentially spending 2 weeks in the ICU. Understanding the risk and sporting shorts and a tear-soaked shirt, I wrote goodbye letters to my 3 little girls, who were each under 6. I told them who I wanted to walk them down the aisle, who to trust, how to help their mom, the type of man I would approve of them marrying. I also had to make some adjustments for the businesses, so I created redundancies wherever I could, such as adding additional admins to the bank accounts and making lists for Shannon, lists of entities, people, employees, passwords, investments, and life insurance policies. Thankfully, we had a great team at work, and I knew they would be fine for a year or two. I didn't sleep much either. Instead of trying to go back to sleep when I woke up in the middle of the night, I jumped on my computer just to make one more plan or safeguard for Shannon. My biggest fear was that she'd get frustrated in dealing with the employees and just shut down the companies. So I spent time showing her how the companies made money and which companies she could expect to lose because they were long-term. Like a laddered investment, I had founded a variety of long-term and short-term companies with different profitability maturities. When I left for the hospital, I was incredibly concerned that my goodbyes to my daughters could be final. Complications matter. I fought back tears until I got into the car, but only then I broke down. Hands covering my face, tears pouring down my cheeks over my tumor. In the silence of that car ride, with Shannon driving, I thought about the future we may never get. I thought about her next husband the guy I knew who would benefit from all my hard work like the lazy son of a bitch I knew he'd be. I considered the possibility of unknown side effects, like paralysis of both my body and my mind. The fear set in for a wake-up. We checked into the Marriott across the street from the hospital because I had a 4 a.m. call the next morning. After grabbing some salada with my folks, we prayed for the surgeon's skill and went to bed. Lying in that damp bed where 1,000 others have helplessly wept for their loved ones in the hospitals all around, all I wanted to do was hold Shannon's hand, to be back in the house hugging my little girls. I was 34 years old, and at that moment, I finally felt like a worthy father. Moments are all we have. For I finally understood that clinging the hand of my love in the throes of dark uncertainty is the best hope anyone can hold when life is on the line. And life is always on the line. Walking across the overroad sky bridge connecting the hotel and the hospital, I gave Shannon everything in my pockets. And the 1990s Omega Speedmaster my dad gave me for my graduation slipped off my wrist. The white face with gold bezel was still fitted with the brown crocodile band it shipped with. Should I warn her it runs a little fast if it doesn't demagnetize? It felt more like checking in for prison. Once we checked in on schedule, they sent me back to change. In the pre-op, I made 2 requests to the nurses and the anesthesiologist. The first was that they promised they would remove the catheter before I woke up. And the second was that I could see Dr. Smith with my eyes before they knocked me out. I feared somehow Dr. Smith, the OBGYN, would show up first instead of Dr. Smith, the cardiologist. Lying there behind those cold curtains alone, I thought of the dozens of older men with fuller lives who likely already died in this same drab gown with plenty of stains that I was now wearing. The gown was cursed. The irony of my only 2 requests was that for me to see Dr. Smith and remain on schedule, they'd have to cath me before I went to sleep. And I might feel that. To feel it going in would be way more worse than coming out. No thanks. As the lighter anesthesia went in so that they could prepare for a heavier line, the right Dr. Smith came in just as I passed out. And once passed out, they installed a PICC line entering my neck and down into my heart. I entered a deeper sleep than I'd ever known. Here lies a poor bastard with a rich ego, humbly praying for pity for the first time. The revelation, the art of a miracle. The surgeon's report was brief. As the chilly scalpel stabbed, then sliced open my warm neck, then stopped, the surgeon's light, powered by solar panels from the sun's lighted heat a million miles away, flashed off the surgical blade and into my body to light up the unexpected. The tumor of destruction had not only disconnected from the artery, which the 3D DVD showed it was part of, but it also simultaneously self-healed. Yes, the multiple walls of the Y-shaped artery's intersection self-healed instantly, so I didn't bleed out and die from the first miracle. Order matters. True simultaneity of 2 consecutive miracles is doubly impossible. But the tumor had also doubled in size over the 2 weeks since it was diagnosed, making its discovery after waiting dormantly for decades incalculably timely. I had lived 1,000 weeks with it, but the only 2 that counted were these. The tumor could have taken me at any of those moments. Yet in the sole moment among the millions, the tripled miracle occurred. Detachment, self-healing, and timing at the same point in time. Probabilities matter. This tripled impossibility multiplied together in an improbable moment. That skilled cardiovascular surgeon reached into my neck with his gloved thumb and pointer finger to retrieve the tumor intact, emerging the size of a great egg. I imagine that tumor being pulled from the dark, where it had been thriving off my blood. It takes its first breath in that light which ends its plan to thrive in my hidden darkness. Like a spy planted on the inside since my birth, he was waiting for the specific time to bloom fully into death.
Now, the red fleshy ball is angry. He was discovered by his opponent in the most improbable of fashions, a once-in-a-lifetime fast and prayer. He squirms, trying to re-enter, but instead falls to the freshly waxed floor in the surgical room. The terminal threat inside my body not only resolved, but simultaneously repaired multiple locations in an instant before my body was opened. Order matters, even for tripled miracles. It happened inside of me, which makes it personal because I know there was no tampering with the evidence. It was my eyes that witnessed the multiple interactive images taken from multiple hospitals, my fingers which felt through my young skin, my hands working the computer to inspect at every angle, the blue pen sketch on hand-torn paper diagramming the surgeon's planned work, a man who had done hundreds of these surgeries before. The impossible miracle now stands irrevocably imminent inside me. The incredible event did not just take place inside me, it was my very body and veins that participated in the incredible assault on the causal claims of the medical sciences and logic. Miracles are the divine breaking into nature at just the right moment. For me, it's like Israel's very existence in the last chapter. The fact that I'm alive is a testament that a single miracle happened at one point in history. And I suspect if you look back closely enough, like into that car wreck your mother was in before she had you, you too will find that soul miracle evidenced by your very living. Don't miss the magic of the unmanufacturable. A rapt moment. I recall that Christmas, waking up. It was the best day ever. Shannon, before walking over to be with the girls opening their gifts, first hands me something special. This is a rapt moment. And ripping the paper across that face of the glassy plane, I realized what she had done. She saved it. She had that doctor's blue pen drawing on the torn off exam paper, that symbol of the unexpected miracle, mounted in a frame. I was shocked by her forethought and immediately knew where it should go. I needed to see this every single day before I did anything. I took the drill and a couple of Phillips heads from yet to be painted garage cabinets and immediately hung it in my closet to see morning and evening. Whatever happens once can happen again. This is a literal, not just a figurative testimony to the art of a miracle. For the framed art of the surgeon was itself made untrue by a single miraculous act inside me. His thumb, which held the blue pen as it diagrammed an ordinary plan, was redeemed as it pulled death's defeat out of my neck in an extraordinary act. That was a revelation. If a miracle can happen to this poor prude, it can happen to anyone. If you fight, you have to be prepared to take a hit. If you're cut open, you have to be prepared to be dug out. And it's often the threat of the cuts and hits that lure you out of fighting and back into safety. I didn't want to be cut open to have that tumor removed. I didn't like the risk to my mind and face from surgery. I didn't pick that sort of sacrifice. But had I not listened to that small voice during my 7-day fast in solitude, not only would I have not received that miracle and revelation, I may not have even lived to know that I missed it. Your rejection of solitude and risk means the rejection of miracles and real life. Let me show you a better way. The setup, Agamemnon. Stories make men. Great stories make greater men. As we learn from Alexander the Great's stories, revelation or redemption will necessarily include solitude with the sacrifice of pride, safety, or life. He learned from Homer, who may be one of the greatest makers of great men. And now allow me to set up the first story in the pair, the defeat at sea. A candlelit banquet hall of white shimmering granite hewn 1,000 years before. Pigs stew in the vast spiced cauldrons. Families feast around dinner tables in newfound consummatory peace. Paris's brown solid eyes meet Helen of Troy's icy blue. Paris was the youngest son of Trojan King Priam. Helen was the prize of Spartan king Menelaus. Menelaus' most powerful brother was Agamemnon, lord of all the Bronze Age Greeks. Helen stowed in the Trojan ship to slip away with Paris, and she sets the world aflame for the most extraordinary epic. I found strong men are always searching for war, for a challenge, for an enemy. The Greeks here mobilized the greatest army ever seen at their port at the Aegean Sea to reach their foe, to sail their 1,000-plus fleet westward. Blue sky, golden sun, but a supernaturally darkened sea disrupts them. Howling waves crest over the ships. The warriors cannot board, for the gusts and tides are prevalent and ominous. It's a stormy seascape of biblical proportions. The commander, Agamemnon, cannot calm the stormy seas. Artemis, who is Diana in the Roman manifestation, is still angry at King Agamemnon's boasting of being able to be a superior hunter to the goddess. So he enlists his seer Calchas to appease the war goddess with the blood of peaceful doves. But everyone knows peaceful doves are not a feast to please a warrior. She desires a more proper, noble blood if they're to cross over the sea of chaos and threat. Agamemnon made a hurried vow to lure his wife and daughter, Iphigenia, to the Auler's port. He used mediators Odysseus and Diomedes to deceive and restrain his wife, Clytemnestra, to send his daughter so that she might wed the great half-god Achilles. Arriving in her wedding pomp, Iphigenia ascends the hill with her father. Atop, she finds an unexpected stone table and priest where she expected to find a reception dinner table. She finds death at this granite altar where she expects to find new life. A steel blade instead of a steel ring, death instead of eternal circle. But after her momentary struggle, she succumbs to willing slaughter. The innocent lamb, Iphigenia, is given up on Artemis's granite dinner table of war to make way for the Greek crossing. Merely traded to Artemis for a female deer in some variations, but still lost. Agamemnon's most loved, innocent daughter was sacrificed for what he wrongly most desired, to take back the most remarkable beauty, Helen of Troy, and to leave Troy in ruins. Like Agamemnon, we too defile our lives by giving into the unholy low things, like war and thoughtless anger, at the cost of our high and lovely treasure, like our family. Our futures are determined by the tables of our dinners and our sacrifices. Your past must be sacrificed. My studies of the various ancient religious traditions revealed a universal fact. Any ultimate conquest requires an ultimate sacrifice. Alexander and Agamemnon knew that all too well. As I mentioned in the introduction, I'm hardly a Christian and not much of an agnostic, but a little of both. But that surgeryless miracle to remove and heal my tumor at just the right time spoke a little more faith into my heart that was ever there before. Not a ton, but a little. Perhaps like you, I've waffled between selfless honor and dishonest selfishness my whole life. And from this pitied position, I have found myself studying a variety of Eastern and Western religions and philosophies, like a wondering boy flipping through the television channels. The options are many, but the themes are few. Sacrifice is one of those meta themes. As you contemplate the road just ahead, you will inevitably get bogged down into the mistakes you've made and the false masters you've served, and the regrets, just like me. Maybe those come in the form of missed opportunities and lost love. Perhaps these look like sins of pride, jealousy, broken family relationships, sexual addictions, fear, loneliness, or witchcraft, which started as an innocent game. And it's gotten a hold of you in a way you subconsciously believe that a horrible past will control your future possibilities. Your sins drive your fears, and your fears control your future. How will you break free? You need some solitude, perhaps a fast instead of a feast, and there to visualize your path forward as a new man instead. To be, and I hate to use this tainted word, forgiven by yourself. It's often your own thinking and lack of respect for yourself that tears down your own desires before you ever take a step. Solitude and sacrifice will help. Your enslavement to your past must itself be enslaved by your new master. And your solitude and sacrifice of your past look a lot like a kneeling to God's masterful vision for your future. And his vision becomes your revelation if you will allow it. But first, you must choose whether to give up on your future or give up your past to him. Tainted sacrifices. Between 1998 and 2017, I too made many rash vows and improper sacrifices like Agamemnon did with those peaceful doves. But how did I do that? I used a good thing to cover up a selfish thing. I tried to evade the detection of my low sins with a distraction of a mediocre gift. Let me explain. During this period, I started giving away 30 to 60% of my annual income to charities. But I did it expecting a return of blessing. I misused the universal truth that giving is the blessing, not receiving. I mirrored Agamemnon in thinking I was the superior hunter god and could fool the gods with a token offering. So my sacrifices, which I assumed were accepted, were in reality rejected. I was misusing the divine command, give and it will be given to you. But the understood rule in the Christmas command is that I must give expecting not to receive back if I hope to obtain any real blessing at all. I got it all wrong. So instead of committing my time and money to help, I gave to charities as an investor, trusting I'd get back more from heaven. My reasons revoked my actions because I didn't realize my why matters more than my actions. My wrong why led me the wrong way and into a false future. My unholy why becomes an unholy sacrifice. So the purpose of giving away that filthy lucre often and honestly was the same as Agamemnon's seer sacrificing doves to Artemis. I was trying to give an inferior offering up to impact my eternal future. In doing so, I, like Agamemnon at Troy, wasted a decade at the gates of relevance I wished to storm. From 2007 to 2017, a generation of my relevance and the impact of my capital vanished. Business, charity, happiness, and mental clarity. Because I did the right thing with the wrong expectations. I gave a good gift to a holy God for a tainted purpose. And since you and I are basically the same, have you considered what unholy activity you justify using a fake excuse because you know you need to give it up? Excuses are rarely reasons. Our rash vows. Trying to keep the wrong thing, you lose everything. But why does this happen? How could I even know this? Perhaps it's because Alexander, after praying and kneeling, gets eternal glory. After he submits his army under the leadership of divine conduct, his words, not mine, he risks, sacrifices the most powerful military ever known, and kneels before the weakest people whose gates are wide open for plunder. And by giving away the right thing, he gains more power. Now, we all know we will be sacrificed by the hand of time, for time shall be both the hand of our executioner and our corpse's grave-bound carriage. But why? In haste, we all self-curse reality by making rash vows and lowly sacrifices like Agamemnon and me. What might this look like in your life? Maybe a man marries based on lust or money. A man votes to guess the winner. A woman chooses the lesser work of an hourly job over the more significant work of motherhood whenever she does work that she hates. Marriage, voting, and working are all good, but are perverted when done with the wrong motivations. Yet sometimes, even doing the wrong thing for the right reason is enough. Iphigenia's submission to her father to save her people was a lovely why amid her father's heinous sacrifice. Nothing worth doing is easy. Isn't it that option to choose the right attitude that makes being human complex, yet lovely? Humanity dictates optionality, but optionality requires freedom. She decided to die willingly, despite the ugliness of her father king. Your free will is both your highest opportunity to sacrifice well and your worst threat of sacrificing wrong, because it requires pain. A proper sacrifice is difficult but beautiful. If you can overcome your desires for a risk-free and painless life, you will fill the world with a drop of beauty. And beauty is as good as power. Ask Helen of Troy. Contemplate what this means for you. You have the option to make rash vows like Agamemnon or make yourself a willing sacrifice like Iphigenia. The same act, she was giving and beautiful. He was wrong and ugly. But be warned, when your pride is at most risk, you will make your worst decisions and rashest promises to serve your lowest impulses. However, when you find a little solitude and the right reason, you might just obtain a revelation. Imagine your best future and ask yourself, why couldn't my future be remade out of something better than my failed past? Why couldn't I send up a prayer of surrender as a white flag that my will was at His behest? How can I get brave enough to trust someone more intelligent and more competent than me? What could I do if I didn't care about what I did because my whys were always right? A bigger problem, my mental fog. Sacrifices only bring a full revelation once you feel the full weight of their cost. Unfortunately, over the first few weeks after my recovery from surgery, my mental processing slowed noticeably. I couldn't tell whether it was cloudy or delayed, but I couldn't respond to complex ideas very well. A comment here and there was problematic for me to conceptualize. My reading, limited as it was, laborsome. The 7-day fast, a kind of false sacrifice to please my guilty self, gave me mental clarity at first, but it did the opposite in the end. But it did save my life and prove miracles. I tried every kind of supplement and all the diets, but nothing seemed to return my thwarted thinking to my pre-surgery strength. I did not discuss it even with Shannon. I feared I would have a psychological defect and be medicated as such. That, to me, was the downside that no upside could overcome. I think everyone is a little concerned with that threat, the threat of dementia or cognitive decline. And so we hide what we suspect until it grows untreatable, like all lies, like all moral tumors. And when in the presence of individuals of world-class competency, I could no longer function at the level I wanted. The delays became stammering. I tried to fix that stammering, but that consumed my remaining mental RAM, which was now turned inward to evaluate how I was being perceived. A vicious cycle. But this playing from behind was a new me. I had squandered the gift of my mind, and I didn't feel like myself. As much of who I could become rested on my ability to communicate and to contemplate, and it persisted. It was most noticeably when alone or in deeply contemplative conversations which I began to avoid. I was processing at half speed. Months turned to years. It would be shown publicly by a series of poor decisions when I ran for U.S. Congress and needed to scale my businesses again. And in solitude, I prayed a second time for God to give me a drop from the ocean of His wisdom. Drops build oceans. Something's got to give. But even in my plight, a broken marriage, declining businesses, and post-campaign embarrassment, I had enough sense to imagine, even though I couldn't think very well. What should you think about when finding a solution? Dante says we make rash vows if we don't lay down our will on an altar of sacrifice. That seemed to harken back to the Iphigenian sacrifice of Agamemnon. Anything worth keeping is worth sacrificing. Nothing not worth keeping is worthy of offering. But what if all you have left is you, and you are a little broken? Then you must make the crawl. You must crawl, bleeding hands and knees, onto the altar table of the gods. If Agamemnon had not surrendered his will to Artemis, the waters would have dashed the Greeks upon the rocks before landing into their future on the Trojan shores. Had his beloved child not laid down her will, she would not have been able to obey her father and king. What do you have that you could sacrifice? All I had left was me, broken, and a stubborn will. But what would happen if I could figure out a way to give up my will? Dante taught me to believe, not as a fact, but as a hope, that once my will was surrendered, the unimaginable future would begin to manifest. That my undying eternal will, the prideful part of it that nearly took down my family during the campaign, would die of its own volition. I relied on the evidence from Homer, Alexander, and Dante that only my will could permit itself to die. How does it work that way? How are our wants and desires connected to the future? Dante calls my why to be pointed somewhere. All our whys are always aimed. Remember step 2, aim high because aiming low is the only sin? It is my why that must first be aimed. Like Alexander the Great, we must take a step to get a revelation. To step forward in the highest, truest, and most noble sense would be for us to direct ourselves toward the horizon of Christ, who is truth himself. Truth, not always apparent, must be leapt at. He cannot be safely approached while we stand stunned in fear by the challenge of sacrifice. To mount any granite slab always necessitates a leap of faith. Does it surprise you that the highest altar requires the highest leap? Only the will can lay itself down as a sacrifice eternally, forever pointing itself rightly. And it does so not because it is not wise, but because it is. We rebels can't be trusted. For every other sacrifice may be taken back off the altar, bringing a self-caused curse. Only the wise will not will itself back to itself. But something worthy, honest, and valuable had to be given up beyond just a promise to be good and obey God. What useful and tangible thing did I have left worthy to offer as a sacrifice? Eventually, sacrifices must move beyond the abstract and into the concrete if they are to be authentic. Sacrificing 90% of my net worth. The ego must die before any man can live. And since my fast only hurt me and did not build me like I wanted, I knew something more drastic than a 7-day fast, exam, or surgery needed to be done. Did I need to cut away a more significant, more valuable growth that I didn't realize was taking over my life? The one that fed my ego and provided the safety I hid beneath? Others have said that the humble will inherit mansions, but I recalled a central theme in every great epic in religion. When I did wrong or needed a miracle, the right move was to make a sacrifice, and it had to be something to give up that I wanted badly to keep for my survival, because to sacrifice something insignificant is an offense to the gods. Alexander the Great's sacrifice in Jerusalem wasn't a goat or an ox, because those didn't matter to him. Losing animals didn't hurt him. Instead, Alexander sacrificed his pride and his army as he put them under the divine conduct to see his dreams become reality. Jadis, the high priest, gave up the entire Jewish people when he opened the gates to see Jerusalem saved. What did a broken man like me have left? Could there be a physical something that would enable me to give away my will? Remember, I had tried to hack the system by giving away money to good charities for selfishly wrong desires, but the hack backfired. An unworthy gift becomes a curse on the giver. It proved that my sacrifice for over a decade was an unworthy offering, so mere money would not work. But what about the source of all my money? In 2014, my dad retired from my largest real estate company where he was managing quality control. He thought he'd spend his retirement helping my sister and her kids in Oklahoma City and spending time with us. But my mom still worked, so he didn't travel much as he would liked. They preferred to travel together, so he slowed down. Without any hobbies, his boredom turned into fatigue. He wanted something to do. Dad needed a purpose. I needed a worthy sacrifice. But what did he really need? I had always found that hard work with a smidge of status drives purpose. A veteran once based in Korea, he loved to travel around the military bases to visit the commissaries and canteens.
Knowing that, I started sending him to conduct tours of our federal contracting business operations. That was perfect because it also involved his second favorite activity, sampling the bulgogi at Korean restaurants around Texas and Oklahoma. He enjoyed being there among other veterans his age. Then he got the opportunity to drive to the next stop. He popped in to visit my sister in Oklahoma and us in Houston regularly. But what did I need now in 2019 to heal my broken family and other work projects after the campaign the year prior? I needed to focus on my wife and daughters. That required attention. I needed to spend a few months fixing my marriage while also looking for my next big business project. However, I knew I wasn't in the right place spiritually because selfishness still came too easily. I was still entrenched in a prideful pursuit, only now shown to be a loser on national television. Either I could wait this out, or I could do what I always have done. I could take a significant action based on intuition to prove to myself that I had sacrificed my will in an unalterable way. It would also respect the history of every primary belief system, including Jadis, Dante, and Alexander. But what I needed even more as a man was to see if I still had my mojo. How big a boy was I? Could I rebuild it all again? Or was it a fluke? Was I a fluke? And after a few months of not having an enemy, I remembered step one. Choose one worthy enemy. So I did the unthinkable. I had the attorneys draw up the paperwork and a federal government agency liaison reviewed and approved it. I sent the paperwork over to my dad, just telling him he's back in the game. Once he signed, I lost 90% of my net worth and 100% of my largest company. Sometimes circumstances are the best enemy to choose. After building a life of investments, primarily from a single business, I gave the business ownership away to my dad, all of it, and I resigned. So in 2019, I sacrificed my safety and primary career, which had paid for nearly everything, while the other companies were bleeding cash. This meant I had a negative income with almost no money on hand, less than a month's cash worth. Sharks tasting my blood in the business waters would likely maul me. But no one could ever say I didn't play hard, and no one could ever say I got lucky if I could do it again from nothing. My identity lost. Shockingly, my life shifted when that part of me ended. Perhaps it was the new challenge of a scrappily rebuilding business without cash and my home life teetering. My shameful public devastation from the loss of a campaign. My marriage in shambles. The source of most of my money and safety gone. Identity as a successful leader lost. And with a broken marriage, business, and importance, I hit rock bottom. No more GQ parties, billionaire meetups, big board seats, exciting projects, or family vacations. It felt as if every stone I had built up had been torn down and thrown at me in my stoning as a heretic, and they were thrown by everyone I ever loved. I was a rebel who sought to outdo everyone for my own glory. Then they turned on me. You see, every pathetic man thinks of himself as a victim like that. But I had just made a gigantic bet, a bet on my need for more pressure, not less. A bet that giving with the proper purpose was the vehicle to receiving. A bet I could again become a victor. And I imagine some of you cocky men reading this now need more pressure, not less. Was I my mom's false prophecy whose predictions of success were never to happen? And worse than that, a man who turned everyone else's predictions of what potential I could or would do with my life a decade earlier into a lie? Would my concrete accomplishments forever be turned backward into potential, then dissolved away into meaninglessness? Hanging my head, I went back to work on the business. We had a ton of extra staff whose jobs could be outsourced to partners. They were great people, but just outdated positions who could be moved to subcontractors or positions reimagined for a new economy. That removed a ton of complexity in the day-to-day operations. Keeping someone in an outdated position out of pity is falsifying their entire effort if purpose is tied to work. You can't do it. I think it was Peter Drucker who once quipped that the most efficient company would have only one employee. I got that. I understood that.
I may have even thought hard about how to get there. Moving those folks to a hybrid of outsourced services firms worked out well for the company and for them. I was able to upgrade the management team. Over the 3 years after, my team averaged about 100 commercial real estate transactions per year across high-rise office buildings, retail centers, hospitals, warehouses, and other forms of commercial real estate. And I was able to work less. Over the next year, I spent very little time working after 3 p.m. Instead, we increased our family time, and I doubled down on my after-school duties. This has not only given me time alone in the car with the 3 girls, basketball, volleyball, ballet, piano, math, and lacrosse, but also gave Shannon respite. And through this, month after month, a few minutes with each of them daily while in transit allowed me to develop deeper relationships with these 3 lovely girls who were becoming young ladies. And I thought about myself far less because I was now able to see how far more interesting they were. Given that funds were tight, we traveled on Marriott and Amex points for a couple of years. To make Shannon feel safe, women need to feel secure. I prepaid the mortgage payments a year in advance and kept paying each month. This also gave me some breathing room. I highly recommend doing this. I took Shannon to Cabo in 2018, where we took time together to complete the healing our marriage needed. We opened up honestly and over time began to enjoy each other more than ever. This led to annual trips to Cabo together since. We've also been to the Maldives, Dubai, Italy, France, Spain, and various other places throughout North America in the 5 years since, just the 2 of us. I've learned to be vulnerable, frank when I don't feel strong. She's learned to tell me when she needs rest and what activities energize her. As I write this, I just returned from a walk around the block with her to talk about retirement together. I'm also helping her launch a new business and a craft she enjoys, restoring antique quilts. But on a personal note, I was still dealing with the mental challenges, unable to concentrate or engage in deep discussions for my surgery years prior. Theory: required sacrificial vow. Vows make men, and of course, all vows precede sacrifice. And if you want to have a real life, vows are what will build it. The fewer, the better, but always at least one. What did I learn about sacrifice? Vows make men. No one can make 2 vows. Either they will hate the one and love the other, or they will love the one and hate the other. So I will only make 1 vow, and I will need to make the only vow with my only life. You cannot serve 2 masters. No ultimate vow ultimately means no true life. And it also means hell. And it follows for you that your primary vow must control your lower agreements. And that's why your free will, which powers your way toward love and evil, must be given up to a higher master, a master who is trustworthy and competent to handle that sacrifice. When one lower promise breaks, your lower covenants may stand. But when the highest vow cracks, your covenants below all shatter. For the highest vow will build your very identity and gives your sacrifice the legitimacy and power you need for redemption and beauty in your work. Your highest vow becomes your identity over time. For your master does make your meaning, but he also makes the life. Can you imagine your life and what it could become with this level of integrity? Here's an example. For me, my solemn vow to be a faithful husband, a trusted son, and a caring father identified the 3 personas of myself. But if I had to pick one to be my highest vow, it would be to be a caring father. For my girls are the joy of my parents and my wife's utmost prize. I am only a good husband and son when I'm first honoring my covenant to be a present father. Your next moves. Whose altar determines whose gift? A proper gift cascades your life in proper order. In step 3, you discovered your master will make your meaning. But you need to see your master. All students must see and listen. If you do not pay attention or cannot see, you were never a student, and that was never your master. So to whom are your sacrifices being directed now? Whatever distracted you from focusing on your higher master, that was your real master. It was your sick mother-in-law, your overbearing boss, your cell phone, or that unholy priest from decades ago, or the 7-day fast so you could overcome yourself for yourself. Your excuses are not legitimate reasons. I wanted to eat on day 6 of my fast, but that was just an excuse to eat, not a legitimate reason to break my vow to fast. So I didn't eat. But while I kept that lower vow to myself to fast, I broke my higher vow to God to be a humble father committed to living long enough to raise my kids. Excuses are rarely reasons. And if that is you, the false student who never learns from their fake master, you need a sacrifice. Because revelation is seeing, and seeing is becoming. And all revelation requires sacrifice. It did for Alexander the Great when he decided to kneel, and it surely means that for us today. If you are unsure of your purpose, here's how to make a proper sacrifice. First, look at your past 3 months' bank statements. Do you spend most on yourself and the payments on the debt that you were responsible for incurring? If so, you're very likely pleasing to Satan. Give more to others than you spend on yourself. Second, look at your calendar for the past 3 months. After work, did you spend most of your time alone or distracted by screens or with people who are looking down on life? If so, you're very likely being controlled by something lower, not higher. You're aiming lower, and you need to begin again with step 2. Aiming low is the only sin, so aim higher. What about your work? Many of you are hoping I'll tell you to work less. Sorry to disappoint you, but none of us are working hard enough. None of us. You have never met someone who has worked too hard on the right thing. As long as there are children to mentor, elderly in Africa to feed, and babies aborted in the West, while good parents long to adopt, none of us should rest. Resting as others suffer is selfishness. And fourth, whatever you find is blocking you from serving the master you think you chose or killing the enemy you are meant to kill, that is your next sacrifice. If you're using up your funds to pay the debt service you caused, then get a second job and knock it out so that you can see your master more clearly. If you're spending too much time on screens, remove them from your bedroom for good. If you're consuming any sort of drug that does not have an offsetting reward greater than the risk of destroying your life by using it, quit the lunacy. If you're sleeping more than 8 hours per night, get a wake-up system in place, as I mentioned earlier in this book. Your true masters often will look like debt, drugs, sleep, and screens. I had never been a drinker or a drug user, but the others certainly tempted me. And when I began to swear off those false masters, I found my business and my family began to return to focus. I had been nearly shattered by my actions, but redeemed by the proper sacrifice of the business, which is the source of all my money and status. And masters paint better than students. Once you have done all this, you may now have hope to see. You may now be ready to make the sacrifice of your very free will to God. The unalterable gift of your every whim will become your high, unifying vow. And that highest vow will put all other promises and priorities in your life in proper order if you will just get out of your own way. Keep your future in mind when you do this, however, or all you will see is pain, heartache, and struggle from your sacrifices without seeing the upside. These frictions of life are actually the accelerating force toward real joy in a rightly ordered man like you. So keep your future in mind. You are meant for a higher purpose than mere pain avoidance. And this is what the next chapter is about. Your storms are the threshold to your higher life. We will take a look at the inversion of Homer's stormy seascape sacrifice of Agamemnon's daughter to pursue his unholy war. If you want order in your life instead of chaos, make the highest possible vow to the highest possible version as master. Give him your free will, and in doing so, you will find his beauty cascading into every other part of your life. And beauty is as good as power. Revelation requires a sacrifice. Step 5. No joy requires pain. A forgiven man is more perfect than a perfect man never needing to be forgiven. The setup. Mature joy is art. Mature joy is like great art. Mature joy enjoys following sacrifice. In this chapter, the second in this chapter pair, we will take the pain of sacrifice we discussed in the last step and flip that pain in a very unique way. We will invert the mythological Agamemnon seascape using a historical one. And in this history from centuries ago, you and I are at sea. It's our turn together. Because if joy is going to become anything worth having, it first takes you through pain, darkness, labor, conflict, and struggle. Without these frictions, you and I live in false, childish pleasure. Let me explain. My daughters Rosie and Lily Kate watercolor at the dinner table in our breakfast nook. I enjoy watching them paint. The little girls sometimes run up to bed and leave their brushes, paints, and clear plastic wash water cups behind. I don't mind putting it all up. Something is soothing about rinsing off a used brush filled with life and water-based paints. The bristles bend under the running water, evicting oranges and browns to roll down my thumb as they mix for one last inky fall. We each have our falls and defeats, watering down what we once thought would be an easy life. But an easy life never ends as a good one. While they were younger, they used the brightest reds and most hopeful greens against meandering yellows. But like all young children with a store-bought set of paints, they must use the same brush for all colors. Using the same brush means going back to and from that little cup every time they want to change colors. Since all the paints come from the same source set, they are all water-based. After they dip the brush into the water a few times, it always reverts to the same darkened hues. That cup of water is chaotic, stormy, disobedient, and rebellious. And sometimes it needs a trip to the sink for a rinse. Once rinsed of the murky waters, they can paint freely again. Our struggles and strife hide the hope from us, just as the storm clouds flee as the sun threatens. But we would never notice the sun without the darkness, nor the light hues without the darks to contrast them. Life is actually found in the contrast. Intellectually, a completely randomized world and our life should have the same degrees of blah browns and grays as that unintelligible wash water. For example, it would be a boring world where the Queen of Soul, Aretha Franklin, and the operatic Pavarotti and rock legend Bon Jovi all only sang Southern soul music. That faux world would have no separation between the watered-down music genres, and in that fake world, the music would always be sung in the same unstructured key. And of course, there could never be a Grammy night crowning because the musical genius could never occur if there hadn't been any contrast between the greatness and the average performer. Remember that it was the struggle of slavery that birthed soul music, as the night births the sunrise. I don't want to live in a beautiless world without any soul or darkness. A painless world would only birth joyless lives. No, I want to live in this imperfect world where ugly hurt is confronted by lovely healing. I don't desire a world missing musical variety, redemptions, or dirty brushes in a land of canvases of simple school children. That's too boring. I want to see the atonal variations of a masterpiece resolved. We are all meant to thrive in a place where meaning rebuts meaninglessness, a place where hope has something to offer. Think a decade into your future and imagine, what if my purpose is to believe in a hidden hope beyond the pain I see, and then help others believe in it as well? What if I knew there was a rinse coming that would clean up my mess of a life? What if I could then begin to paint again even truer and more maturely because I once knew what it was like to be filled with meaningless pain? What if the dark times of today are there to accentuate the bright hope in my tomorrow? We hope to see our pain redeemed for joy. The presence of any worthwhile story tells us this is our longing. And in a great life, like a great painting, we can hope that the sun will perhaps peek out from beyond the darkness surrounding us. That same darkness brought forth not only soul, but all great music and masterful art, and all evolved men. The problem our thinking. What should you learn from the pain and troubles in your life? Should you, like some of the ancient legalists, believe you're being punished by the gods? Is this karma? Should you believe in random unfairness in the common? In my work dealing with world-class families, I often see the pain and hear the questions, the loss of children and parents, the loss of great loves to moral failure, the encroachment of cancers, the punishment of egos. What sense should we make of these hurts? It seems that these circumstantial assaults, the losses, pains, and difficulties are similar to the national assaults, storms, hate, and rumination. But why? Can they be solved in similar ways? Here I suspect it may be helpful to look to the opposite of these ugly assaults, to beauty. What makes art and music beautiful to us? Could the same attributes in relationships also turn around the ugliness in our lives to make our lives lovely? Might a master artist's canvas in our lives' painful stories be painted using the same strategy, valuing contrast over monotony and joy over simple pleasure? In the last chapter, a stormy sea disrupted the Greeks' plans to sail to Troy. Howling waves crested over their warships. It was a stormy seascape of biblical proportions, but the commander Agamemnon could not calm the storms without the unholy sacrifice of his daughter. The gods would not allow a mere man to calm the storms to make war. It would not have been right. With warring Agamemnon in mind, allow me to give you an example of how pain and joy work together in life, nature, and canvas. We will take the above ideas written first out in poetry as a prophecy, see them happen in real history, and finally paint it by Rembrandt. Not for war, but for peace. The prophecy, David's seascape. The great masters always paint a seascape with words or brushes. David, the founder of the Judean dynasty and master harpist, wrote his 107th song 1,000 years before Christ. They that go down to the sea in ships, they do business in great waters. They see the works of the worker and his wonders in the deep. For he commandeth and raiseth the stormy wind, which lifteth up the waves thereof. They mount up to heaven, they go down again to the depths. Their soul is melted because of trouble. Then they cry unto the helper in their trouble, and he bringeth them out of their distresses. He maketh the storms a calm, so that the waves thereof are still. Then they are glad because they be quit. So he bringeth them unto their desired haven. These notes were scribed as a song for the Jewish people to memorize and pass down to their children to sing. This happened for generations of oral storytellers, as did Homer's opposite example of Agamemnon in myth. Then it happened in history to a better king who did not please the false gods because he was the true God. Still another king, David, the Goliath killer, described in the passage above, won both the raiser and the stiller of the storm, one who is superior to Alexander, Agamemnon, and Artemis. He says Christ is the master, helper, raiser, stiller, and commander of storms, who delivers us to safety. A lovely statement from a harp-playing boy giant killer. Real men can be both dangerous and poetic. David's master makes the threatening waters become opportunities for truth. The turning of threats into opportunities has always been the way of the wise. He wrote the sailors go down to ships. They meet rowdy waves. They cannot work the boat. They cry. The maker helps. This is the pattern of the entirety of David's royal songs, and a little like Agamemnon's inability to board his ships to get to war against Troy. Help comes only after cries. Cries come only after trouble. He maketh the storm calm, he says. The raised waves are lowered. Those who cry were silent. Silence begets joy. David's song above later births itself in history around 30 AD, and then history grandchilds the very same story onto Rembrandt's canvas. Order matters when you deal with the succession of prophets and kings. One event prophesied inverted, righted, then painted into a triple analogy. Analogies are the lubricant of arbitraging masters. Early takeaways on pain. We selfishly wish for an easy life, a perfect life with easily surmountable struggles and challenges. However, just as a single color painting is not beautiful, a perfect risk-free life can never be powerful. It's the friction that makes a life real. Vincent van Gogh is open about this. In 1882, the unhinged master married a prostitute and was deemed a heretic. He fell into madness and depravity. In 1885, 3 years into his dementia life turn, he writes to his brother Theo. He says, "Color expresses something in itself. One can't do without it. One must make use of it. What looks beautiful, really beautiful, is also right." He binds color, expression, and beauty together as right. And what is right is true. Does that mean art can teach us something about the purpose of our life's downs and ups? Perhaps. So stop wishing for your life to be easier and pain-free. You need to become resilient and truth-seeking. To be resilient means to notice the differentiation between the easy and hard paths in work, to embrace effort, struggle, and work for their own sake. To be suspicious of anything that looks like easy fame, quick money, or casual passion. To note the small joy in finding a tossed-aside idea on the ground, rinsing it off, and working for a decade to turn it into wealth. To discover the woven way a stranger's smile takes over their face, and stop to compliment their happiness on your busiest of days. To raise the best child you can. Then to give her away to an immature man after college, trusting the pain of losing a daughter will turn into the joy of generations of daughters to come through her. To walk away from a career going nowhere, out into the unknown, which might go somewhere. On your deathbed, you will realize the hard things were usually the right things. The struggle-filled path you accepted freely was the reason you found any meaning and joy in the end. And the times you avoided an ounce of pain, you drank a gallon of regret. And you must take what ugly selfishness you hide from the world and trade it up for a lovely challenge. You have to agree to the work and projects that you know in advance will bring you effort, struggle, pain, and trouble. Accept that you will do the important project despite all of that knowing in advance of what you're embarking on. You have to damn the damage and accept that anything worthwhile will bring risk. And if your work fruits something meaningful out of your frustrating labor, it is worth it. And that turns your troubles into something better. Turning around these negatives in life is called redemption. Redeeming always means trading up your inferior, selfish self to your master with the faith you will be remade free, as a dirty brush is rinsed off once handed over by a child to his parents. Soul is best sung by a freedman. The pain of slavery begins to be unwound when Aretha Franklin passionately sings of triumph on Grammy night. So too, the remade man is the best type of man you can become. The fearful cries of the sailor on the ship to the master peacegiver brings them peace and joy. Consider how amazing your plans could turn out if you expected that fruitless work to make you stronger, and like the weightlifter who works out gains from resistance. You will struggle, but you will become more anti-fragile. As the clouds of your struggle hide the potential of your future self, so too did Rembrandt hide a message for you in his famous painting of David's Song of the Sea. The stage, Rembrandt's Seascape. It was 1633, and the Dutch artist Rembrandt van Rijn was determined to paint his first and only seascape. The story of the Galilean Sea is the same psalm that also captured King David's imagination. Rembrandt's masterpiece is ominous, primarily dark tones, thickened paints, mountaining off the canvas, with only half a hint of color. A vertical grandeur, well before abstraction was considered grand. It was the opposite of the seascape story launching into war at Troy. And I love opposites because they remind me of healing and redemption. Do you think man will one day invent an inverting paint, one that is painted on black but cures a reflective white. That would allow art to mimic the promise of forgiveness and hope. Perhaps the night mode of today's devices is a precursor to this idea, for this is a mode that helps us see when it is dark. Rembrandt nails the depiction of the team of fishermen fighting to stay afloat during the sinister storm. They throw up over the side, one with a knife to cut the fray. The rest hang on in panic. Their souls melt because of trouble. The waterscape is a snapshot of the precise moment the words, "Peace, be still," are commanded to the storm. Yes, the master's command is directed at nature. But could that command to be at peace and be still also be directed at us? Could the command also be a blessing? Is it possible that we could take part in that command if we cry out to the helper in our trouble too? Peace, be still, would then be welcomed words. The sun immediately calms with a tip ray of light penetrating the storm clouds, illuminating the ship of the recently awoken Sun Man, who is also the master of Rembrandt, Van Gogh, David, Alexander, and Aretha Franklin. But 2/3 of the painting remains darker water and background. Shadowy clouds interpose an angry sky. One man on the boat, the rebel denier Peter, is illuminated as the sun breaks the darkest blight. The painting is a snapshot of the moment of the command, a snapshot of silence. Yin and Yang represent the dance of light invading the darkness. The master, who separated that creative wash water in the beginning with a command, arrives. He is now commanding the storm. And if we will listen, he redeems the chaos and frees us from the void of our lives. Paradoxically, once again, he brings forth life from certain death. He is rinsing the murky cup as he rises from the murky boat. Just as he once brought forth everything out of nothing, he now begins to offer the inversion. Your redemption means to trade your nothing for faith in his anything. Where you stand determines who you see. My daughters see dad, while Shannon sees husband, and my mom sees son. All true of one man. On Rembrandt's canvas, he sees, then shows one man as master, also power, truth, and love, now revealed to also be the son of the Greeks, Egyptians, and Hebrews. For he was sleeping yet reigning on a bed of wood, speaking yet peaceful on a sinking lumber throne, sitting then standing. Because he rises from his sleep, we witness the fire of this man represented throughout Egyptian history as the universal sun, burning down all the darkness around him. This is always what he does when he rises. The most lovely non-character of the painting, where your eye is first drawn, is the yellow. And that's no accident, because joy is classically symbolized by the color yellow. So is hope. David writes, "Then they are glad because they be quiet. So he bringeth them unto their desired haven." How can we make this painting better, one might ask? The child first paints the light colors because the dark colors dirty up their brushes and rinse water too quickly. A novice trying to invent a better seascape here, seeing the painting and the beauty of this yellow, and not knowing the mastery of art, would make a great mistake trying to replicate it as something better. They would try to embellish or make another painting with more yellow. The next revision would still have even more yellow because more of the most beautiful point is always better in the eye of a novice. This is how we invent worst versions of ourselves when we struggle for a glimpse of false pleasure. We think more relaxation and easy effort are the way to better times. We forget all sunrises come out of the darkness. However, this idiocy train would eventually end in an entirely yellow canvas. This, in the untrained artist's eye, would be his relative maximal beauty. But this all-yellow canvas would end the same way as a man who avoided the difficult work in fear and vulnerability. Meaningless, passionless, dead, and forgotten. Like a chaosless world, only an idiot would want a waterless world, the safe opposite of the storm of the sea. For we must drink in beauty to live. Without a world of water to drink or drown, we would die. Likewise, without a world of bravery, we would die hopelessly weak cowards. Bravery maximizes our joys. So the amateur would be very, very wrong where logic leads him to the easy life and the all yellow canvas. Logic alone never leads to beauty. Only beauty is ever right. Masters like Rembrandt understood that beauty in the dark hues and light contrast doesn't come from the points themselves, but from the differentiation between the darkest nights and the brightest days in art and in our lives. Beauty is best delivered by painful dissonance. All soul music's masters know the atonality advances life-giving euphony. The major keyed song you once happily danced to saves every minor keyed sad song just because we know happy songs exist somewhere. So too, beauty will save the world while we think it's still night. There's a blazing sun you can't see behind the blue clouds. When the girls at home first began painting, I only refilled the reds and blues and yellows. That's all they used. They never wanted to use the darks to dirty their wash water too soon or to darken their simple paintings. Both their drawing papers later began to soak up more of the dark browns and blacky hues. They matured and then understood the importance of struggles and work, just as they do for the need for dark colors in their art. Maturity acknowledges contrast. Rembrandt's painting shows the light that invaded atonal darkness, the fulfillment of King David's song. Chaos obeyed as the night fell because the master ordered peace. Your master makes your meaning. And that's true for a canvas, storms, struggles, and a group of fishermen who thought they were sitting inside of the boat where they worked, never realizing they were sitting for a masterpiece. That greater than nature now arrived for Rembrandt. Death-threatening waters turned into an opportunity. The fisherman's boat turned the tide. Life was extracted from peril, and with it, beauty. Only because the threat exists can joy ever be heightened. On the cover of the book, Hercules' heroic physique is best seen as he struggles against the endless chaos of the Hydra. Contrasted against yellow hope, he will somehow prevail. That's what this is about. Interpretation, the painting. Think about what kind of man you want to be known as and ask yourself, do I want to be the man who is lucky all the time, like that all yellow canvas, or the one who has lived a real life, like that masterpiece? Do I want to be the weak man who lives in fear, or the strong man who is feared? Do I want to attract and interest people like a Rembrandt painting, or do I want to be ignored as cold and sterile? Who would respect me if I went after the hardest projects? Who could I become if I stopped living safely and embarked on an adventure? Homer's offer was to show us how Agamemnon begins an unholy war with unholy means. Rembrandt, master of the piece, extends an offer as well. All great storytellers always have. Counting the men aboard in his boat in his painting, I noticed the master with 13 disciples, not 12. That was interesting. Weren't there always 12 disciples? Why do you think there's an extra person? The baker, or other creator, would often add a 13th to every 12th to protect himself from claims of falling short of the delivery. This was an element of trustworthiness on behalf of the creator toward the receiver. The baker's dozen. They wrote, they reel to and fro, they stagger like a drunken man, and are at their wits' end. Then they cry unto the helper in their trouble. Though we sail in gusted up storms, the message glides to us in dark vulnerability like a black swan. Yes, we might sink, but he knows something that we do not, as we live in our fear and our ugliness. An unknown stealthily stalks us with a hope we can only scent in the saltiness of our lives, but never quite see. The 13th on the boat is a self-portrait of Rembrandt floating with us in our stormy world. Like the goodwill shown by the trustworthy baker, the additional figure reflects the truth of the sun. Truth, like the sun, is most visible to imperfect men when it is beheld as an effect on one of us. Religions and philosophies filter truths to us so that we can understand. We can never understand anything divine unless filtered through song, metaphor, canvas, or story. And a filter which refracts the light into us in refreshing ways is how a masterful idea is arbitraged into us. Rembrandt, like Shakespeare as a writer-actor and Christ as an author time-bound man, paints himself into the cataclysmic scene in Russ Ramsey's book on the painting. Rembrandt is the only one looking out of the painting. He's looking for you and for me, looking out to all of us, peering through that canvas, yellow spotted by that peaking sun. Rembrandt peers through not only 4 centuries, but 3 millennia, back through to fulfill David's prophecy, Agamemnon, and the Tao. David and Rembrandt reveal Christ. He is that man forever symbolized by the sun deities and the sun itself, who invaded history as the fulfillment of both philosophy and religion. And it happens with an arbitraging story so we can understand it. Do you sense it? Right there in the pause before the sun burst out like a billion bullets. Don't be afraid to pause. Be still and know in silence. The type of reverent silence that Alexander needed when he prayed. Silence, as David's song said, comes before joy. Only the still shall know. And in our silence, he whispers us awake. The 2-dimensional painting graces us dying men into a 3.5-dimensional living canvas. We are mere half-dimensional beings, for that speck of time we call the present is all we have. C.S. Lewis says that we have already lost the past and only have hope for the future. But what if your past could be recaptured and turn from waste to fruitfulness? Rembrandt not only adds depth to the painting by bringing all mankind's eyes into his own, but he communicates with us even still. His message, as he looks out to you, is this: climb aboard the stormy wooden ship for an adventure. If you respond, you reclaim the past you lost to failures and struggles and gain the hope of future redemption. You regain all the fullness of time when you have been mastered by the master who created time. How the hell does that work? And the yellows turn around to make the darkest parts of our lives serve us. The fears will be mastered. The doesn't awaken that sleeping sun man by screaming, "Master, we are perishing." Our help only responds to our cries. Pain beckons our salvation if we will aim higher. Then, after the storm's obedience, they conversed as the master rested back into his kingly wooden cradle. Who is this that even the winds and the waves obey him? And there, these men noticed and experienced nature responding to a spoken word. The laws of physics and emotional chemistry shattered into 1,000 pieces. The dark myth is unwound in Christ's light. I'd like to think Rembrandt thought of himself as one of the 12 in fear turned awe. I would. We all really should. They were about to be killed by nature's storm, but they never understood hierarchy and aiming higher. Never imagined the ultimate power of the ultimate master. Never comprehended what they proclaimed to others. Just like us, when we are in the midst of a struggle, we look at the waves of hurt and embarrassing fear, refusing to cry out for the master, disbelieving the cloudy cups can be rinsed anew, seeing the storms of life, forgetting even storms have their own purpose and their own master, forgetting that the sun shall one day storm all storms. And so rising out of the stormy pains, we discovered why. We foolishly thought that if we wanted to act, we would need to be able to do that act or take an unholy step to please the gods. But here we find a truer life, which, if we could ever comprehend, would light up our deepest darkness. The Master's command always carries with it the power to obey. And if you claim you have never been commanded and therefore do not have orders, I refer you to step 1. If you want a purpose and need a worthy enemy, love finds its justice in the hatred and opposition to the wrong. You and me, by being a member of the human race, are commanded to hate and oppose injustice. You see, your given breath is your given command. Ask yourself, do I want light, order, and beauty? Am I willing to follow an ancient trail to find them? Could I ever believe that the old, worn-out way is the adventuresome way? What if that hard, plodding path of the ancients is the beautiful running road leading to meeting? If you will obey this Master, you will see light, order, and beauty, and get power thrown in. Rembrandt is looking out of the masterpiece at you. He's saying, I know you, who you really are, and it's okay to join the crew. You too can receive the power to obey, the peace, if you just keep your eyes fixed and heart open to the Master. Aim high to pick your Master. But only the vulnerable can become brave. You must be vulnerable to trust, and to trust is to obey. We are illogical about life when we flash our credentials and knowledge. We're trying to hold on through our own talents, just as the fishermen first tried to use their talents to maneuver the boat themselves into an all-yellow scene. Thinking we know best, we actually don't know anything at all. We don't even understand the gravity of the power within our reach, so we have no right to disrupt and panic over the storming threat miles above us. We must obey the Master to be saved from the storms. The jib must be manned by an obedient and trusting servant who will brave the storms on deck. Your mind, while focused on fear and comfort, will always remain chaotic and threatened. You must look to He who is higher and stronger if you are ever to receive deliverance. But when you turn your eyes away from yourself, you begin to see truth, and not only see the shore, but perhaps even see the sun rise up to command beauty over it. Beauty is the inversion of evil. If you can see beauty commanded to overcome the darkness of evil with your own eyes once, then you can hope to see it again. And next time, perhaps it will be your turn to rise up to speak peace into someone else's war. For all ears and eyes demand justice, and justice requires the beauty to which David, Van Gogh, and Rembrandt beckon you still. Beauty only comes to you once you witness a love beyond the darkness you want more than anything else. It is the vision of the point where love, truth, and power meet that will pull you up and out of your fear and comfort. Your fear and comfort only lie to you. A painting without the threat of death could never tell you about the hope of life. No one who has never risked their life has ever really lived. Rescued life is higher than the life never threatened. A world without evil can never be redeemed, and therefore would be an inferior to a perfectly good world. A redeemed man is more perfect than a perfect man, never needing to be redeemed, because the redeemed man offers an example of hope to the rest of us. Your friends, family, co-workers, and the whole world need you to be brave. The world is only redeemed when heroic men fight against evil with all the hatred they can muster because they love deeply and pick the higher master and a worthy enemy. That's your call as well. And here paradox reemerges. Your imperfect life made perfect is more perfect than any perfect life that was always perfect. And we repeat that. Your perfect life made perfect is more perfect than any perfect life that was always perfect. Restoration of your imperfect life is beautiful, a beautiful perfection. Rembrandt offers you magical truth still, and by accepting his offer, you're pulled out of the ease and passionlessness of meaningless life and into an inevitable, invincible purpose to storm those two enemies and invade the nights of others with an armor flash of the brilliant hope of Rembrandt. A real life of meaningful battles, hurdles, and work where the false enemies of comfort and weak pain are banished forever. Theory: easiness brings ugliness. Folks like us expect life to be all straight and easy. We like to invent similar all-yellow worlds that would be completely perfect without evil or death, and then foolishly wish for them. Why do we wish for ease and comfort? Van Gogh says the same thing as David wrote. He who allows storms also stills them. Our lone right as men is to hope to see the mistakes and storms turned into joy by Christ's hand, to see justice done, and perhaps even to take part in it ourselves. Restoration of the imperfect is beautiful, a beautiful perfection, and it's only the great masters who allow it. Redemptive hope is true beauty and texture, and if we will allow it, it will rouse us out of our mental slumber. We hope to see that redemption as we witness Rembrandt paint us into history itself. And sometimes in life, as in seascapes, pain's redeemer approaches us with an offer. As the all-yellow canvas is not worthy of greatness because it did not have a proper master, just a novice, our story also needs texture and discord. We long for the take of evil triumphed over by the good, our mistakes revenged by the same creative hand that gave us free will to cause pain and badness in the first place. And Van Gogh says we have a right to hope to see it happen. Beauty, justice, discord. Invert our bad into the unfathomably brilliant good. And everything inferior in us shall somehow, I don't know how, be perfected as ascendant beauty advances on all our drowning hearts and we take up our full dimensionality. You see, if hope exists somewhere, it can invade anywhere. And I begin to feel all my dimensions return, for I have accepted the gaze of a master, Rembrandt. He was calling me into a better story, a life of bravery and choosing both life-threatening storms and miracles. My obedience to his call seemed to fulfill all my needs, my aiming higher, accepting the right master, and finding a worthy enemy. A little adventure will do you some good. In fact, it may do you the greatest possible good. You need to consider your future and ask, what would my inner life look like if I willingly took on difficult work and impossible projects with every resource I have without excuses? What if I entered the difficulties and expected to emerge better and stronger? Who would you become if you believed my drop of hope could invade your life at the right time? And that right time would always be after you'd won it and after you'd exhausted all your other options. It's the pain that proves you're alive. Life strategy, pleasure. The opposite of pleasure is not unhappiness or pain. Good masters are like good parents. They know pleasure is the great squanderer of lives. The teenager calls their parents mean because they do not want them to be happy vis-a-vis pleasure seeking. A creature of comfort always lies in death, deception, or both. Pleasure seeking is only good when it is routed through the lens of pain. But pain is your unanswerable tutor, a creative lesson shouting down your mediocrity, a megaphone you always hear. If the easy thing were the right thing, you would have already done it. When faced with either difficulty or ease, without any other direction, the only safe option is to choose to do the difficult. This is why the 9 steps are along the narrow path, not the wide path of common men. Your right and good posture for approaching the Master's purpose in your life is to seek His pleasure alone. It's the joy of a proud father in you, as an obedient son or daughter. By obeying, aiming higher for a master to follow, and finding an enemy to defeat, true joy in you becomes possible and far more likely. Not that the cosmos will give you pleasure, but it will help you look through pain to see meaningful joy as possible. And that is real hope you can hold on to. Before I had a family, I could never see beyond myself. I fancied myself a future Manhattanite or Vegasite, but never a suburbanite. But as I thought about it, I realized I must see past the childish desires, sports cars, free weekends, video games, and trips with the boys, onto the higher and truer desires. Those more holy desires, the ones throughout the millennia, which every great man eventually turned and hardly anyone regretted. Truth, love, beauty, and brave sacrifice. To be needed by someone who needs you and loved by someone who loves you is real life. It's really the only life. After all, only those who will attend my funeral really count. Life is only dignified in your service to others who need you. And if no one needs you, you have yet to discover real life. You receive it as you take up anticipated friction and hurt for the possibility of love. Life is the taking up of anticipated pain for love. This exchange offers you a wood stove warmed rustic cabin on the side of a remote mountain, and only a fool trades that for a cold concrete box in a city to live and die alone. And to take on temporary pain willingly saves you the external pains thrust upon you. For instance, when I chose to begin rising at 3:30 a.m. to get to the office to begin my enlightenment, that was painful. I struggled to get to sleep the night before, but eventually I was tired enough to go straight to sleep. My willingly accepted struggle overtook the easy thing that had been missing evenings with my family to work late. You'll sleep if you work and live hard enough. In the Bhagavad Gita, it said, "We're not cabin dwellers, born to a life cramped and confined. We're meant to explore, to seek, to push the limits of our potential as human beings. The world of the senses is just a base camp. We're meant to be as much at home in consciousness as in the world of physical reality." And I would say the only way to be satisfied with yourself is through difficult work and voluntary discomfort. You will never respect yourself without it. Respect from others never arises otherwise. My loss of sleep to rise earlier than I wanted was tough. The loss of my low-aimed singlehood dreams, Congress, power, Manhattan was painful if I do not look to the other side of the scale. If the voluntary struggle is best, then the love on the other side of the scale will more than balance, and it does. My wife and kids tip over all those fleeting, vague promises, and that choosing to do the hard thing begins to make a good life. Interpretation: yellow sweet tea. After elementary school, I would go over to my grandma's house for a few hours while my parents finished working. I sat in one of the two recliners and ate some amazing Italian food. My pawpaw, a lifelong plumber, always sat in the other recliner after a day's hard work with his yellow cup of iced sweet tea. After firing cannons in the Korean War, he lost most of his hearing. I went through his military records after he passed away to find out he went AWOL from Korea to travel back to San Antonio to see my grandma. He was fearless. Growing up on a farm as an outcast adopted child, he was brutally beaten and then forced to sleep in rattler-infested chicken coops when they were sick of him. He was fearless because he had already been forged by life. And I recall Pawpaw sitting at the Thanksgiving dinner table with his ordinary translucent yellow cup enlightening the color of his rich, dark, sugared sweet tea. Yellow is the color of joy and hope. And there, a mostly deaf, tortured man sat in the presence of his loving family, sipping on a cup representing wrath turned joy, thankful for the joy he would have missed if he had never lived a difficult life. The cup reflected his life story of joyful struggle, drunk into his own body as a healing salve. He sat drinking in life's joy with his eyes, his loves, to redeem his suffer-filled past. His joy was seen around that table, for sweet joy always comes served up with darkness. Don't underestimate the yellow or the wrongs you suffered. Of course, a yellow translucent cup filled with dark sweet tea is a little like Rembrandt's brilliant yellow against a dark background of painful, storming waves. This is how true joy always becomes known, in contrast to difficulty. You will never be thankful for your blessings because you never noticed them without first struggling. And I've found that just noticing the curious coincidences often makes life better. The thanking is why you receive blessings. And this is how it will be for you. But what does this mean? How should you be the punching bag of a man so that you can hope for something better?
your next moves. Now it's your turn to take a step or two. It's you who will need to decide what lessons and theories will sell and which to toss over the side. First, understand that every threat you see is an opportunity for someone, perhaps for you. Even someone else's threat may be an opportunity for both them and you, an opportunity to help and be shaped, perhaps. That's how the economy works. When I go to the store to buy a bag of potatoes, or potatoes as we say here in Texas, it is an expense for me, but it is an income for the store. My expense, which is a negative, is the store's income, a positive. But my expense in buying that bag of potatoes is only negative if I don't do anything with them and allow them to sit and spoil. Now, if I take those potatoes home and I make some potato soup for my kids, we will flip that expense, like we can flip a threat and a pain. That expense to my bank account is turned into an investment into my family. The expense, a small but still negative thing, becomes a meal for my family, a positive thing. And if I teach my kids around that dinner soup, even while they paint, I have a massive opportunity I would not have accessed before had the negative, the threat, the pain, the expense, ever occurred. I found that when I go to the store and purchase what I want, it is always better than being forced to eat whatever is molding in the pantry. Buying from the store at a higher price is a worthy arbitrage than farming potatoes for myself to save a few bucks. We must pick our pains, challenges, and investments, or we will be handed the fate of whatever. So you must pick a challenge, like an enemy, and direct your efforts to the challenges and pains you choose. You must make investments you determine are highest, or everything will be eaten away by inflation. You must choose the trade-offs that allow you to, as in step 1, best defeat your chosen enemy, and step 3, serve your master well. But what does pain have to do with enemies and masters? It is your pursuit of a worthy master and worthy enemy that will determine the outcomes of your pains, threats, challenges, and chaos. It's the pursuit that Rembrandt invites you to join him in. How the hell does that work? It's the quality of the target of your pursuit that will flip your threats into opportunities, not you. Your target enemy and master will turn your mediocre life into a life lived on the redemptive, miracle-laced ship where the master is. You'd never known he was good if you didn't see him shout down the evil. You'd never know he was light without banishing the darkness. You'd never known such a thing as hope existed if you had never experienced a risk. You'd never believe in light if you never first experienced the darkness. It's not about your effort. It's about your master's quality. Real joy lives on the edge where the storms have been commanded and the darkness is maximally ugly and destructive. But if you will look out through the driving rain, a hint of yellow hope is on the horizon. A drop of hope anywhere means redemption is possible everywhere. Hope threatens all your dark struggles. The fearful man in the boat first sees the sunrise. The beaten boy kept in the chicken coop is the first to rise with the roosters. The yellowing of his dark bruises sends a glimmer of hope that healing is on the horizon. Hope threatens all your dark struggles. In the next chapter, we will explore the unknown beyond the horizon, where your vulnerabilities become the seeds of something you would never expect, world-shattering power. But for now, trust your darkest times will paint your brightest life. Pair C, our mindset. Step 6, embrace the unknown. Nothing certain will lead to wealth, love, or relevance. The setup, flying swans and lying stats. Let me show you the unexpected upside of unpredictability in your life. This third chapter pair, steps 6 and 7, reorients our thinking. In this first of the pair, we will see how power forms in a manner none of us would have ever invented, power's opposite. And in the next chapter, by looking at two of the most competent men who have ever lived, President George Washington and Secretary Ben Carson. Their lives, the first, a fatherly tyranny, and the second, of skillful purity,
help us discover the treasuries hiding in our fear and vulnerability. To empower competency, we need to defeat the evil problems all around us. This new path to a masterful life is now accessible for regular guys like you and me. The real world is full of paradoxes, where both ends of the spectrum are not only true, but they even produce their opposites. Let's begin with the worlds of intellectual statistics and imaginative ballet. I noticed this trend about 15 years ago on reality TV. A couple claimed, "I love you," when their relationship matured to safety. However, we now tell each other, "I think I've fallen for you." Do you see what has happened? Society's suspicion of love's eventual demise has replaced our hope of that love. Once a positive hope, our love has been turned into a negative fear. Our suspicions betray us. Our off-the-cuff projections about life's great pursuits rob us of relevance. So we consider love just a feeling instead of an eternal force. And that's how we lose what should be kept. We cannot trust the known and expected events based on the past to predict the patterns of future human action, economics, stories, or even heroics. We have to embrace that unknowableness about our world and others. I engulfed a little book in a single afternoon in my 30s while sitting at a pool in Mexico with Shannon. Sun shining and beef fajita nachos sizzling, American style, plated on my towel-covered lounger. The read was a rare work on the unreliability of statistics on relevant global events. Its findings on how significant events could work enlightened my darkening mind and helped me catch up to my awful heart. Dark because I was still focused on the wrong things. The Black Swan by Nassim Nicholas Taleb is the quintessential work on relevance. Understanding relevance was crucial if I wanted to live a relevant life. But how could my life become relevant? Taleb argues that we create our fallacy by incorrectly trying to predict the future based on past observations of the normal. We falsely believe in mankind's linearity and predictability, even genius. We swallow the sweet medicine of a bell-curve normal distribution on a graph and end up sickening with repeated bad decisions. Taleb proves that normalizing impact, relevancy, trends, and expectations based on the past are wrong and they're deceptive. And falsehood becomes evil when we consent to deception. So trends are unreliable predictors when they don't matter in the grand scheme. Relevance deals with the grand schemes of our world. Our unknown remains unknown because we look for trends. Trends are mere averages without outliers. But the outliers impact us more than the averages. So it's irrational to look to statistical trends and averages to make major decisions. How do I know this beyond what the statistician Taleb is telling me? I know this because I found love is the greatest driver. Yet love is neither rational nor statistically predictable. Honest love, however, is true and relevant, and it's solid. So we have something strong and real that does not conform to predictables or statistics living inside of us, unmanufacturable. The sublesson, trends don't matter. The most impactful events are the outliers. Outliers are the least predictable because they do not fit on the trend curve of the averages, called the Gaussian curve. They aren't what we would predict based on past observations, but they frame our reality. Humanity lives off guard. Mankind cannot prepare for the presumed unknowable, yet the unknowable and unpredictable happens. This is what moves the world statistically. Taleb's Black Swan is about the unexpected and improbable. Major events move the world, not the millions of common events we can plot on a graph. Black Swan events, the unexpected, unknown outliers, have three main components. Number one, the events could not have been expected based on the historical knowledge in the space. Number two, they were only explainable after they pass.
The speed of the 2004 Asian tsunami was too fast to comprehend the cause while it was happening. And number three, they must have had an extraordinary impact. The magnitude of their weight must shift the domain, tilting world history. And I already knew mere causality was beneath man's dignity. It was clear we are more than calculators wearing skin. But now the shock. Causation and statistical probability are shown to be incorrect predictors of anything significant if it's based on the past. The trends do not matter in the long run. Most of what matters to us, the meaningful stuff, is beyond the protection of mathematics and often wrapped in a way that looks strong but is vulnerable underneath. This idea is from Taleb, a statistician. And how applicable is it that the chapter that dealt with pain, struggles, and difficulties bringing you joy is now followed by a chapter about the potential hiding in your weakness? You deserve some opportunity, and perhaps it will look a bit like devastation and pain at first. So great events invade our lives through the vulnerabilities of the events that were once thought mighty. Unknown events invading known events. And in a certain sense, an unknowable power invading an unsuspecting vulnerability is a black swan event. How do I build a life that matters? So how do you build a life that matters? The average is what you see and measure every day, but the unmeasured unknown is what will move the future. That is relevant. Could it be a contrarian strategy? Should you just do the opposite of what the majority is doing and you'll be fine? Or does that only work in investing for certain people? Because I wanted to help you build a life that really matters, I needed to figure out a way to identify what is truly relevant and for me to learn from it. I would be the student, and students must learn about what they don't know, not about what they do. To see something unknown, I would have to look for major events that shook the world, black swan events. But more than that, I would need to look for an odd little characteristic that would be shockingly central to that powerful event, vulnerability. I would need to seek out vulnerability. Would I begin with the great literature or historical figures? No. Like Christ, I would begin with those around my supper table. Mindset shift, Tchaikovsky and swans. I have 3 daughters, and in my home, I just wish to be considered one of the girls. My oldest, Emerson, is a pre-professional ballerina. She is an astonishing blend of artistry and competency. As Emerson's skills develop, so does her poise. As her talent matures, so does her loveliness in the dance. Skill, beauty, and form meet. They collide in fragility and vulnerability. The on-point ballerina soloist can never be more vulnerable because she has her entire weight and balance on the tip of a single toe. She is neither footed nor stable, let alone sure-footed, or more lovely. As vulnerability and complexity increase in life and business, so does the potential for disaster. But as the potential for disaster matures, so will a story's depth. This is the theme of all great plays and relevant lives. Our greatest disasters just may bring forth our most treasured moments. And if we're paying attention, those moments can remake our lives. It was 1877 Russia. The musical master Fyodor Ilyich Tchaikovsky was tasked with composing his first ballet, Swan Lake, to be performed by Moscow's Bolshoi Ballet. But it was a colossal failure because the choreography was undanceable for the ballerinas trying to match their movements with his musical mastery. Tchaikovsky handed Moscow's ordinary choreographer his arrangement a complex genius to interpret. An interpreter must know where he begins and how to get where he needs to go. A genius does not care about the plottable chart of the ordinary averages because he lives in the outliers. Genius and mediocrity cannot exist. One always destroys the other. Later in 1895, St. Petersburg, 2 norm-shattering choreographers, Peptipa and Ivanov, ascended. Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake music was reimagined for ballet. Their visible interpretation displayed harmonic majesty. The unknown greatness of Tchaikovsky's music, once only heard, was now seen in the dance. The paper music manifested in flesh. But it was 2 years late. Tchaikovsky last drew breath in 1893. He died of failure in this endeavor into ballet. His brilliant composition was performed too soon. Order matters. Tchaikovsky never knew that he had become the most famed and performed ballet composer in the world. An ordinary man cannot transliterate the extraordinary, but an extraordinary genius like Tchaikovsky or Bach will leap through the centuries to find the proper interpreter, whether it's a translator, mediator, or choreographer. And that is relevant. The confluence of greats is rare. The world is never big enough. Ask Julius Caesar and Pompey. The more dominating the intelligence, the rarer its fulfillment in time. Ask Dante and Beatrice. Ask Plato and Aristotle. Ask Michael Jordan and Dennis Rodman. Genius requires imagination to be aimed at relevance. Genius and imagination must come as a pair to be known and relevant. And that's why step 2, to aim high, is an obvious choice for genius. Intelligence with irrelevant imagination is a squandered tragedy. Ask Einstein. Ask Gandhi. Ask Kahneman and Tversky. Why do world-great geniuses aim at efforts, problems, or events of relevance instead of the ordinary? Allow me to provide a triple analogy to reveal how we interact on the edge of vulnerability and power. Interpretation, Swan Lake. I spent my college years playing trumpet in bands, ensembles, and orchestras, taking music theory, conducting, and orchestration classes. So I learned a little bit about music. Emerson knows the choreography of the dance, and I know a little bit about the orchestration. The orchestration of Swan Lake features the oboe, which falls into the rare classification of the double-reeded woodwind. Woodwinds sound when lips blow through vibrating wood. A saxophone and a clarinet, two of the most common instruments, are single-reeded. They are common because, in part, single reeds are easier to control. But the double reeds of the oboe are rare. Oboes are never-tame beasts. The oboist blows into the thinnest imaginable wooden straw, which needs precise remoisturizing minute by minute, second by second. The oboe demands facial, abdominal, and mental focus, like the ballerina. The slightest relaxation of concentration will damn the entire orchestra. The oboist is as vulnerable as a swan or a toe-tipped ballerina. And remember, all black swan events arrive through vulnerability. Swan Lake's orchestration needed to feature the most vulnerable oboe because, after all, it is the story of the on-point toe-tipped ballerina exposed, alone, and afraid on stage. The ballerina and the oboe have a single chance at triumphant grandeur enfolded in the potential for devastation. That's their ordinary existence, as is the existence of the lovely swan upon the hunter-prone water. The on-point ballerina, the most vulnerable soloist. The oboe, the most vulnerable of all the instruments. The swan, the most vulnerable of all the animals. All three are unsurpassed in powerful grace while never more at risk of tragedy. Swan Lake was originally authored as the written story The Stolen Bell. The images of the ballerina, the oboe, and the swan depict their complexity and love in that story. In the ballet Odette, the true love wears a white tutu because Odile, the false love, must symbolically wear the black one. All children understand that. Everyone understands it. It's only right. When performed as a live Tchaikovsky ballet, you can see it. Those in the gallery first see the truth about identity. True love is wearing white. Beyond the stage and the costuming, the technical brilliance of choreographic imagination beautifies the natural sophistication of Tchaikovsky's orchestration. You must have both. And this is how the world works, and how a triple analogy often unfolds in Black Swans. The ballerina hears the oboist's song without seeing the oboe. The oboist hears the ballerina's toe taps above without viewing her dance.
The visual and auditory are in tandem without direct communication. But how? The maestro can see and hear both the ballerina and the oboist and acts as an interpreter, a mediator, if you will. He sets the tempo, the tone, the motion of the music. The conductor coordinates passion. He's an actor who leads the cast with his back to the audience. He commands responsive repose. A bit too fast? The ballet falls into disarray. A smidge slow? The ballerina's turns become falls. The fortissimos become mezzo forte. Energy dies. The grace of a ballerina is not found in her feet, but in her hands. The hands are free to dance when the feet must work. Emerson taught me this without saying a word. The fairness of the oboe is not found in the notes, but in the vibrato sweetness. Only the vibrato is unchained from the score's shackles. Choose your maestro. The hands of the ballerina, the vibrato of the oboe, the contrast between true and false loves. The power reaches the hearts of the audience through these hands, vibrato and contrasting loves. A ballet without a conductor is passionless chaos. A train without tracks derails. A lady without discretion dies alone. The boy who never does his chores becomes a disgrace to his own boy one day. A cock crossbow of the princely hunter nearly kills the white swan, which he intends to love forever. As the ballerina and the oboe, the swan is the most lovely when vulnerable to loss. But what does that mean for us? How does this vulnerability in an oboe, ballerina, and swan impact your pursuit to discover relevance? What does it mean for the man wondering and looking for something to hang his hat on? You need to consider your future and ask yourself, what if I can embrace the unknown of what could happen if I went all in on one project? What could I become if I went all in on life and honestly tried to find and develop a little love for someone other than myself? Theory: love requires vulnerability. Love is our most valued loss, for love is loss. Loss of our wants, loss of our defenses, loss of our offensive shaping and correcting the other person to be a proper adult, instead of allowing them to see our true vulnerabilities, to lose the desire to overcome them, to instead be overcome by them. That is real love. Love requires vulnerability. That is how the power gets into us. If it is a true love, it is also the most unplottable, unguessable gain. No one receives love without vulnerability, because no love exists without the potential for loss. True love only comes from openness to another. As we know from step 5, all joy requires vulnerability to pain. If we play, our eyes must be on the maestro and the music. If we dance, our rhythm must be with both the music and our position on the stage. Our indifference to our work and life dreams will turn us meaningless and mediocre. My campaign's uncaring weeks of labor and hate will strip away months of my purposeful intentions. The ballerina paints with her hands what lives within her soul. Only the vulnerable see real beauty, because only the vulnerable are strong enough to look. The vulnerably lovely are so unexpected to us and attractive to invading power that these black swan events revolutionize the world. Our true purpose is to give away love, to empty ourselves for our neighbors, our coworkers, kids, and friends. That means choosing them over everything else every time, being present, not just there. Our selfish hope is to be loved and to collect friends as trinkets. Our false security and our politicians, friends, freedom, and money turns what is meant to be a positive hope, to be loved, into a negative one, not to lose the accolades we receive from relative strangers. Love must get near enough to shoot us. Love's not a function of the quality of friends, but rather the enduring quality of the love.
I found that if I was authentic enough with Shannon and my 3 girls, I would participate in, no, I would reflect a better and richer love than a million friends could ever offer. For a million likes could never match a single love. I falsely believed needing love was being needy. So I posed as a cold, strong man when the authentically warm father can best give and receive. And I would soon find out that a strong man can never be vulnerable. Only a vulnerable man can be invaded by strong power or true love. Power takes up residency in honest vulnerability. Vulnerability is not only lovely, but it is also right. Your next moves. And so we return to where we began. You and I both need more unpredictability in our lives. We need an adventure to call our own. We need to put ourselves out there and know that we don't know how it will turn out. You see, knowing that you don't know something is always the first step to growth and wisdom. You must embrace that vulnerable position as a student before you can learn from your master. Aiming high means you know you're below. And that's a darn good start. And it often looks like humility. It is not the averages and trends that are relevant. It is the outliers that do not fit on the graph. These black swan events bring relevance, yet you ignore them because they bear the curious notion of failures, miracles, and vulnerability first. But don't ignore the vulnerability. The obvious question here is, what does the master you serve have to do with a black swan event? Aren't events and people 2 different categories? Aren't power and vulnerability opposites? Some of that is a paradox. Paradox is the highest form of truth, where we will arrive soon. The more important question should be, what do you really know? If the black swan event, which is the unknown unknown, is not shocking enough, consider this. One event can wipe out all statistical predictability. This fact alone renders all your knowledge useless. None of it can be trusted. Unless the source of that knowledge and wisdom is behind all black swan events. Sometimes, step 2 means to aim higher. You must look back and behind. The destruction of your old life's facts becomes your new wisdom, forcing you to go back and look behind all the great events that shook the world. The master source of all the great religions, philosophy, art, and music has also shaped the world just as it has shaped all of literature if you track the sources of the great works. Your hopes, plans, and very tomorrows are each shattered by any black swan event if you're not aiming at the now unseen maestro directing all world-shattering and world-forming happenings. When you don't know, you can either admit your weakness or subvert progress for your pride. Weakness seeks to fill the void. Pride caverns you in on yourself. But the greatest imaginable black swan event would offer you the most disproportionate upside payout for the bet made. It's also the safest bet when the infinite upside, which is a forever freeing resurrection, is calculated against the finite downside, a temporal slave's death. Oh, and this greatest imaginable black swan event would have the greatest picture of the most vulnerable man in the most vulnerable positions ascending to the most powerful place, and they're seen to unshatter all true victims and revenge his hand against ravaging time. Decision avoiders live a life of hell on earth. Hell is occupied by those who abandon reason for fear. Those fear-filled ballerinas are flat-footed. They never dance on point. The composer's music is never choreographed, and therefore never dance out of fear of failure. Your life will be hellish if you avoid failure and vulnerability. To be a complete man, you will retain reason with that passionate fear. Your intellect is intertwined with your imagination. Your hope can be threaded with trust, and that makes you a relevant man and dangerous. I suspect this intertwined whole man is who you want to really become. Though vulnerable because you retain the childlike curiosity that you don't know anything, in reality, you need both your intellectual mind and your imaginative heart. The composer and the choreographer need one another, as Emerson and I do as well. The music fathers the dance. The willingly vulnerability fathers the power. Only the humble may discover the uninventable unknown, because only the humble will know to look for what they need. Only the humble are strong enough to allow their lying, statistics-based reality to be shattered into a billion pieces so it might resemble in truth Black Swan-guided reality. In light of the discovery of the unknown, for all known first begins unknown. The mastery of all masters is sourced in a single master, and he only shows us a single step and a single note at a time. The maestro is hidden in the pit now, but is rumored to ascend the stage when this ballet is complete. Nothing certain will lead to wealth, love, or relevance. And that's why you must throw away what is certain and accept the risk of the unknown. And nothing is more unknown than a black swan event that's about to happen. So I wish to share with you 3 risks you must take to find meaning in 3 key parts of your life: wealth, love, and relevance. Wealth. All investments and businesses are predicated on taking a chance. If everyone is already doing it, you're too late. Until you build your wealth, you should go all in on one industry you can understand, but one that also has a pending correction no one fully detects. And when you detect that vulnerability, look for the point of investment entry where the most asymmetric upside intersects with a capped downside. Even investing everything you have is capped if you only go back to 0. Love. To love someone, you must admit that you need them. And like the ballerina, oboe, and swan, that is a vulnerability. But it may be paired with a beautiful love, which may be the strongest force in the universe. But to receive love, you must be open to losing yourself in that love as well. How else would the love get into you if the pain had not revealed love's path? Number 3, relevance. Recall step 2, your master makes your meaning. That is true here. Your master's relevance limits your meaning. And the best master will always be loved, which requires you to be vulnerable to admit you need him and be willing to receive his life and wisdom. But here's the catch. A strong enough master does not need your love or you, yet he will want both. The most relevant master will not need you, but will hunt you because he knows you need to be needed. And somehow, picking the right master aligns with relevance. He throws in the love, just enough resources, and the wisdom you need to fight your worthy enemy. It would never be proper for wisdom to give you insight without throwing in love and wealth as well. The baker always throws in an extra for those who ask for a dozen, but only after the oven first burns out the vulnerable imperfections. So the ramifications multiply as the black swan events continue in your world. The bell curve model of your observation-based averages and predictions lies on the world's concert stage floor in defeat. Scientism and mediocrity as dumb idols lie in open repose, casketed yet worshipped, while 1,000 towering events go unnoticed in the chanting Christmas choir behind. These unpredictable and unknown black swan events tower over reality and are truly relevant. They move the world, just like a false political pole and a rainfall an hour away flooded away my life before it brought me into this better life. But to look up, we must look behind these events, to their source, to their master, to the maestro defining all relevance, and maestroing all hearts and all real love. Love is accepted in the rejection of likes. Truth is accepted in the rejection of mere facts. The highest maestro is only accepted if you reject all the lower brutes in the audience tapping their feet off beat. You can never look for truth unless you retract your eyes from that which is false. And there, in accepting and rejecting, you find a worthy life of adventure. You must embrace the unknown master before you're ready or worthy. That's how love begins, after all. An unknown, premature sacrifice with the hope of finding relevance in the other person. Power and vulnerability intersect if you aim high enough beyond the averages. You will find your true way in the rejection of the false path. You may find a black swan if you stop only expecting white swans to exist. You may discover the supernatural if you stop demanding only the natural exists. And paradoxically, only in recognizing your false beliefs can you look away from falsehood toward truth. Only what you give to others can be kept. And in the next chapter, we're going to look at the unknowable paradox of finance, love, and salvation. Nothing you have not given away will ever really be yours. And I suspect the greatest possible black swan event would have something to do with the lowest possible overcoming the most powerful by giving away the most valuable to the least deserving. But for now, go climb a mountain, mount a stage, go into the other room and hug your family for no reason at all. Embrace the unknown. Accept a little adventure in your life. Step 7, give away what you want to keep. You lose what you try to keep. You only eat what you plant. The setup, competency. You deserve to lose what you try to keep. I'm not very political anymore, but I've found many of the greatest givers and tyrannical takers are drawn to public service. Very few are competent. Shannon and I were honored to be invited to the 70th birthday party of the U.S. Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Dr. Ben Carson, at Mount Vernon. Weeks earlier, we had hosted a fundraiser for his education nonprofit, American Cornerstone Institute, at our place outside Houston on his wife Candy's birthday. We remembered her vegetarian birthday cake, luckily. He is one of the most caring individuals and most competent. I always take note when I see competence and compassion meet in the same individual, and so should you. Dr. Carson holds 60 honorary doctorates and successfully conducted the first separation of conjoined twins as the world's top pediatric neurosurgeon, serving for 30 years at the Johns Hopkins Children's Center, including time as director of pediatric neurosurgery. He was a 2008 Presidential Medal of Freedom honoree and an 8-time best-selling author. You may have seen the movie Gifted Hands, which is about his life. Cuba Gooding Jr. portrayed him. Dr. Carson is competence, not the little league pitcher who grew up to start some company with 100 employees. Competence requires world-class execution across multiple domains. Oh, and he and his wife, they've funded dozens of libraries in inner-city schools, maybe hundreds more that none of us will ever find out about. Arriving at his birthday party after a 45-minute drive from DC proper in a splurged Uber Black, we stepped out for quite the evening. Me in my dark blue tuxedo and Shannon in a dark gray evening gown, we glided the earliest American history pass up to the main museum. The wafting flowering trees laid down a pattern of white and pink against the green lawns. A younger and cockier self would have missed it all. Expecting 1,000 people for such a major event, we were shocked to be 2 in a crowd of 150, well out of our social league. We were the only attendees who were not ambassadors, governors, presidents, or members of the presidential cabinet. There was only a single lowly member of the U.S. Congress there, with whom we met for drinks later that evening back at the hotel to compare notes. Shannon doesn't really care who you think you are. She treats everyone the same. And because of that, people are just drawn to her in a special way. She's a magnet. After dinner, the party relocated to the greens overlooking the Potomac, ornamented with standing tables, staff bars, and dessert presentations, including a replica birthday cake of Mount Vernon. A string quartet bounded Mozart and Bach against political chatter. The scent of the bubbly poured freely, mixed with the richness of the custom perfumes to cling inside my nostrils. Glamour was real. Our eyes drawn to the elegant gowns. Shannon whispered the designer names in my ear. I fetched the drinks and desserts, leaving her alone at a cocktail table. Walking back, I was pleased to see that another couple joined us. Shannon spoke with the wife, but ignored the husband. I couldn't shake the feeling as I approached in the now 10 o'clock darkness. I recognized the husband from somewhere. And of course, as soon as I set down the drinks to introduce myself, I realized it was the former Secretary of Homeland Security, ignored by the ladies. His humility cloaked his confidence. But why was he giving them his attention and not vice versa? After the fireworks show, we took the opportunity to privately tour Washington's old estate to learn more about his personal and public life. A fascinating place boasting his humanity. Mount Vernon showed not only Washington's fatherliness, but also his propensity for rottenness when I learned of his slaves. It reminded me of the duality of us all, saints or sinners, often both simultaneously. Washington was saving us while enslaving others. We wish we only got the good George and the bad George never happened. But that's not ever reality unless you want an invented reality. Men never arrive whole. We only come broken. I asked Shannon why she ignored the husband on the drive back into D.C. She quipped, "The wife looked more important." Wives usually are. However, the appearance of power, like that of George Washington or a member of the president's cabinet, is always less than what you would have expected. Appearances can deceive, but results rarely do. Eventually, you become the product of your competency and integrity. The problem: relevance and power. Isn't founding a country an unusually important thing to do? It's certainly on the list of things that could be considered relevant. So founding the greatest of all the countries might be one of the most competent actions. And doesn't that come from a collection of power and resources? But what kind of man was Washington? Surely a tyrant to do such a thing, right? His detractors will cite his slaves, his wartime threats, and perhaps his wielding of America's claims without protecting Native American territory. Washington certainly was not woke. Why do the most pathetic people in my life who accomplish the least always tell me power is wrong? Why is it them who say wealth requires greed? These are the people who have the saddest lives saying it, and the ones who spend everything on themselves. We confuse power with wrong. We make this mistake because we assume power requires a nefarious intent to self-serve, benefit, or be served. We think all power is power over and not empowerment to. Instead, in researching George Washington, I found something nearly the opposite. This man perhaps did the most visible black swan type of thing. Washington took away the most treasured territory, America, from the most potent military, Britain, only to then set the United States on track to become the most dominating force on the planet. Why do you think it worked? Was it luck? You know better. It took competence, integrity, and hard work. Success must be built. Marathons take steps. Years take days. But only the competent and love-directed who don't seek power deserve it. Washington and Carson. In 1732, this greatest leader, fathering the greatest country, was born, Virginia. At age 6, it is said George Washington wielded his brand new axe on a fruit tree. Eventually, his hacking killed the tree. When examined by his father, he famously quipped, "I cannot tell a lie." And for telling the truth, little George is praised for his honesty instead of punished for his actions. Washington entered military service, eventually rising to the role of commander of all troops in Virginia. Despite being nearly killed multiple times, including 2 horses shot from under him, plunged into icy rapids to nearly freeze while pursued by an enemy army, and his clothes shot up by 4 additional bullets without an injury, he prevailed. He was a divinely protected man. And as he led his first army of over 1,000 men, who he paid at his own expense as a personal gift to his country, he gained national glory. Eventually, he became one of the 7 delegates to the First Continental Congress. When the colonies sought a commander-in-chief for all the military forces, Washington recommended General Andrew Lewis for the post. When Washington was finally chosen as commander at the Second Continental Congress in May of 1775, He was said to have declared his own unfitness for the position before reluctantly accepting. This meekness of Washington reminded me of Dr. Carson's demeanor. Humble competency, delivering results. Dr. Carson's historical separation of conjoined twins required humility. Despite his dozens of doctorates, he chose to travel all over the world to learn how to preserve both children's brains while stopping blood flow to them to operate. He literally froze their blood and stopped their hearts. And he knew, after an impossible procedure, he would have to bring these children back to life, literally. He humbly knew he wasn't good enough yet, so he traveled to learn from those who already mastered what he needed to learn. He surgically persisted for as long as 24 hours in many of his historical operations. It was almost a fatherly love that stirred him on, knowing that children might forever die if any of the dozens of team members made a single mistake, yet knowing that children would never truly live without taking that risk. He saw that these children born with conjoined craniums deserved liberty, so he took on the responsibility of fighting and righting nature's tyranny. What tyranny will you take on the responsibility to defeat? Integrity plus competency equals results. Only a once-in-a-generation genius with humble competency could take on that burden of an impossible procedure plus a back-to-life resurrection. To spend a year as a student preparing for each one, a humble learner with dozens of doctorates already. Because the Dr. Carson exists somewhere, all conjoined children everywhere can hope to be set free. Hope threatens like that. Because America exists, the hope for freedom invades children's chests everywhere. George Washington's discipline of the army and stern resolve earned him his authority. He even once built gallows 40 feet high so that he might threaten to hang two men as examples. Threats by power, after all, are nothing more than representations of a promise. Only a truly empowered entity able to enforce a threat can bestow mercy. Mercy, the sheath, requires the capable sword of authority to act. Both George Washington and Ben Carson brought peace by threat of bloodshed. Slamming the tyranny. Following a 4-year pause to mind his business affairs after the Revolution, he was unanimously elected president of the Constitutional Convention as soon as a quorum was reached. He was a wise counselor. Over those 4 months, he did not say a word in session. He let the immature patriots of Congress have their skirmishes, but in the end, they did what they knew would please Washington. They did not even need to ask him. He had already lived out a life as an example to them. His mere presence became the convention's agreement. Washington was chosen as the United States' first president in 1789 by unanimous vote because only he could command the requisite respect across the various national and international factions. He again reluctantly accepted. In April, he was inaugurated at Federal Hall on Wall Street in Manhattan. Many wanted Washington to remain in office in perpetuity, even to make him king by force. But that was not his way. Washington rose to become the sole agent of American power for the next 250 years through humility and service to we, his people. Washington chose not to seek a third term as president. Slamming the tyranny of the British Crown, he proclaimed that he would not seek unfair power as a government official. By this lone act of humility, the most powerful Washington, who never fathered any children, became the great father of a people through his grace and mercy. The lesson: command unveils character. England's King George III reigned for 60 years. When told Washington would step down from the presidency, he proclaimed, "If he steps down as ruler, he will be the greatest man in the world." A self-proving praise from his greatest enemy is always a pointer toward great fathers. When he who tries to kill a man exalts him, we must take note. When he sentences a man to death and then extols his innocence, those notes typically sing the highest truth.
Ask Saul. Ask King George. Ask Pilate. Unlike Paris after his death in the Iliad, the newfound eternal capital city was named in Washington's honor while he still lived. Because Washington gave everything, he received it back in a manner best explained by C.S. Lewis. Nothing that you have not given away will ever really be yours. Washington's successor in office nearly a century later, Abraham Lincoln, once remarked, "Nearly all men can stand adversity. But if you want to test a man's character, give him power. Those who seek power rarely deserve it. Command unveils character." Men escape the darkness of tyranny by reflecting the light of Christ's freedom. And like Washington, Jesus' refusal to become king, despite being brought into the capital city of Jerusalem in pomp and palm branches, makes Christ greater and more powerful than every king, if our enemy King George III was correct. He reflects his eternal Father, present in a form far greater than Troy's Paris, whose offspring founded the great city in France. Paris's princeship of Troy was stolen by death, while Washington willingly crucified his throne at the peak of his powerful life. The greatest masters have always sacrificed their ambition for those they love. And they have the funny tendency to bring back to life those who the evidence guaranteed were dead: defeated armies, heart-dead children, hairless princes, your family, and yes, a son. He who seeks power shall be trounced by he who diffuses freedom. Grace and mercy can only arrive from a threatening force. A powerless man cannot give mercy. A weak, unholy man cannot ever threaten death. But he can never offer life. You need to stop and ask yourself, why am I threatened by powerless people I will never meet? Why do I lose sleep over them? Why do keyboard warriors take up more concern than the evil warriors trafficking child slaves? Your worry and concern for safety are nearly always false covers for your selfish hoarding. A weak man is an unholy man, not because he cannot threaten death, but because he cannot offer life. All good fathers understand true power lies not in titles, but in presence. Just ask the inmates of our prison system about a good father. Ask your own children. The answer is always the same across the range of innocence. The presence of a good father makes all the difference. And the best father would make an appearance to his children. Presence is the ultimate gift because you only have one of you to give. The inversion, the competent give. At the end of World War II in 1945, American nuclear dominance proved absolute over Japanese forces. At that very moment, America could have ruled every country on the planet by abject fear. America's leaders knew better, though, looking and praying backward to Washington, our father. In business, here too comes a critical lesson I've learned over the past 25 years, essentially as a professional negotiator. Be kind, quiet, and forgiving. Play the fool. Let others, especially your adversaries, if you're on the same team, win the small battles. Let them believe you are no threat to them. Let them believe you think they are superior. Hand them small wins and let them see you do it. For in doing so, you allow their pride to build your enemy's gallows for you. But remember step one, pick your enemies well because they are more important than your friends. He who diffuses power freely gains supremacy. But know it is always greater to make your enemies willingly fight for you than destroy them in the Machiavellian and Sun Tzu sense. Coalitions are better than corpses. It's more practical to be participatory than to destroy. It's actually princely, as depicted in Machiavelli's most famous book, The Prince. To be feared while being loved is the highest form of strategic domination. Your most dangerous enemies are those selfish losers who never give, so they have nothing left to lose. Therefore, they can never be strategically kept alive. You see them everywhere, the men who walk themselves to the gallows. The 1920s Germany, the original allies should have watched. The business partner who owes you more than you're worth then defaults on your partnership yet again. The friend who you know finds joy in your falls. In business, war, and life, victory arises through loss. The greater the loss, the higher the victory. The longer the loss, the longer the victory. The deepest and longest loss, the maximal conquest. You will not keep what you never give up freely. Lasting mastery comes through sustained meekness. Only the strongest can afford to be lavish while they vanquish. Only a wise man will afford to sacrifice. Only he will fund his own army to defend those he loves at risk of bankruptcy of all he has, like Washington. Only a wise man like Dr. Carson would interrupt his educated life to return as a servant student to save a child. But we are ignorant toward competency and humility and pass by it. Our human knowledge expands into a sea of ignorance. As our knowledge increases, so too does our awareness of our own unknowns. And if we're wise, we will believe we don't yet know what we need. We will accept the promise and the premise. We will accept the premise that a black swan event is always on the horizon, yet unseen. Like hope, these events and types of people threaten despots, disease, and downward aid. Sometimes black swan events look like men of humble competency who threaten to bring a certain world-shattering hope. Ask yourself, what would my life look like if I built true competence in something the market valued, a real trade or skill, and executed that craft with all the humility and sweat I can muster? Well, you'd be purposeful in your craft and stand up tall. You wouldn't let people talk down to others, or you'd protect them. You'd begin to become the type of man who is emboldened to market himself and defend causes you care about. And that will make you more interesting to be in a friendship with and more formidable to be at war against. Safety or meaning, never both. My toughest negotiations always involved long-term investments. I'm always negotiating the purchase or the sale of real estate or private equity investments. Investing is not an act of taking, though, but an act of giving. Your money is given to an entrepreneur to take a risk on his success. So wealth building is not an act of greed, but of trust. How does the wealthy man avoid becoming greedy? How does the successful man refrain from building his ego? The solution for both the rich and the poor in nonprofit work and investing is precisely the same: generosity. The rich man's generosity, when he gives anonymously, destroys his own greed by proving to himself that he neither needs the safety of that money, nor does the money control him. But his gift also does something else. It serves as a salve to cure the plight of the needy. And perhaps this same selfless act serves both master and servant, president and people, rich and poor. Those who heal others may hope to be healed themselves. To invest and to give away become the same thing if your heart is right. But you must be competent in your dealings, never lazy. Because if you're wise, you will begin to notice that the handful of people who left the world a significantly better place sowed not only their money, but also their very lives into an effort more relevant than their selfish desires. And their chosen relevant work produced a harvest greater than those investing sowers could ever have imagined. Washington has never been wealthier in relevance than he is now, 250 years after his death. He traded the planting of apple seeds at Mount Vernon for the planting of his life to sprout America. Blood is the seed of that freedom. You reap what you sow. Your seed, the sweat of your brow, must be planted if you ever hope to have a harvest or a tree to shade you. The investment funds must be handed over if you ever want a return or even to keep up with inflation. Uninvested talent, seeds, genius, capital, and fathers all become nothing. The work you don't do evaporates your future. The law of C.S. Lewis. Remember, Washington was first a rebel before he could have become a king. And if a rebel can get his life together, there's hope for all of us who rebel against our masters by trying to keep our unworthy enemies trinkets and safety. Why couldn't that kind of hope to prevail exist somewhere? And if it existed somewhere, couldn't it happen anywhere? I think here we must return to C.S. Lewis's law. Nothing that you have not given away will ever really be yours. We mistakenly believe that our lives are better protected and insulated in safety. But it is just past the edge of safety where life really begins. Because the edges you don't pass become the prison walls enslaving your purpose. And when you value your safety, you reject a real life. And eventually, rejecting safety, you reject learning and competency. So what is Lewis saying we should give away? Money? Okay, here's a fistful of cash and I'll be done. No. Reality does not value tokens. It values sacrifice. And you can only sacrifice what you value, or at least you better only sacrifice something you value. As we learned in step 4, only what's worthy of keeping and hoarding is worthy of giving away. So I find that when I'm most irritated and spiteful toward my family because they're taking up my time for errands when I'm busy, it is because I have not been giving away my love and time to them properly. I must freely give away love if I am to recognize the love of my family. If I pay attention and invest first, I will get back mountains more than I give. You can have safety or meaning, but never both. When I'm selfish and hoard my money when business is good, I'm cowardly seeking safety for the upcoming storms of life. I lied that I am being a wise steward and protector of my family, not realizing I'm becoming a selfish tyrant. Tyrants take and never invest. When I see this side of me come out, I know the only proper thing to do is to give it away anonymously. If I give it away with my name attached, I convert my greed into more pride. We first give it away, then we possess it. But are the things we give away, the money, time, love, favors, the actual point of the act of possessing in Lewis's sense? What more could I give but my time, money, and love? Step 3 tells us that what masters us defines us. To be mastered by a master can mean different things. If I'm being mentored by a financial expert, I may be willing to put my money under their control because they know more than me. Likewise, if my wife and I are attending a marriage seminar, I am putting my desires and feelings into the hands of the marriage professional as my master on that topic. But I would never give that counselor my money to invest in real estate or Bitcoin. We pick and choose different masters for different objectives. While keeping C.S. Lewis's law in mind, I want you to think back to step 4. Only our wills can lay themselves down on the altar of sacrifice and be pleasing to the gods. Our wills and our vows are what the gods demand from us, because they know from our highest ultimate vow, all other agreements and covenants of our lives cascade. Therefore, the handling and investing of our love, time, money, cascades from our highest vows. Your vow determines whether or not you will give any of it away. Because in the rightly ordered man, his highest vow was to the highest master he could find. In step 4, I told you sacrifices look like vows, and both could bring revelation. That's true. But what I didn't connect for you back then was this. The will you lay down as a sacrifice requires your very life. It is a living sacrifice. Remember what a true and noble sacrifice really is. True sacrifice is an investment, not an expense. Remember Alexander the Great in Jerusalem and his sacrifice. His humility to pray and kneel in front of his army to the lowly, unguarded Jews of that time. And if the most powerful man in history could humble himself in Jerusalem, perhaps we can do it there as well. Lewis knew exactly what he meant when he said we had to give away whatever we wanted to keep. He was not mainly thinking of money, love, gifts, power, or even promises. He was talking about ourselves. Trying to save your life is the only sure way to lose it. The brave men who stormed the beaches of Normandy traded their individual lives for millions of others to live in freedom. Alexander reordered the whole world only after sacrificing his whole world when he knelt. Mother Teresa of Calcutta gave her life and raised hundreds of millions to serve the poor of Calcutta, only to die destitute. Yet she lives wealthier than me now. A proper life will be given up for the asymmetric upside of serving the highest possible master with the sole thing we have, ourselves. Only the ultimate master is worth the gamble of our infinite life and trade. A life not given away is just a death. But what happens first as a trade becomes much more. That true trade will revolutionize your life and the lives of others if you will believe Lewis's single true law and live it. Ask yourself, What if I just believe this one law? To keep, I must first give away. What could that possibly hurt? Or what suffering in others can I alleviate by giving them something I think I need? How would I begin to think about my worth and my dignity if I gave what I wanted to keep? Your next moves. You can embed this law we must all recognize into your very being. But we must do it with diligence and sincerity, because whatever blesses you can threaten you. First, consider what you do have in terms of resources, skills, relationships, and ideas. Get those skills out of the computer and off the couch and into the real world. Write them down on a sheet of paper and write down how you can provide them for free for someone who needs you without asking them. Are you a mechanic? Be available to the single mothers you meet for their oil changes and repairs at no cost. Are you a lawyer? Offer your skills to write the wills and business plans of the poor. I assure you, if you write enough wills and business plans for free, someone will write you in. Can you code? Go work for free for a startup for a year in addition to your day job. If you're good enough, you'll get equity, a board seat, or a job. Second, remember step 4. If you don't know what to do next, make a sacrifice. This means to make a real gift of something you desire to the master you have chosen to serve. The quality of that gift, just as Alexander discovered only after he left Jerusalem, will determine the quality of your revelation and the magnitude of what you get back, because you will lose whatever you try to keep. In a sense, your life is calculated by the collection of your spent moments. But don't fear, a single universally impactful moment can outweigh them all. Third, if you have nothing, look at what others you would trade places with have and did, and do what they did, but faster and better. Because anything one man does, so can you. If one man can have a loving wife because he compliments her dignity, works 2 jobs to provide, volunteers, and does the dishes, well, so can you. If one man can spend an evening speaking with world-class leaders, so can you. If one woman can give her life for the poor of Calcutta, so can you. If one man can be healed, so can you. If one man can build a business that funds a 1,000-man force to fight evil tyranny, so can you. If one messed up man can say the awkward words to his family, "We're going to read the Bible and pray together around the dining table every Sunday night at 7, so can you. If one man can stick a bunch of his social media quotes together into a book like this, well, so can you. If one man can put this book down, walk into the nearest cafe, and compliment every average-looking single woman he sees and stay until he gets one phone number, well, so can you. If one man can move his computer from his office into the family room so he's not tempted to look at porn, so can you. If one man can work 100 hours per week and still sit at family dinner around the table, so can you. If one man can go door to door for 5 years and face that rejection face to face to become invincible to rejection, so can you. If one man can be resurrected, so can you. You must be all in on life, just as a worthy man needs to be all in for love. Because without the vulnerability to live, to love, to give, we all remain savage rebels more than we remain saving men. And like Washington, you were built to reflect a father more than to remain a rebel. Like Carson, you were built to save someone other than yourself. And you know deep down that you cannot save anything worth keeping, a marriage, a country, or a life, without giving up your selfish desire to hoard it. You must take a step to give up what you most wish to keep. You must give away your skills if you ever hope to have a competency. You must give away your desire for power if you ever wish to deserve it. For what you keep dies. It's the law of life and of power. It's the promise of George Washington, Ben Carson, Christ, and all good leaders and fathers. It's the promise of all seeds who wish to become trees to give you both shade and fruit. The promise of all investments, and the promise of all saviors who lay down their lives on a cross instead of accepting a kingly crown. Because somehow, your best life arrives in paradox. When you act like you will live forever, but take action like right now is all you will ever have.
We'll arrive at this in the next chapter. You only keep what you give away. Imagine who you could become if you took on this responsibility of giving first to create a treasure of competency to benefit the world. De-friction. Step 8, act like you will live forever. Live like there's no tomorrow. The setup. Go watch a marathon. We now complete the chapter pair of my struggles from the first chapter. This is where the tensions of my life were resolved. The life flip, the inversion, the burning up of my beginning story as a fiery sacrifice to a real future adventure. More exciting than tuxedos, GQ parties, spies, and terrorists. Where the proper vertical thinking about my internal external factors from the other 3 chapter pairs in between begin to converge. Here is the rare wisdom you and I really need to escape the gravity of our circumstances, no matter how hard we try. And this wisdom glues our horizontal actions to a transcendent vertical morality, yielding a powerful launch in our advantage. You have the fuel. Now here is ignition. Act like you will live forever, but know all you have is today. Let me tell you a story of why both are necessary. My wife Shannon takes good care of herself. She eats well and exercises several times a week. She wants to live a healthy and long life. For a few years now, she has run most weeks. She began running half marathons 4 years ago in a foursome of ladies. One Saturday morning in 2023, during a practice run she couldn't make, one of her foursome fell with a heart attack. She passed away a few weeks later from the impact of that episode. Shannon was devastated that she was not there to be with her during her last few minutes of coherence and physical life. Shannon told me Melissa loved to live in the moment. To live both in the moment and to live forever is the paradox of every thinking man trying to build a relevant life. So my wife and 3 friends determined that they would run next year's half marathon twice. Once for themselves and once for their friend. So Shannon ran her first full marathon this past February. I'm so impressed by her. It is quite the inspiring feat, nearly killing a person the first time they do it. Now, if I had not known Shannon, but had seen her run that full marathon as a passerby, I could make a few conclusions about her. I could determine that she has a responsible diet, exercises regularly, and is a disciplined person. Because I know this, I can make other conclusions. I see her run with 3 other friends, encouraging each other, being encouraged by their respective families, staggered along the route, sharing snacks and Gatorade, and dressed alike. I can assume she's a likable person. She has friends. And someone who has 3 friends who would run a marathon together is a rarity. Our daily lives and struggles are a little like a grueling race. Shannon is sweating and struggling through that race. She's working, not because she must, but because she commits to. Any person who can drag their body over the finish line 26.2 miles later must be a determined individual. A determined individual who can run and keep others running next to them for 26 miles has integrity, competency, and influence. Shannon's external fortitude is a virtue of her inner strength, the discipline and desire to do the right thing when the wrong thing keeps knocking. And each step is a knock at the door of quitting. Each stride forward is an attack on evil comfort. It's the right thing when the easy thing has no consequences. A person who can finish a marathon can be trusted. So people see her physical characteristics, toned muscles, runner's stride, tan physique, and the effort pouring off her. And because they can see all those, they can also begin to infer something truer about her mind and perhaps her soul. Though my wife can run a 26-mile marathon in a day, I believe she will run a more meaningful 100-year marathon with her life. And because her physical strength is a shadow of her mental strength, I believe her fortitude is a mirror of her character in the long run. But it's not just me out there watching her run that grueling marathon. Our 3 daughters are holding the signs and lemon lime Gatorade next to me, the sticks of honey for energy, and barely ripe yellow-green bananas. They see her push through. past the limits of reasonable effort. They see her do something I suspect the human body was not optimized to do. They see her integrity come forth in example. Every little girl knows her mom is her future, if she has enough faith and effort. Shannon's present mirrors her daughter's futures. Every parent knows their kids are their mirror because the parent is the limit on their potential for now. For you become what you see, and my daughters see Shannon. So too, Shannon sees her 3 daughters screaming for her, lined up along that parade line. She knows if she quits or slows, they will see her give in a little. And if they see her fortitude drop with that last drop of sweat, they may be tempted to mirror her and quit at some point as well. She takes another painful step with a broken toe because her loves are watching. They need someone to mirror. Deep down, we all want someone higher than us to reflect. Her physical effort is a result of her mental fortitude. But she continues in loving faith in their future, hoping that she will both be an example of what they could be and prove who she is now. Today is her only opportunity to act. For we are men who have lost yesterday and only hope for tomorrow and only possess this single step. The problem: what is a step? And it is the same for you in your life. You have a responsibility to yourself, family, coworkers, and friends. It is not just a whim, but a fortitude you are responsible to develop and display to others. A strength to decorrupt yourself by killing comfort while others watch you evolve. Your loves and even random children along life's ways are looking for an example. You are responsible for what they see. A step is a single act to give up your now for what might come. Yes, finishing your race requires a hellish run of endurance. Your soul life must be run well and consistently, and you cannot quit on the next step. In fact, it's the next step that matters most, because each painful step creates the momentum for the next. Heaven requires a run through hell. Somehow, maintaining faultlessness means always taking the next step in the right direction. But how would we live a perfect life under such conditions? If our life is like running a marathon, what kind of effort would the greatest possible life look? I am now almost forced to bring up Christ as the obvious next step. I told you he'd return, and he always does. He's the universal perfect man of all of this, regardless of whether you're Jewish, Hindu, Egyptian, Greek, secular, or Christian. He's where you would complete your search if you were curious enough to look for the ideal example of what a man could be. He's the historical fact. If you look around and study the hero's journey and all the greatest fiction of Homer and every myth, he is the philosophical ideal when you reason through what could possibly be the maximum hope. What else would it look like? He will always exist because he has always existed. And what always exists can never be destroyed. And that undestroyable man is the hope of us all. And therefore Christ is the maximum hope. But we shake him away because he's too obvious. If you look out with a curious enough worldview, whether you are religious or not, you would conclude that all of these things would be fulfilled in someone like Christ. I'm not trying to be preachy throughout, but I'm also just trying to make it clear that some of this, if you're going to get and spend up time in years and years of reading and thinking on these topics about relevance and world-shattering change and becoming Plato's best possible man, it would look a lot like a very specific historical person. He's the inescapable man who is always inevitable. Beyond every other possible man to imagine, Christ commits the greatest possible action. He saves us from our death with his steps, while all humanity watches. He too once struggled on the streets of Jerusalem while his loves looked on to see if he would quit on them. He did not. Like Christ, you also need a marathoner's fortitude, which exemplifies who you are and what you believe you could become. Others are looking to see if you will quit on them or will stay committed.
This is the next step, the belief you can move from where you are now toward who you are meant to mirror. Your steps determine your finish. But you must commit violence against the evil of quitting to give comfort a full fight. He, as the model master to mirror, will help you. His magnificence defeats malice and redeems our night-focused eyes with his lighted endurance, because he offers his power to those who want truth and real love. But a conversion is not the conclusion I'm arguing for. Don't run me off that quickly. I'm arguing for these 9 steps and not for any religion. I do not believe in religion. Neither did Christ, who was killed by one. To see Shannon glistening in her physical preparation, mental fortitude, and relational competency, running past her girls, I glimpse each stride as each unifies all her natures and all her loves in mysterious meaning, more dignified than any words she could ever speak. Her strides are holy as long as they continue. She had taken her family's love to the streets, and if anyone was paying attention, the private lessons and moments of our little family could be beheld by everyone who saw her steps. Your striding and striving beats back the devil tempting you to slow down and give up on today's potential. As that grieving husband watching my wife run the marathon for his, the effect of a sweet joy of remembrance took over his teary face. For though she died, she lived in a drop more than a memory that day. It was a sweetly unfolding paradox birthed in sweaty pain. If one of us can take a holy step to defeat evil, so can you. Evil wants you to take your time, and time is evil's tool. But how can time be beat? How can we evolve to overcoming our wondering and commit to taking action today? How do you break free to run free? Well, you must evolve. Historical. Einstein's theories. The 26-year-old German savant published a mostly ignored landmark paper a century ago on the electrodynamics of moving bodies, which completed a 3-century-old work known as Galileo's theory of relativity. Albert Einstein girded his predecessor's work with thought experimentation to create a theory for far broader context, but only where the speed of light is constant. And as Einstein knew, it must be beautiful if it is to be high, unifying truth. So he imagined running alongside a beam of light in a lovely, perfect stride. Truth is always beautiful. Einstein said this: "A theory is more impressive the greater the simplicity of its premises. The more different are the kinds of things it relates, and the more extended its range of applicability." Einstein's single theory is unbelievably applied not only to mechanics and electromagnetism, but also to much of physics itself. The theory also reconciled multiple scientific fields, even back another 250 years from Galileo to Newton, an event echoing both forward and backward in time. He's saying theories are types of arbitrage, and the wider the arbitrage of an idea, the more impressive. So stick with me here. So why was Einstein's initial special theory of relativity called by its modifier special? Because it applies only where space-time is flat. But natural space-time is rarely flat because it involves gravity, heavy masses like stars, and long distances, and so it curves. His first special theory, his arbitrage of science, was limited. Over the following decade, Einstein's general theory of relativity began to swallow scenarios in deep space, where gravity is so strong that even light cannot escape, such as black holes. Einstein gifted us a greater scope, plus precision. He leaped out of Newtonian physics into a special relativity and general relativity. His single mind was fixated on unifying, trusting beauty to arbitrage the facts into a more valuable world. And that's the purpose of a maximal story with maximal arbitrage. A simple formula with the greatest possible scope, encompassing not only religion, but philosophy, psychology, mythology, history, my false sacrifices, and all of science. For science's marathon is a search for truth. Beauty's marathon is a search for a target at which to aim. It will ingest and arbitrage all sorts of worlds, theories, philosophies, and religions to create a more valuable story with a more beautiful end. But how do science and steps beautify? What does that mean for you as you fight evil time and your desire to give up moving ahead today? Imagine what your life could look like if you went to war against the fear of wasting your life. Imagine what you could accomplish if you took on the responsibility of living forever. Imagine what sort of man you could become if you were determined to take a single step of difficulty every day for the next 30 days, 60 days, 365 days. Would you even recognize that man? Imagine mirroring the man who follows the strongest model of persistence, competency, and giving. What could you become? Sublesson: Imagining Spacetime. Dmitry Marinov, in his book Einstein, An Intimate Study of a Great Man, remarked, "But Einstein came along and took space and time out of the realm of stationary things and put them in the realm of relativity, giving the onlooker dominion over space and time, because time and space are modes by which we think and not conditions in which we live." Let me give you an example. Einstein gave us a new perspective to prove his theory as he ran along a beam of light in his imaginative marathon-like experiments. Time, our enemy, was being attacked by this genius man as he ran. Time's ugliness and hopelessness tried to sink us, but it was flipped into a beautiful story. Like Einstein, you also will see that story if you will just change where you stand or run when you look for it. A little imagination never hurts either. Einstein devolved time from a force into a mere mode of thinking. It was almost as if Rembrandt's seascape had called Einstein's Jewish mind to join the journey into the timeless canvas where Einstein's genius was untrapped to conquer the entire dimensionality of time because a greater mind called him to take a step. Centuries ago, a flat world was essentially cast aside for a spherical world. Suddenly, Einstein entered to tell us our space-time is not flat either. He is telling us time is bent itself. We're not made to be bent by it. Specifically, time and space are not conditions in which we live. Yet we have a hard time accepting that the time around us is no longer as undefeatable as it once was, just as we first rebelled against the idea that the world was round. Anything that can be bent, as light bends, will eventually break. Time itself is cracking already if such a thing as mass exists somewhere. The whole world is attracted to the sun. It is the sun's attraction itself that warps time and bends light. Mind would attract you, for it will bend you. And of course, the beauty of the earth from the horizon of space stems from the shadow of the darkness curving to escape our sunless depths, like the darkness in Rembrandt's stormy seascape kissed by yellow salvation. This is a little like the love and beauty of a marathoner or a living man hoping to take the next step despite the pain. Hope cracks the struggle. Mass is like hope. Any of it changes everything everywhere. Mass creates gravity, so if there's any mass anywhere, time will forever be in the process of breaking everywhere. And therefore, your nemesis, time, is being defeated and is merely a false enemy trying to remove your hope through regret, indecision, and the mirror you look at each morning as you age. What Einstein's imagination saw as he ran along that beam of light was what we rebelled against. But if we look with our high imagination instead of our low intellect, we will begin to see Einstein's running unlocked a high unifying truth that was simply beautiful and freeing if we will listen. Like Shannon's runner's stride that won't quit because her desire to reach the finish line is pulling her in like a gravitational force. Her stepping confirms her mothering as long as our daughters are watching and imagining her as their mirror. Looking for the facts, we miss the magic. Looking for the beauty, we find the truth. Since time is broken, you will live forever or not at all. An analogy of the sun. Would you please allow me to borrow an analogy that goes a little deeper than most of us are accustomed to? If this gets a little too difficult to follow, just follow along for a minute. Recall the Chinese yin and yang, which are the white yang contrasting the dark, evil yin. Remember the ancients of Egypt and their sun deities.
Think of David, the Jewish king, in his songs. All these are used to refer to Jesus Christ, who is the Greek logos and orderer, as being like the sun. The infinite story of his life, death, and resurrection is like the sun's mass shaping the universe of our everyday lives. His step down into history fulfilled all these ancient philosophies. And that is one reason I can say what is coming is a universal statement about science, history, and meaning, and not a religious statement. As the sun draws Earth in physically, perhaps the Sun Man, who stilled the seas, storms, and souls of now 14 men, could draw in the rest of you as a driven runner is drawn by momentum and love into his next step. I imagine if it came to Earth, the sun's gravitational power would be too great to shake. And I suspect it would impact us forever. Because if science is correct, everything natural in breaking time will be pulled out of time's chains, perhaps even us. A ray of light will bend around a star like the sun because it is attracted to gravity beyond itself and more powerful than itself. And there is no star greater than the sun in world religions or our nature, from the Jews to the Egyptians to Jung's savage Ergon peoples. And no other star we feel carries a gravitational force like our sun. Mind what attracts you, for it will bend you. Defeat it by a story. Even before they see Shannon, my 3 daughters hope to see her running down the road in a way that their faith in her eventual physical presence pre-impacts who they become before it happens. And as Shannon runs past our girls, they see the sweat of her past miles pouring down her forehead. And that memory of her example will last their lifetimes and play a role in how they raise their own children one day. Shannon, Hope, and the sun's physical mass are a little like Christ. Any of him at any time threatens all of time. The arc of the sun's shade on our earth shows beauty often comes from a curvature-like bend of the darkness contrasting the light. Perhaps our beauty also comes from our bent hearts once our lives are redeemed by the sun as soon as we bend our knees to him. It was Theodore Roosevelt that remarked, "I then held and now hold the belief that a man's first duty is to pull his own weight and to take care of those dependent upon him. And I then believed and now believe that the greatest privilege and greatest duty for any man is to be happily married, and that no other form of success or service for either man or woman can be wisely accepted as a substitute or alternative." As Alexander discovered, all knees must bend upon a massive enough revelation. This revelation has been shouted to us over and over by the prophets, scientists, and poets. Yet because we still think time is flat, so is our foot. And therefore we make excuses for not running or leaping. You must bend your knee to take a stride forward, to walk, to run, to truly live, to receive a master. And here's the problem. Only gods live forever, but gods do not kneel. Alexander kneeled, conquered the entire world, then died because he was only a man. The greatest duty of any man. Imagine who you could become if you began to bend your knee, to kneel and to strive. Imagine how strong you would get if you could willingly submit to the right power. Reject the trifles. Stand up against those insignificant temptations you know are worthless. You would toss aside those temptations, getting angry before thinking, throwing trash out the window when no one is around, telling your coworker what you really think of your wife to get his advice, and backing down when you know you should step up. Emboldened, you would begin to become the type of person others want to be around. For you would be properly aligned and have your master above you and your demons below. You'd be the type of person, God forbid, people would seek out for advice because you look like you have it all in order, and order matters. You need to consider your forever future and think, what if I choose the highest possible master to serve and he makes all the lower false delicacies of life irrelevant? Would he turn my pornography, my gaming addiction, my pride, my desire to stay safe, my deceptive false courtesies, and my hopeless and loveless life into something pleasing to him? Wouldn't all these corruptions controlling me now then fall away back into their proper place under his leadership as the lower vows cascade from my primary vow? Do I even have a primary vow, or has one been assigned to me? And if all this happened, you would indeed begin to act with the responsibility of someone who would live forever. You would take care of your neighbors when they come to you for advice. You would bend down and take that lost puppy into your home when you were rushing to get somewhere. You would take your time to help others, but stay up late to make sure your daily step into your future still happened. This is taking responsibility for your entire world. Then, you would deserve the respect because you took on the responsibility of moving forward every damn day. You would have your eyes set on living forever. You'd help people see past their ideas of futility and into a truer life of growth and prosperity. Helping others instead of pitying yourself is to become the type of real man who gives away instead of just takes. And that will remake any man, no matter how worthless you think you are, no matter how worthy you think you are, dirty as you are. People you know will start to think you're able to do important things. Hell, even you. Tomorrow's make today's. Like the marathoner, you are also at war with comfort in the present and against time's clock. You think you will live forever like the gods, but you refuse to live your life as such. So you give up, thinking anything worth doing should be easier than what you're experiencing. You falsely assume comfort is right. Comfort is the evil squandering your potential to take the next step. Kneeling is hard on the knees, but joyful to the soul. Time constantly offers you a false way out of your discomfort. Instead, you need to step toward the master you are meant to mirror. The wise marathoner knows the long battle is against age, against the wear and tear of the joints and ligaments. So they will work every day in and out of season on their nutrition, stretching, and conditioning because they understand today is all they have to work with. And if today is all you have, then your tomorrows are the results of your todays. You're a soul more than you're a body, according to Lewis. And that means you will live forever in splendid work or devastating comfort. Yes, the Bible's promise of forever in heaven is work, not clouds and harps. And it's this audition you call life that determines your responsibility forever. It is your soul part that lives forever like the gods, but a body that allows the kneeling. And in the end, it's the kneeling that allows them both to live forever. A magical union bearing a promise. It's the temporal steps you take daily, now, which will determine your forever. This makes all your steps not only everlasting, but perhaps even holy. When you choose comfort today, delaying that next painful step you ought to take, you choose your defeat by hell. Workless torture is what every day in eternal hell actually is. If you do nothing to move forward today, you bring hell into your now, and you make your forever more difficult. Choose difficult and honest work. Evict evil sloth. There are little eyes watching you in your home and on the streets and in the chat rooms and in the office. And you will be held responsible for the hell you caused them to see. Since we mirror what we see, it is your fault what they become. Own it. Either you're advancing toward heaven or hell. There are no sideways steps. But where do I get the idea that work matters? That power comes and life and time is futile. And where's this evolution I mentioned at the beginning of this chapter? Supposition. The next evolution of man. The first great evolution of physics, from Newton to Einstein, took 250 years. There's been no unifying theory of physics since. But Einstein's single-mind revolution from special to general only took a decade, and nothing since for a century. We now await the next evolution of mankind, the next brilliant mind to arrive to notice it. Could it take 2 or 3 more great minds another 500 years to discover that unifying framework? No. I'm certainly not that in mind. I'm merely passing on a message I once heard. Time is dying, but it remains destructive. Einstein said, the future is not a gift, it is an achievement. But what do we need for the next great discovery to save us from time? And once saved from time, what could mankind become? Here, we need an Einsteinian revelation. No, a revolution to understand how the next great leap could happen to save humanity from dying but savage time. If we want to know something, to experience a real revelation, we return to Alexander the Great in step 4. A revelation requires a sacrifice of pride, will, and even those false likes, which we call love. Those little facts we confuse with the truth. Those tired knees we refuse to break into a full meal. And even more so, we must sacrifice our desires for Christ's oughts. We must trade what is for what might be. And that is how the next great evolution of mankind will begin to occur on the horizon, as the light first begins to form an arc out of the darkness of space, as the sun strikes the edge of a world. Time may be breaking, but it still impacts us unless we evolve into the type of people who are not impacted by what time causes: guilt, grief, regret, and death. Because if what we need is an evolution that will save us from time's effects like death, then we need an unknown, beautiful revelation. And I suspect it would arise from the unsuspected ordinary of Rembrandt, dinner tables, and first appear like immature college infatuation. Perhaps even as immature as a 13-year-old girl named Mary holding her newborn just outside the gates of Jerusalem. Isn't it odd? This Westerner keeps talking about a random Middle Eastern city and the Jews. Stepping into your evolution. And if all todays are eternal and time is broken, that means a revolution has already occurred. Some rebels just have not accepted it yet. But we must take that first step regardless. And that first act or step, if made in the right direction and for the right purpose, can redeem not only all your todays, but also all your yesterdays and tomorrows. A single moment can do this. A single step can be holy. You can baptize today. Shannon's single marathon stride, which is her protest against evil comfort, is not only helping her, but it is also a flash of yellow glory enlivening the lives of our little girls as they watch her as a mirror of who they can become. They trade their what is for what might be because of her step. What if a single God-man takes just one holy step on our earth for the highest purpose, to redeem the least deserving rebels who had already quit trying? Could that infinite mass of meaning, greater than the sun, draw more than just some nice feelings into a nice man into itself? Could the infinite meaning and love brought into time have any effect on us? Would that effect appear as an evolution, bending our wills and desires around his step's mass of gravity? And yes, I speak of the single stooping down of God himself into time. Could that infinite imbalance ever be rectified? The thesis: the imbalance rebalanced. And when you act like you're going to live forever, you begin to take on the responsibility of the eternity which your soul already suspects it has. And you begin to defeat the narrow-mindedness your weak will and digitally trained mind falsely hope is true. Every step matters. Steps in today's are all that you have. What would your future look like if you asked yourself, what would I do if I knew I had an infinite amount of help and an infinite amount of time? What could I accomplish if I just did something every day believing that? What would others think of me if I became the sort of person who could be trusted to be wise, acting now while thinking forever? What sort of beauty could I see in my little life if I really believed what the science and the love I read about told me about? Your greatest revenge on evil time is your living forever despite it. Christ's greatest revenge on evil was his invading step as a bastard baby, infinite and vulnerable. He is not interested in fulfilling the mediocre hype of fake stories we invent. And perhaps that next infinite step into our world to give it that balance would be inside of you. It would give you the unshakable confidence to try, to fail, to dust yourself off again, knowing you have both infinite power and infinite time if you just keep moving forward down the road, moving forward as if drawn in by something greater and weightier than yourself. For many, to be drawn in by Christ is the real purpose of life's roads. The adventure is in the stepping when you know you don't have the power or the right, yet you step regardless. And if any infinite story strikes your finite heart, your heart must be made infinite and eternal to bear it. Bent knees remake bent hearts. Or we can use another analogy. It's almost as if we always admired him as a nice little piece of unthreatening artwork of hills hanging above the hearth of a summer cottage. But the safe painting is now seen as a mountainscape surrounding us, invading hearts like that single Christmas step. The mountains of our unseen ordinary reality step through the glass frame, crashing our attention. A higher dimension wishing to incorporate a lower. We shall see, but will it be soon enough? Will it be before we waste our only life thinking too small and playing too safe? So I believe the entire world of real men and women must be resurrected in order to true up the imbalance of this one appearance of a divine baby in Jerusalem who ended up walking as a man with a cross, crashing toward a finish line. But that is not at all. Even more, once I sometimes read histories, those people are promised to be made perfect in their hope, a real hope that threatens because he has already invaded once. As certainly as time is promised defeat, because it once heard a drop of mass exists somewhere already. And what his invasion left behind were books written about his nature, an example of how to live, how to love and fight. And that example was itself the infinite mass that draws us in as real men and women who step past the lovely little painting with our duster in hand, thinking we were the ones doing the cleaning. And as us mirroring steppers are drawn in by the infinite weightiness of Christ's nature, we absorb as paints on a canvas the next evolution of mankind with each of our steps in his direction. And our steps toward him are always away from comfort and mediocrity and hell and into truth. And our steps toward him look a little like his upscaling brushstrokes over our mistakes. We were the ones being cleaned up all along. And this is offered to you despite the religions and our false pride polluting the grandeur of the mountains surrounding us already. The religions never noticed the eternal mountainscape marching in our direction, bursting the protection of our imprisoning glass walls all along. The mountains are themselves avalanching into humanity through each great book, hero story, failure, dinner table, and hopeful analogy. They threaten us because they are, as Christ is, on the move and quite dangerous. But what the hell does that mean for you? Theory: Christ's story as revelation. We wrap ourselves in the hope of one day discovering a story of someone greater taking up our cause and running a marathon we can never run, like Shannon once did when she ran a marathon for a departed friend. You need to carry and be carried along, someone to protect and care for, someone to defend and be defended, someone to sacrifice for and to learn to love, someone to dredge up the abscess of your soul to discover that remaining drop of courage that I know is still there. Think of your future self and ask, What could I learn if I were able to take responsibility for the defense and care of just one other person? What could I learn about love if I first loved someone before they loved me? What could I earn and give up again if I were to take the risk of investing into bettering my writing, speaking, and thinking skills on that off chance I could be asked to lead some little effort just one time in my life, even if I had set back 100 times? What could I learn by blending a cup of courage into a cup of competence? Well, you'd be the type of person others would enjoy being around, including yourself. You'd be that person everyone at the school and chat room depended on to take on impossible conversations. You'd be that newfound courage and competency and serve one person first, then many other people, because you knew you could be trusted. You might fall down, but you know you'll get back up. And knowing you will rise back up is more than everything. Christ also came to be our example on the streets of Jerusalem to mirror, to paint his nature into our nature. The only way to make his steps greater would be for his single act to unify both the triumph of the greatest good imaginable and the unsurpassed defeat of the greatest evil thinkable in the greatest arbitrage possible. He took his death and traded it up for our life. I am speaking here not about religion or conversion, but about history, philosophy, symbolism, and purpose, which guide the 9 steps as they guide every Judeo-Christian nation's morality. Christ's story is not only the fulfillment of the wishes of the true philosophies and false religions, but the fulfillment of real history. All of that in one God-man, whose enemies call his archetypes the Son, Krishna, Logos, and Messiah, except he refused to become king. Then that dimension uplifting, domain unifying man steps forward into the lives of all humanity, lined up along that dirt road in a number of ways. In Jerusalem's history, reading of the story, or hearing the eyewitness accounts passed down through the generations. Or perhaps reading the prophecies of Isaiah, David, Plato, and Daniel, centuries before he ever stepped through those gates like Alexander to make a sacrifice. Remember when told Washington would step down from the presidency, England's King George III proclaimed, "He will be the greatest man in the world." Man's purpose is to live as he lived and do what he taught, to love one another as he loved, to give up our wants, needs, and desires, even our life, for the weak on the streets around us who don't deserve anything, and to do it with a kind of Carson-esque vulnerability. And somehow, in some way I don't understand, this is how he gets his power into those who want to become real men more than they want to remain rebels. Just as once my girls lined up to see Shannon on a holy road in Houston somehow built my daughters, they lined up to see what they could become by seeing Shannon, their co-creator, and seeing they now hope to one day become as she is already, and they're stepping toward her example. It's a little like that. Christ mirrors himself onto you and me as well, if we will pay attention to his story. But we have the focus of a bumblebee. The lines on the pages of the greatest book in history shout the same lines and loves to all of us. Courage, bravery, love, a cross. And only then, joy, and perhaps even a crown. Despite your deceit and dark demise, Christ will shine a little light in your direction to see if you'll look back at him. That's how he caught me. All great hunters wish to catch the reflection of a gazing eye in the wild darkness. Your next moves. Now allow me to set some actionable steps you also can take if you want to live like an evolved man. If you are determined to follow this rule and act like you will live forever, because you will, because you are a soul more than you are a body. You need your soul to live and your body to kneel to get the forever part of the promise. You, I, Alexander the Great, we're the same deep down. First, today is all you have.
Whatever you do, leave tonight better off than you found it this morning. Today is the only stepping stone toward your forever. Make today the servant of your tomorrow. Do the most difficult and lasting thing right away each morning, and do nothing else until that is done. Don't eat. Don't pick up the next interruption. Don't open another screen. If you have to choose between work which is urgent and something which is important, ignore the urgent. Urgent work is rarely important. Anything that can be taken away never really belonged to you. Likewise, choose the action with the longest positive upside and reject the action that can disappear tomorrow. Do not ignore the lesser for the greater, for that is a great sin. Consume blogs over tweets because blogs are tougher to read and last longer, and books over blogs. Choose to read an older book over a newer book because it has lasted longer. And perhaps a bit of this greatest book's millennial longevity will rub off on you. Second, honor the dead. If you listen to the perspectives of current influencers and colleagues without considering the views of the past thinkers, you miss out. In fact, you rob the dead of their vote. Great ideas demand a vote, and those whose ideas have stood across time deserve a greater weighting than the narrow optics of the men who are recent. Lastly, keep taking steps every day. If an action is longer term and holy, it sanctifies all the other imperfect thoughts and desires of your day as well. And a holy day is an eternal day, because great work is rewarded eternally. Poor and directionless work creates a hell both in your now and in your forever. A consistent step on a day you don't feel like it makes you stronger than a day when your steps are easy. Do one hard thing every day, and if you need a place to begin, try this. Leave your house by 5 a.m. and do not return until 5 p.m. Go sit in a cafe with a book, buy 10 strangers lattes, and build some relationships. Just walk into the gym and don't leave for an hour. Whatever you do, keep all your devices anywhere other than in the room where you sleep. Phones destroy more marriages, virginities, and attentions than you will ever know. Go get some life. Hell, go get some life as well. Recall step 7, you lose what you try to keep. In the biblical sense, it comes across as you only reap what you first plant. If you plant worthless work, you reap worthless results. If you never struggle to help others, anything anyone does for you will become futile. Because all you have is today, and all you have is you with the promise of an infinite power to help you if you choose the right master. And your comfortable and stuffless days are certainly destructive. That's how losers are made, not by losing, but by rarely trying. Holy gifts burn up in the hands of a man with the hellish pursuit of ease. But you can begin trying and trusting without excuses and turn that around in the next 30 days. The Catholics, which I am not, say that we shall partake of the maximal story possible as we eat bread, fruits, and drink grape juice after a marathon week. The Hindus also rejoice in the light of the Diwali feast, nourishing our lowly, depleted bodies while filling our divine souls with gratitude. This is what a great story would feed us like. I suspect they have that right, because a story is just a collection of steps taken to advance our souls over a bunch of todays. And perhaps it is possible that accepting the greatest story imaginable as truth is the mechanism by which the next great evolution of mankind to usurp death and guilt happens to work. And perhaps that's what you need, an evolution. I did. For if someone had run for the highest possible purpose, they must have carried others, maybe 1 billion. No one can technically do anything better than this, to give life to the dead. Running and struggling over a string of todays, your tears and sweat mix into a sop of joy. But only if that kind of highest purpose is there in your todays. For all runners know, once they feel their energy sapped, a drop of yellow honey will bring them renewal, and storms bring out the sun. Struggles become joy if your step is in the right direction. I've heard bloody crosses might even become golden crowns. I bet you witness it everywhere,
but society, they tell you to ignore it. The birth of every child out of the dark womb. The rise of every wheat seed sowed and reaped for food out of the dark soil. The landed bird rushes to take flight yet again. A son sees his dad protect his mom. 100 men lavishly demand justice on evil. 100 tears lavishly demand justice on death. The effort you give today determines you forever. What you plant now will be verified by the future of what you ever get. So get moving today. Expect discomfort and trial. Expect waning energy. Those are cues for you to raise your fist and fight on. Sowing shall be reaping in your life and in the entire cosmos. That is the promise offered if there's another great evolution of man. The mirroring of the supernatural onto you is offered to you. The master painter's brush is already in one hand, and all his dark contrast and light yellows sit in the painter's palette in the other. And the same drop of yellow threatens all your stormy yesterdays with the hope of a golden crown tomorrow. He may just use all his paints on you because you're worth his attention. And though you wish to be two-dimensional, he's building up colorfully deep layers you cannot see. He is building up a real boy. I think he uses the yellows most when you notice the ordinary around you, those unmanufacturable miracles in your dreams, the guilt, the math, DNA, self-healing tumors. Expect the magic and the evolution. A real girl's more than a fake father. A few days after Shannon's marathon, my 13-year-old middle daughter, Lily Kate, took to the lacrosse fields. Finding her team down 0-6, the loss seemed apparent. Even the parents gave up on their own kids, but not Lily Kate. From 99 yards away, I could hear her mimic the encouragements she heard from Shannon toward her friends in that marathon. My daughter, beyond all hope and all reason, roused her teammates to call forth the undiscovered fortitude to take a stand on defense and to convert that defensive stand into an offensive invasion. She called forth the promise that not only did she believe in her teammates, but that she expected them to rise up in that moment. You see, it's okay to borrow a greater person's faith in you, even a little girl. And over the next 20 minutes, I watched this mini mirror of Shannon storm the other team's goals and dash their hopes. Because a drop of Lily Kate's hope had stepped onto the field to resurrect the spirits of her low-aim teammates. And as Lily Kate scored the next goal, I saw her glance over to the sidelines at her little sister Rosie to make sure she was watching her big sister's beautiful violence threaten certain defeat. Because you become what you see. Lily Kate won the game and earned the respect of all those fake fathers who'd already given up on their own kids. Never give up on a real girl who has more faith in you. Never forget the power of a parent's example rippling through the entire family. Inspiration reflects and refracts out to others in wild lavishness. Remember the wisdom of the arts when you take action each day, so that Christ's maximal life will reflect back into you, to live as a vulnerable man willing to die, so that hope-giving power may peek through the clouds of others. Remember, the oboe, the most vulnerable of all the instruments, the swan, the most vulnerable of all the animals, the dancer, the most vulnerable of all the beauties. But my little girl, the destroyer of defeat, none surpassed in grace, none at more risk of tragedy. We're all as the on-point ballerina. We're all the certain loser on the field calling out for others to rise up, exposed, alone, afraid, demanding vindication. Imagine your one swift stride today can defeat the badness of all your yesterdays ruling your life right now. I believe one foot strike in history already has. And if one of us has done it, so can you. Keep moving and move with violent beauty. The stage is now yours. Take the field like you only have today. Take steps and risks based on a 5,000-year framework instead of a 5-minute feeling. You'll become the type of man who can be trusted, who people come to when they are in trouble,
who likes what he sees in the mirror because he's dirty from the real work of a real life of cleaning himself up on the inside. Clean your life up because you're going to live forever. And forevers are never stagnant. They always end in heavens or hells. There are no sideways steps. In our final step, you will discover how you can unleash the truth and beauty in your work and life. Act like you will live forever because you will, and shoulder that load because you can. Conclusion. Step 9. Seek beauty and you may find truth. If you don't know what to do, choose the option that would create the most unbelievably beautiful story for you to tell your grandkids one day. Your steps make your stories, and your stories make your life. The setup. Selfish college sex. Seek sex first, and you will only find lust. Seek facts only, and you will only find rote logic. But build a beautiful story, and you will find truth and love. And with them, power thrown in. As we conclude, I draw your attention back to where we began. The only way to know the true is to reject the false. The only way to love is to hate that which is not loving. Love is the glue which binds all 9 steps. Let me show you how. Do you remember that couple who met seated in a college classroom? You know, that boy and girl who started dating and almost immediately fell in love? I certainly do. I saw it 1,000 times. They quickly moved from the first to daily dates. And to do that, they had to abandon their other friendships and commitments with us. Maybe this was you and your spouse. The same annoying couple traveled home together on the holiday breaks to spend time with the other's family. They spent every possible waking second together. They were in love, after all. But that kind of love looked more like infatuation to us outsiders who were left behind. Maybe we assumed it was just selfish college sex. But the selfish relationship part, without the sex, required the rejection of those outside to embrace the potential love they hoped would be in the one. Those students would never know if it were true love without the rejection of all of us on the exterior to their infatuation. This new relationship had to be tested by their sacrifice of those old friendships they valued, but ultimately knew they would never become the single love of their lives. Love is just as much choosing who to embrace as it is picking those false likes to reject. The ancient Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu advised us on this 2,500 years ago. He said, "I must give up what I am in order to become that which I might be." Lao Tzu tells us that all of life is about giving up our lesser likes for the higher loves. Imagine what that means for us and the loathsome trinkets of cunning and passive aggression we submit to. Think about your future and decide, I'm going to give up one activity today which would keep me down tomorrow. I'm committed to becoming the best version of myself others can depend on, perhaps even someone I can admire. That requires me to give up worthless daily activities and embrace what I know my future self needs to become. I will act as if I am already on my way to my future self, so I will practice courage and develop competency with all the worthless time I am freeing up now. I will say no to the worthless things. For every one thing I will commit to doing, I will commit to stop doing another too. And now, bold, unburdened a little, and empowered, you can take the next step towards stopping the single mediocre thing you do the most and replacing it with the next best thing you should do. And you take the next step toward your future ideal self. Becoming yourself, just as the infatuated, friend-loving couple knew, is just as much about rejecting as it is embracing. Your past will be sacrificed to see your future. Time will faithfully see to that.
When that couple who rejected their friendship in college eventually married, you had a bit of relief. As the marriage continued, you likely began to lose touch with them. The couple's love had been consummated, not merely in sexual or legally, but also in reality, but not yet consummated to the fullest. You see, when two lovers love each other, the love is such that it is singularly focused on the other person. It realizes a bit of reflectivity and reciprocity is at play. And with reciprocity, we begin to evaluate motives. When someone can reciprocate, should reciprocate, our motives become warped quite quickly because there is an unspoken benefit to love. Eventually, that college couple, if they were rightly aligned and after a few years of being in this singular love, decide to start a family by birth or adoption. Shannon and I did. The wife secretly worries that the husband won't love her as much after the natural course of carrying a new life takes effect on her body. The husband worries the same while also concerned about providing. The depravity of man's own selfish heart. But when the baby comes, it's a moment of joy. The mother extracts eternal joy from unbearing pain. The father steps into a supporting secondary role for a time. Such profound moments of joy can be found in a single breath of a child, redeeming the pain of the mother and the demotion of the father. Love of the child takes center stage in the heart and the home. Conversations which have been focused on themselves now turn to the child. Saving and investing that have been focused on their retirement safety now turn to the child's benefit. Sleep schedules are thrown out. Work quality and career achievement are overthrown for a moment. Lavish parties with the future leaders of the world no longer dazzle. This is all the more right than before. Every loving parent knows it. It is a higher love than before. Higher loves often mean harder lives. But why? Cataclysmically, the motives shift over the coming days. As love takes root in the third person, the child, love expands to encompass more than before. The love of the husband and the wife must be protected while temporarily being set aside in a certain sense. The love between the mother and the child must be the controlling relationship because the bond of unexplainable charity takes root in attention. Right worship, which is called wonder, is the outflow of proper attention. The tension between the father and the child gives the man a reason to grow in his nature as protector and hero, thus developing the man's purpose and work more deeply and richly. The mothers who can do both become immortal saints. I suppose we may have been that infatuated college couple at first. We have an amazing marriage which got to this level only after we had our girls, not before. But something even more incredible arises to overshadow the rising family dynamic I see when I see all three of my daughters, Rosie, Delegate, and Emerson. Those four girls are my very life. I would happily kill 1,000,000 savages to save one of them from any harm. Wasn't that an outlandish thing for me just to tell you? But it's true. Remember the first chapter when I told you about the evil beheader? You need a story worth telling your grandkids one day. You must handle both evil and true love in lavish fashion. Yes, DVD sending beheaders must themselves be beheaded. I was told 100 men were dispatched against those murders of our one good man. Because you don't send one bullet when you can send 100. You don't kill one savage when 1,000,000 threaten. You must kill all threats to those who are in your charge to protect. Addictive devices, bad food, gossipy friendships, threatening theology, and your own sensual addictions. Lavishness is always right when dealing with evil and writing of love. Imagine yourself in a true and deep love, committed, unreasonable, and after giving up your wants for their needs, something happens in you. When you give away your love, you grow and you become worthy of being loved as a man. But you never realize that before, only after. Disproportionate love coupled with a disdain for wrong is how all men are delivered from remaining schoolboys. True love is unreasonable. The problem, where to begin? Time drains your hopes and fills up your fears until you overbrim with insignificance. Fearing, you reject any appearance of vulnerability. You're unable to love or be loved properly. So you invite insignificance and hopelessness deeper and lose the power offered in vulnerability, hoping pity will come your pathetic way. How do you stop? Remember step 6. You must embrace the unknown to really live. It's the adventure and story you're meant for, not the delay, safety, and easy to hit targets everyone else is aiming for. So you must desire something beyond yourself to run toward, a higher master to instruct all the other promises you want to make. In doing this, you will begin to hate your meandering comfort. I did. Your old comfortable life is burned up with excuses, which you call reasons. Mine did. But your excuses are rarely good reasons. So stop standing around and take a step. But to where? Your life, which is a series of steps, should be a story people want to hear. No one wants to hear about delays, safety, and comfort. No one will give a damn to hear anything about you unless you heighten to love or defeated in evil. Do your excuses aim at and hit mediocrity? Mine still do sometimes. Yet even when we hate them, we continue to return to them for time. What we need isn't money, fame, power, to be loved, or a purpose, or excuses. We need to see the 9 steps, Christ, and perhaps take a step toward the life of the fully evolved man only he offers you through action and rejecting what is not true. But there's a long road ahead. So let me show you where I began. Since we are so much alike when we take away the experiences and failures, I bet we'll arrive at the same place just as we began from the same one. Think about your future and ask yourself, what would my life be like if I replaced screens after 5 p.m. to only read books over 500 years old? What would my family be like if we ate dinner around the same table most nights without our devices and asked each other honest questions? Would the initial awkwardness of both the books and the dinners be worth the growth of my family and myself a year from now? Now emboldened, as I was, you will take on those grand adventures worthy of telling over the dinner tables of your own kids and grandkids one day. Your competency and courage will empower you to be interesting enough for others to care about, and I suspect even to believe in. Imagine you can get that kind of adventurous life of loving and risking. Imagine you're willing to take a risk, a smart risk, with a disproportionate upside. What kind of growth could you continue to see within you and in those you've called into your life? Is there a way to see this clearer? Is there a way to know how love grows stronger, more than selfish college sex and infatuation? Yes. And if what is beautiful is always right, then you should look for beauty if you hope to ever find right truth. Writing is the verb of what truth himself does to those who want to see him. And maybe wanting your life to be righted into a beautiful story is enough. And perhaps you just wandered yourself into the beauty which offers to lead you there. If you just wanted it with your whole life and then lived like this higher life is real, could that work? I believe it just might if you trust these 9 steps. And I believe your shame and guilt would be banished forever in beauty's coup against evil. Let me show you how to get magic inside you. What is the maximal love? When my wife and I had our youngest daughter, I fell in love immediately. Rosie is magical. She gave and still gives me the desire to be her hero, whether she wants one or not in her teenage years. But I began to notice something that the Parisian monk Richard of St. Victor also noticed when he philosophized about the same maximal type of love in the Blessed Trinity. I began to see my wife Shannon mirrored in our daughter Rosie, and I love that. Rosie's delicate eyes searching for mine to see if I was paying attention, holding back her smile while I accelerate my goofiness to see if she will break into a laugh. She's strong, just like her mom. Shannon noticed that Rosie began to pick up some of my mannerisms. Shannon loved that. Sometimes she hates it, like my love for Freddy's frozen custard with strawberries and my particularities, but mostly loves it, I think. Shannon and I loved each other deeply before, but now there's this daughter who we love as well. And somehow, when I look at Rosie, I love her mom even more. And when her mom looks at Rosie, she sees me and feels my love through little things like the imputed mannerisms and our shared love for Freddy's custard, strawberries, and hard work. My love for Shannon is reflected in Rosie. Rosie's love for me is reflected in Shannon. I can look at Shannon and love Shannon, and somehow my love for Shannon as my wife is also loving my 3 daughters. My loving of my daughters is also loving my wife. Shannon's care for my daughters is her loving and respecting me while I'm at work. My daughters' respect and love for their mom is their loving and honoring me. A child is a magical musical round, returning what they see from us back to us in 1,000 mirroring ways. Do you see what has happened? The lesser likes of the infatuated college lovers has now turned into something greater, something reflective. Once merely direct between 2 dimensions is now also indirectly multidimensional. And in this higher love of the third person, I began to see the highest possible type of love flourish. The seed we planted became a living rose. And in this love of my daughter Rosie, I began to see the highest possible type of love flourish in my own home. I saw the emergence of shareable love. I've not fallen in false love of television reality shows. I've been plunged into a lavish life of truth that a shareable love is the highest form of life. You see, like the sun, any weighty love must draw a third person into its orbit to endure as true and high and bright love. Because a shareable love is the highest form of life. Others must be able to warm themselves by the fire of the charitable light of the two. This is the best kind of love. This is why the Trinity of the Father, Christ the Son, and the Holy Spirit has the triple person maximal love needed to evict the coldness of our hearts by their blazing and massive truth. The poet Virgil, who died 15 BC, is asked about this in Dante's Commedia in Purgatory Canto 15. How can it be that a good thing or a just thing, that the sun, or a good symbolizing grace and love, is distributed among a greater number of possessors, and that makes them richer than if it were only possessed by a few? Virgil answers with his own question. Because thou still settest thy mind on earthly things, thou gathereth darkness from the very light. That infinite and unspeakable good which is there above speeds to love as a sunbeam comes to the right body. The more love extends to more souls that are enamored there above, the more there are to be rightly loved, and the more love there is, and like a mirror, the one returns to the other. He says infinite love spreads to all souls like a mirror. Just as a master painter paints a man more richly the longer he sits still to be painted. That which is eternal collides with that which is material, amalgamating us into a transcendent revolution of a higher love which makes us braver and bolder. It gives an ordinary man with an ordinary family the maximal love of the Trinity, which maximizes the life of those who look to Christ as their sole master. You see, I was plunged into seeing, and seeing gives rise to a revelation toward evolution. And that revelation of the evolution is now being offered to you, and it's true. And that truth is beautiful if you permit it to take root within you. And evolution may seem a little like a mirror. Inversion, false contentment.
Seek beauty, and you may find truth. Seek love, and you may find loveliness. But seek power first, and you will lose everything in the end. And here I am speaking with you, a vulnerable father who turned his poverty and weakness into building organizations, employing thousands of people, and creating millions of dollars in wealth for many. Like Alexander, I've wandered around, destroyed plenty of good people, and had a taste of everything I thought I wanted. And the only reason I ever escaped was because I rejected the false experiences I had been wandering in search of in campaigns, nonprofit work, and trying to force my way. Many of you think you want a life of fame and connections and power. So let me begin by telling you what power is not based on my life experiences. 2 United States presidents have bought me seat at dinners, and too many U.S. senators and U.S. congressmen to count. I've sat with an Asian billionaire in an exclusive restaurant that no one else can access in Las Vegas. 3 of us, the billionaire, myself, and his translator, feasted on a 10-course meal, which he insisted each bite be entirely covered in gold, served by a team of 7 alone in that restaurant. Following the glowing leaf date for dessert, I was offered cases of any of the most expensive wines in the world I wished to be sent back to my home as a parting gift. Seated on gold-plated thrones, nibbling delicacies on 300-year-old golden china, Princess Diana's personal chef and her personal butler served 10 of us, and a line of butlers stood to the side. Lounge on a pure silver over post-dinner dessert and coffee in a business partner's living room. A boxed meal with 8 friends on a luxury private jet outfitted to seat 100 passengers on the way to a boys' weekend. Countless times seated with billionaires and the world's power wielders. Meals with the Secret Service guarding my house and dinner table because of who came over. But I have one favorite dinner ever. None of these experiences could ever match it. This was a seated dinner with a far truer power. Because a beautiful story bricked by dusty books and art paved the way which brought me there. This narrow path will look average and ordinary at first. But remember, the black swan events that invade our world threaten to evolve our vulnerable ordinary into a mind-shattering outlier in a single, unguessable moment. Sometimes wondering is prayer. From where I sat in 2021, I saw that my prideful desires were aimed low with amazing dinners, business success, and dream experiences. I wanted what I saw in the private jet, golden dishes, servants wearing tuxedos, and power for men. Like Alexander, we all know deep down, even the whole world is not enough for any of us. Yet we wander around for it anyway. I needed a revelation. Do you? I trust that by showing you how my revelation came, you will be attentive in your own life. We take our ordinary for granted, but it's in the ordinary where our moments pass that seem to break time to invite in grander meetings, which allow us to refocus on our one true purpose. It was Epictetus that said, "You become what you give your attention to." And sometimes honest wondering is received as prayer, as Alexander saw the high priest of his vision in real life. And if prayer is lived and a sacrifice made, as Alexander learned, your life's purpose arrives as a revelation to see. And the best prayer of wanderers like us is always to see the most beauty arise to destroy the injustices around us. Our prayer is to see and perhaps even participate in a maximal love, because maximal love is the ultimate beauty philosophically possible. And ultimate beauty brings ultimate truth. When I had that surgery to remove my tumor, which resulted in my brain fog, I cognitively lost a great deal. And when I slowly began to regain my mental capacity a few years later, it certainly helped. But mental strength was not the solution. I needed to evolve. I needed the humility to pray for beauty to invade the gates of my closed-off heart, to right my bent mind. Remember, it was Van Gogh that said, what looks beautiful, really beautiful, is also right. And just as the black swan events that shape our world are unfolded in vulnerability, so too are those few personal experiences around our books and dinner tables that make us better men. A powerful revelation may strike at any moment, but how? The lie in the teenage love songs is the same false tale we still believe as adults. The lie is that we must search and make love work all on our own effort. The lie that we must fight and overcome our loved ones to teach them how to be a proper man or a decent woman, and to finally defeat them with our rightness. And this hell-fashioned falsehood that our vanquished lover shall eventually love us back corrupts our souls. That is never a lovely love. Perhaps, however, we were meant to be the ones overcome. We want to be safe now and perhaps one day invade, when we instead need to be invaded. We want to close the gates to the risk we fear and instead need to open up to the power which surrounds us already. To open the gates in our obedience to a stronger invading force, as the Jewish high priest saved Jerusalem by opening his protecting gates to Alexander's army. And his opening of the protections out of obedience brought power into Jerusalem. And Alexander's power, which once threatened death, brought life. Life because of the high priest's obedience and the prayer of a bloodthirsty conqueror who once bent his knee. Perhaps like Alexander, we are also built to find our purpose and next steps only after we cast down our crooked crowns, bow, kneel, sacrifice, and pray. That's how I did it, or rather, that's how it happened to me. I was blind, but now I see. This was the ordinary scene Van Gogh painted, the everyday, which, when colored properly, remade the unnoticed, unknown background a proper dark contrast to transcend an ordinary family. This contrast looks like pain, friction, infertility, job problems, mental clarity, and the loss of those we still love who never loved us. Transforming the unknown, the unnoticed ordinary, into a masterpiece is the prayer of all little girls, knowing they are meant to become mothers. Hoping that such a thing as love exists, they believe it will find them one day. And hoping is everything. Over the 8 years of my mental fog, stemming from my tumor surgery in 2013, I silently prayed, God, give me an ounce from the ocean of your wisdom. And I prayed that nearly every day, not realizing he was trying to invade me with his gift of wisdom. But I was too guarded to let him, because everywhere I looked, I saw threats instead of opportunities. I wanted the gates closed. See, masterpieces are only created after the master is given the pieces that we hide for ourselves. It was not until February 2021, a midweek meatloaf supper with my family, homemade mashed potatoes with the whipped buttercream and buttered sweet corn mounded over in our matching white ceramic serving bowls. No gold, no thrones, no special guests, no wine, in our ordinary home, around our average wooden family dinner table. A rectangular 10-seater in the breakfast nook, where the girls love to paint their yellows, blacks, and reds and leave their washwater cups for Dad to rinse out. I'm never sure if I'm really sitting at the foot or the head of the table. Shannon to my left, on the chair side of the table. Lily Kate preparing for a pending battle lacrosse practice to my right, holding down the bench side. Emerson next to Shannon and Rosie in volleyball black pads across from me. Their iced sweet teas in tall, translucent pink fractaled cups. I never put enough sugar in. Swishing around, searching for that perfect piece of crunchable ice. Rosie finding hers. Emerson dressed for ballet rehearsal later. Not yet wearing her tiptoe reinforced point shoes, sliding her meat under her brown gravy potatoes, with the same tarnished fake silver fork Shannon and I registered for at Dillard's nearly 2 decades prior. Lily Kate asking for seconds in between her caricatures of cartoons and our miniature golden doodle, Bean. Shannon attempting to eat, heaping out more to keep plates full and 5 napkins in 5 laps.
With the 4 girls arrayed around me, laughing, Christ blazed forth this proclamation into my heart. I have heard your prayer for wisdom, but your gates and walls are still fearfully guarded to keep me out. So, since you will not let me in, beauty's coup will unlock your gates from the inside, and I will enter. I am wisdom. That single average moment raised beauty, truth, and love all together for my now seeing eyes to worship the invading revealer as he delivered the infinite drop of wisdom to my fearful guarded depths. This soul drop brought courage to open the gates of my life to be invaded by the full force of his healing. My broken mind and bent heart straightened out that very moment from what I saw. He only uses crooked men. My 8-year mental fog lifted at that moment, and I never told a soul until now because it was too holy to speak about with my profane lips. I let down my guard for a single moment, a scent of the magnificent, to satisfy all the appetites of my life. Power, wealth, and fear of loss are no longer appealing to me because wisdom stormed over my life's fears. Not just the girls around the wooden rectangle, which they would alone satisfy my life, but to take in a single moment into my evolving soul at that dinner table, mid-crunch, mid-laugh. The frozen moment pierced me with a moment, and its point plunged deep as a key unlocking a medieval dungeon door. His key, beauty, pierced my cold heart as if by the fiery spear of destiny which pierced Christ's heart to ensure he was indeed dead. Both stabbings, however, ended in more living. I did not need to see him on yellow thrones of gold to believe, for Christ, who is wisdom himself, was now enthroned on my weak, dead heart to pour out a living drop of himself to meet my lone prayer. To trust that a single glance of the ordinary is enough to make my life worthwhile and to make me into a new man. That a world-shattering moment like this happen makes the moment I saw true, more real than real, and more real because I cannot show it to you for your scrutiny. You can never see the undestroyable. All you can see is the effects I live out in front of you. And when I wrote this, I was sobbing all alone in my office writing this with joy that it happened to me. I did not make it happen. I was a victim, lanced by wisdom himself. For the array of my loves, laughing, looking upon each other, was indeed that perfect maximal love I had once theorized about years earlier. The shining beauty that unlocked Christ's invasion to deliver my prayers. The theory turned fact. Prayer answered. The maximal love there showed itself, not in a sanctuary, painting, or theater, but around a paint-stained dinner table of my daily life. The reflection of my love for Shannon shining onto Rosie, knowing she was accepted, Rosie's acceptance budding into her anticipation of Emerson's embrace of her sistering. Lily Kate's knowing that I would laugh before the joke's delivery, and that Emerson would see my laughter, a smile of endearment of Lily Kate's budding personality, which Emerson sisters as a master forms a clay bust over which to marvel. My laughter, evoking Emerson's quirkily bent smile, would be seen by Shannon as a mediation of her mothering smile, and my fatherly encouragement of the silliness Rosie expected to see from her best friend, who Shannon herself bore, resulting out of that collegiate love we sowed long ago. This was the perfect scene of what every family unknowingly hoped to manifest, the bringing together of true beauty arising from the truest maximal love. This single moment of laughing during the peak of power in the bond of interlocking loves reflecting off one another. And yes, I do mean power. The sort of power that evolves a man. He used this beautiful scene to set me right. He slipped in a new master using beauty's coup and an undestroyable hope. You see, everything became clearer in that moment. And I now see that the first drop of wisdom with Christ's divine footstrike dropping down into Jerusalem was a mirror of what was to happen again in some of us. He will again strike beauty and wisdom into our wondering and praying hearts if we just get our dinner tables and books in proper order. And his steps will continue to invade every other part of our lives as we become shining mirrors of that first forever strike. He showed us how to live, bow, kneel, speak, fight, and sacrifice. And it happened once for us all to see. And if it happened once in my life, that my mortal eyes once glanced at those beauties in their instant love, striking love at each other, a whole family slipping the surely bonds of the whole dying world, it would give me an eternal hope that it might happen again. And if it struck me, it could strike you. Love can invade anywhere if it exists somewhere. The surrounding gates and comfortable mediocrity, which I thought protected me all along, actually proved merely a prison to keep me from true freedom. But I noticed it only after I prayed for wisdom. My revelation became my evolution. I would never have known this dinner scene's true light without the darkness that preceded it. My mind had regained its imagination, and in a way, my love for them was enhanced into something greater, which I saw through them. My girls around my dinner table mirrored the sea storm call of Rembrandt as he mirrored the call of Christ to join a real story. The story of maximal sacrifice, because the maximal love once invaded our world too, and still invades shy hearts and foggy minds like mine and yours. And that belief, for some strange reason, made me into a better man who would not just reject the lesser desire because he knows it is the wrong direction, but because I have found something that overbrims to flood out all my original selfish desires, rejecting the lesser likes to embrace the higher loves, the lower facts to witness truth. My desire for relevance is no longer remembered. It is no longer empowered. It has been usurped by a greater master, Christ. My fear and mental haze were usurped by my glance of a greater gravitational power delivered out of the beauty of my loves around that table, pulling me and bending me into the sculpted form. For as every mass bends time, so too the greater gravity always pulls the lesser. I was being pulled forward by Christ's weight all along into stepping when I just wanted to stand there, self-imprisoned in pride and safety. He, like the sun that peeks through the storm clouds, has a massive mass that arcs all the great literature, recounts all the years, and remakes the dinners of families. Your lesson, a magical living canvas. As fulfillment, not contentment, is the true inverse of desire, so too I believe that good is not the opposite of evil. Rather, it is the beauty of our story brought up into this ultimate story that will burn up the unjust evils that polluted our blinded eyes. And that beauty of our shared story, in the midst of dark struggles, will pave the road for His wisdom and love to get into us if we'll just open the doors despite our vulnerability and fear to safely do things on our own. We're like boys with tumors lying dormant for decades, who must open our necks so the surgeon can dig out the enemy which has prevented us from becoming men. He wants to overthrow the entrenched evil tyranny, to dig it out. I think of Rembrandt's beautiful seascape painting, which tells us the story of the stormy sea and the 13 men being calmed. I then consider the master artist who conceives and executes with precision. His dark storms will come, after all, but the drop of his sunny yellow threatens your chaotic meandering. Evil wants peace when it's control, while beauty wishes to murder it. Beauty is a worthy but bloody conqueror. Just like a real man, beauty is a worthy compass to truth, just like the most masterful artist. Perhaps taking these 9 steps is all you need to get there, because sometimes steps are just strokes. Theory, Rembrandt. And here I continue speaking in the language of arbitrage and in the philosophical sense about a historical man. But do not think I am calling you to convert to religion. I am calling you to take 9 steps to build a meaningful life. Remember, it was Rembrandt's seascape depiction of Jesus Christ as master and stiller of the storms that brought forth that speck of yellow, hope in the painting. He brought peace and destroy darkness with 3 mere words: peace, be still. These words inverted Agamemnon's waterside prayer for peace at sea so that there could be war at Troy. Your why matters. Rembrandt is providing us with a concentric example. Christ is the man who walked into Jerusalem with the crowd declaring him king, just like Washington, who lived a perfect life and died a perfect death, all because he came, not to become king, but to evict the tyranny of taxing fear and future death that prevented us from knowing the pleasure of a dinner table with his Father. He wishes us to trust that his death-conquering love was the first evolution, and that his love can be mirrored into our forever life, an entrada to an eternally unstoppable hope. He was said to have destroyed the hellish pit of death and evil, which makes him the fountain of life and beauty, if you philosophically follow it to the inverted logical end. And that forever type of life and beauty, like his, can invade men like us, because it also invaded history in all decent stories. Just as Rembrandt once painted himself into our own seat of chaos and hopelessness, Christ once painted himself into our history. Both masters invaded the ugliness to call out to us to believe that a drop of hope exists. And remember, Rembrandt's call out of the painting to us is an example for Christ's call to you and me in our pain. He's saying something like, the storms are raging, but I am mastering them all for anyone who wants to take the adventure with me. For Christ is also painting us into his canvas story. We must be still, as Alexander was when he prayed in solitude to hear a mere whisper. And often his whispering becomes painting. And he will shout down the loud evils all around you with his deafening whisper. Even the physical painting becomes an example if we will pay attention. The profundity of the story told within Rembrandt's canvas is richer only because the canvas and the paints are dead within themselves. But when active in the hands of a master, dead things have no option but to come forth in light-laden beauty. Rembrandt anoints the void of the canvas covering the frame made of an unseen tree, with his alabaster oils of paintable light invading the darkness. But it is the truly historical time-invading master who once hung his redeeming masterpiece on a tree as well, who will paint over the voids and wrongs in your life as he did in mine. Trees frame all proper canvases, canvas the greatest books, and bookend the greatest dinner tables. A man who builds all 3 seriously and honestly will have more than everything. And if you follow the 9 steps, they will brick the path there. And you can witness this master's work anytime, around 1 billion praying necks, inside 1 million steepled galleries greater than the Met, or in the rise of the sun. You must look closely for the whispering, lovely ordinary if you want to see real power. Real power, like truth and wisdom, arrives through beauty if you will not open the gates to him. A man who minds his books and dinner tables seriously and honestly will have more than everything. If you trust his offer enough to join the adventure, then first choose a worthy enemy. Those who do always receive the power they need because they love the good and the true. For Christ himself is wisdom and truth, and he remakes all our voided and selfish false canvases as we look to him like a model sitting still for a master artist. And the longer we look and read and kneel in solitude, the more beautiful he paints us. But to live fully, you must take up the 9 steps in this book. Isn't it odd for a man like me to focus his life on a single moment and draw these conclusions? Surely these are the conclusions of a madman who advocates for the brutal killing of evil. But remember, loves and evils can only be rightly understood by a man who deals with them lavishly. That is my hope for you, because it is also the pathway to creating a story people want to hear, and a life you can be proud of when his inspection surely comes. Live lavishly in the outliers of evil and love. But that moment at the paint-stained dinner table,
also made both my obedience and transformation inevitable. And perhaps it's possible that if one meaningful moment gives a cocky failure of a man like me revelation to move up to the next level beyond manhood, so too might the most meaningful moment ever in history give you every revelation you will ever need. Christmas could offer you an evolution. Theory, love and virtue. Lewis said, love is both the supreme strength and the utmost risk. For those whom we say we love and we do not risk, we never loved. Your love must be taken up into the service of those in your responsibility in order for you to receive the refreshing commendation of your master to whom you are responsible. This sacrifice of your wants for others' needs is the road to meaning. This is the story of all wise men. They say Christ is the great evolutionist of our carnal body and bent mind. I believe them. They say his glimpse is the same as pure love and high truth transforming you, a higher transformation the longer you sit to be painted by the master. And it seems true. The longer you sit, those old men will claim, the deeper the contrast between your backgrounded depths and your foregrounded brights. They wrote that you will feel the pains of the paints and think he is painting over when he is merely adding layers and textures. The dead men still speak truth because he's not interested in a two-dimensional man. He's building up a real man. Yes, his glance threatens to transform us all. He uses tragedy, success, family, despair, embarrassment on national news, and life-changing surgeries. And depending on what sort of man you are, his piercing lance will either terrorize or transform you, or both. The master artist will not return to the yellows until he has first rinsed the dark sins and apprehensive fears from his brush. My financial evolution begins. And in my newly enlightened state, after that 2021 family dinner, I stopped my fear. I again believed that risk was right for me. And in doing so, I stopped being afraid of risk, perceptions, or mistakes. In abandoning fear, I gained the bravery to go back out into the world to re-seize my relevance. I absorbed a massive amount of information and clarity. I turned to the burgeoning commercial real estate private equity business, which was basically nothing a few years prior, and began with the leap. Here's the context. In 2018, I tried to buy my dream building in downtown Houston, the 3-story timbered structure with the white brick facade, 110 years old and formerly a warehouse, which had been converted to creative office use sometime in the early 2000s. The 103,000 square foot flooring was century-old pine. The ceilings were constructed of hundreds of massive 24-foot-long by 24-inch thick pine beams. The large handcrafted metal sliding doors throughout had been industrial welded to appear like a 1930s airplane hangar door. And it even had a retro water tower on the side lawn, which it shared with a thriving college campus. But I first found it listed for sale in 2018, only to end up in a bidding war against Uber and WeWork, from what the broker told me. Sadly, I walked away knowing I did not have the balance sheet to compete. I had economics to factor in. They merely had energy to harvest from young souls. The owner, an 80-year-old single man, lived in the apartment in the back of the building and was always very kind to me. That sale fell through months later, but he decided to keep the building instead of relisting it. He owned it free and clear. I stayed in touch for nearly 3 years. Every 90 days, I would check back in with him to see how his health and vacation schedule were going. I reminded him he owned my favorite building in the world, and my dream was to eventually buy it from him. And in 2021, he called me back. He is ready to sell, and I was ready to buy. He wanted $10 million, but I didn't have it. Knowing the real estate business, I knew I'd need $500,000 for working capital, a lender for $6.5 million, and $4 million in cash. I had excellent credit, so I was able to get a lender to let me personally borrow $6.5 million. But I needed $4 million more in cash, and I only had about $1 million personal cash on hand. And this is where my friends came in. 3 of them invested $1 million cash with me, sight unseen. And so I purchased,
redesigned, and rebranded my favorite building. This redeveloped warehouse in downtown Houston is sat on 2 city blocks of dirt, which were alone worth around $10 million without the building. Over the next 12 months, I instructed my in-house leasing staff to renegotiate all the leases they could. It was a reckless, bold request in the most dire office leasing market in decades. We could have lost the entire tenancy and not had the money to pay the mortgage payments. And taking 90% occupied building down to 60% occupancy, the decision wiped out all $4 million of our invested equity. The old owner wasn't willing to take on that risk, so the building was worth far less to him than it was to us. Arbitrage. And my trust in my team proved well-founded. The building bled money for a few weeks, but we began to see the leasing pipeline fill up with new tenants wanting to move in with far higher rents than those old tenants were willing to pay. That's also arbitrage. And after less than 6 months, in the worst office leasing market in U.S. history, we brought the occupancy back to 92%. Our $10.5 million investment then valued at $19.8 million. Factoring the $6 million note, our $4 million cash invested ballooned to over $13 million in less than a year. We began to do it again and again. You can arbitrage tenants and buildings like you can arbitrage watches, cars, investments, and great ideas out of art, literature, and other men's lives. Some ideas are worth far more outside their native domain. If you visit my office today, you will see an inverted blueprint behind my desk in this building. Not just inverted, but then made bitonal to remove the waffling grays. Black background with white lines. Not only is contrarian normally right, but also all decisions either trend good or bad. Each decision leads us a step closer to heaven or hell, gold or demise, never sideways. The large corrupt tenants paying below market rates must be evicted if you're ever to get growing tenants paying a premium. The good masters giving good advice must be evicted from your life if you're ever to be granted a great master who offers a real purpose. Risk is right when your proper sacrifice has been made and the idols of your risk-free life are destroyed. Preparing for your next moves. I imagine one day Shannon and I taking our grandkids to meet Rembrandt at the Met. To see a great painter who is dead, but who is really still more alive than most men have ever been. Hoping he will now re-enliven our children's imaginations of what could be if they took on the right master and some right risk. This odd little hope is a buoy to keep us above the water through the stormy times that will surely come. What oddity can you hope for in 3 months or 30 years to keep you afloat? Don't forget that storms are always more than threats. They are also opportunities for a bath. Those who avoid the beauty, books, boat, and call of the master will slowly drown in their comfort and boring, selfish lives. They will be said to be living while actually drowning in a lukewarm, watery prison. And yes, all who approach Christ and embrace the storms will also get wet and perhaps plunge into the dark sea for a time. To most people, these soggy souls will appear to be drowning, but they are really living free. Their oxygen is now hope. These are the freedmen who open the gates to Christ's call, now becoming the new evolution of man, as C.S. Lewis spoke about a century ago. They are merely dirty rebels bathing in the storm for a moment, only to rise clean out of the rinse water as evolved, real men with all their dimensions. Then they will shake off the remaining chaos and leave the shade of the sunless, dark, comfortable clouds to bask in the sun, who uncataracts all who look to him for a single moment. To try to keep your life for yourself is the surest way to lose it. For you lose everything you try to keep. But these newly evolved men who handed their lives over to Christ will rise out of certain death as sure as the sun rose on Easter. To give your life away is the surest way to save it. When you agree to sacrifice your life to others, and especially to God, you begin to take part in the resurrection to come. For only the dead can ever be resurrected. Only the dead want to. Rembrandt's seascape paints that promise. Think about the span between your now and your destiny. What would you do if you knew you could not fail? What would you do if you knew all your wrongs would be remade into rights as layers in a masterpiece? What if your sinking was just to give you a quick rinse to get the mud clouding your eyes? What if these threats were actually opportunities? What if your hateful passion was hidden love? What would you do if you knew you could never die? Love means accepting the unknown far too soon. Opening up the enslaving safe gates to his freeing adventure is like giving yourself fully to whatever may come. What would you do with the infinite courage which arrives the very moment you decide to act in giving away what you treasure most, yourself? What would you become if your goal was to tell a beautiful story with your life and left the rest to chance? What would you become if you really believed it is only the masters who take the broken lives and build masterpieces out of them? What kind of good man could you become if you knelt and prayed like Alexander the Great? What if all along your wondering was praying? You'd be the sort of man others think is unstoppable. You'd always get back up after getting hit, despite wanting to lie down. Never quit on yourself. You'd live with abandon of what others think of you, because you'd return home to one, then two, and perhaps even three others around your dinner table who are your real cares. You'd become the sort of real man who would not only take responsibility for his own actions, but for the finances and growth of his entire family, and perhaps for the growth and finances of an entire company or many companies who relied on you for their paychecks and dreams. You'd be the exhausted man who kept taking steps of faith, never letting on that he was tired, knowing you're sacrificing your finite days for your infinite tomorrows, because that is the wise thing to do. You'd be the multidimensional man who is building a real life for many others to live under, instead of making excuses about why life isn't fair. Hell, you'd even have your phone in the other room so you wake up before everyone else in the world, then grow your book knowledge and have something to give back. You'd be a real asset to a handful of people instead of a liability to yourself. Your next moves. I suspect you have been standing around just like me, waiting for that risk-free move to hit the jackpot of a better relationship, proximity to power, or healing. You've been poisoning yourself with mediocre thoughts. If I could just keep doing this work I hate for another 20 years, I can get out of here with a pension. Or if you would just notice how smart I am, I'd earn what I want to make. If I could just stand up for myself, they would stop taking advantage of me. If I could just put her in her place, she'd respect me. But now is the time for you to move. You've already read the 8 chapters on standing and what standing can become if you take a single step. But now, my friend, your standing must end. My standing at the cocktail tables of that GQ party in Miami, surrounded by depravity. My standing looking at the NBC National News text of my embarrassment at my campaign party. My standing at the Met, alone marveling at Rembrandt's painting of Aristotle with a bust of Homer. My standing as Agamemnon stood over the sacrifice I never wanted to make and then made it for the wrong reasons. Christ standing in that boat, speaking a spot of yellow peace into the storms of our lives. Emerson standing on point all alone and vulnerable on that ballet stage. Washington standing up to tyranny. Shannon's loves standing on the line, watching her run that marathon. Your standing must become stepping to prevent your blindness from returning. When you order your steps and put a few together, perhaps you might even begin to create some traction in your life. And of course, traction is only friction, which is turned into an opportunity to move forward. Pains, struggles, wrongs, and frictions are all just opportunities to help you move forward with more grip. And when you can put a few of these actions together with some traction and grit, you might even form a life. For a life is only a collection of actions, and actions push away the ground calling you lower to free you to chase the call, which is forward and higher. The sun strikes strides into momentum. For love is always watching on the line. We deserve to see a beautiful stride, and a beautiful stride can unwork 1,000 sins. Lean forward. The central question of your life is this: which decision gives you the most beauty in your outcome? To look clean, smart, and sophisticated? Or to be clean, humble, and simple? To take the easy path you're on now? Or to find something nearly impossible to do and cobble together the competency and courage to attack it like the great enemy of your life? Run like your loves were on the line watching you run in a possible race, which the human being was never built for, but knows it must complete. I would argue the best possible story is the best possible outcome. Your DNA software is encoded in the alphabet language of stories, so you are technically built by a story. That night at the meatloaf dinner, my family was merely reflecting the beauty of a maximal love mirrored onto them by Christ, discovered by 9 steps. And that maximal love radiating their beauty is part of a grander, beautiful story, which you and I were encoded to hear. It's the eternal story of all children playing innocently on the summer lawn, the fable of dragons defeated by fearful boy knights, the tales of every woman who showed a little girl how to love her own little girls one day, the story giving a dead woman's husband a glimpse of his wife's memory resurrected as a precursor of what is perhaps to come, the story of vulnerably removing your protective guard to allow for the known world's master to meet the unknown world's maestro, and there to bow. Just as the third person in a family arrives through painful birth, so too does this new and richer evolution of life arrive on a rough road I did not build, but I know it's there. This road is a story, and it leads us up out of Jerusalem to invade the rest of our low-aimed lives as it redeems our entire damned world. You must now run down that road. And running, you may just mirror hope out into the despair-filled lives of those who thought the road was an aimless dirt path for old fools and never considered a promise may be possible along its route. A promise that one little girl on the lacrosse field will shout their expectations of hope into the hearts of a dozen weak-willed men who never dreamed a comeback was possible for their own little girls. And there, defeat. Your hope will threaten the meaninglessness you see. So how do you join the type of beauty which leads you down the road toward truth? How do you embrace a story which will transform you into a real man, more real than real, because you mirror the right master who is undestroyably present? And once becoming that new type of forever man, you willingly and brutally savage the wrongs you see in the world, beginning with one worthy enemy, then the next. Not because you are a brute, but because you are noble. The purpose of light is to destroy the darkness. You are called to make a commitment and to take more than a step, perhaps even a leap. It's you who will need to decide which of these lessons and theories to keep and which losers to toss aside. And now would be the best time for you to grab a piece of paper and a pen, a blue Bic like that surgeon used if you have one. Make it a ripped up, torn apart scrap, because those turn out the best. And right at the top, my vows, today's date. Writing down your commitments brings them halfway home. First, When confronted with two choices, take the difficult path, which may lead to the story you'd one day want to tell your grandkids. All your decisions, wealth, strategy, career, and love, should be made on this single basis. You need a story good enough to tell if you're ever to be a real man. Building your life on the canvas of the master artist means becoming more than you can now fathom. For the only way he could paint us new is if he is in a higher and richer dimension than us. He who once created all the beauty you see every morning from the voided chaos is beginning to unvoid your every morning. And he expects you to do something with it. And so do I. Do what Alexander the Great did. God uses liars and slanderers and murderers like him all the time. God especially loves to invert weak men and loud women. They make for the best stories of redemption. And redemptions are lovelier than boring, flat-footed, leapless ballerinas. Dark paints emphasize the yellow drops of hope. Write down one act of Alexander from the list below you know you're avoiding, and promise me you will work on it each day until it's done. Then move to the next. Pray when alone and do it for longer than you're comfortable. This is how quiet begins to evict your comfort to make a place for meaning. Bend your will when in the presence of a master greater than you, and be quiet for longer than you think necessary. Ask Christ for revelation. Make a sacrifice of what you value most, starting with your pride, so you can receive that revelation. Be lavish in your fight against your enemies who want to destroy you and those you love. Take smart risks. Go on the greatest adventure, which will create the most legendary stories to tell. When in doubt, do the opposite of what the devil wants you to do. And it's just fine, if you're like me, to have really great stories of trying and failing. If you're not failing, you're not trying. In fact, those stories are what reset your humility and provide the best wisdom. Failure, though not the optimal sage, is a worthy teacher. Secondly, the quality of your dinner table will determine the quality of your love. Sit down to dinner with your family or any loving family you invite over and observe. Observe that ordinary grandeur of the common family in their circle of shareable love. It will not look the way you expect because it is true and was not invented. They will fight and be rude. They might even burp, slurp. You want to observe people who can be honest with each other. It's that time away from the devices and facing one another that builds a life, because facing one another is how shareable love is reflected in all of us, and we begin to get a glimmer of the majestic glory of God's love. Next, on that scrap, list the 2 things you'll commit to doing, or rules to enforce with your kids, to make sure you protect your dinner table for 1 hour most nights of the week. Build, then defend your dinner table. Protect it like you'd protect your family. They take on the same characteristics in the end, vibrant or non-existent. Finally, great books of centuries past will build your future because your master makes your meaning. Your master, if weighty enough, may also break your enemy, time. Perhaps he already has. And of course, the only way for you to recognize the mistakes in your life is to know what is true. The only way to know if you're living a worthy story is to read the greatest books to compare notes. A book that has stood the test of a couple thousand years can build your past into a more lovely future. And that is true. And if you let it, evolutionary. And on that crumpled paper, list the 3 best possible books you suspect have most positively changed the world in order. The first book, which is the most important, you will read each day for 15 minutes. The second book, which is the second most important, commit to reading for 15 minutes per week. And the third book should be read for 15 minutes per month. Start with that. But have a day and time next to each, then add it to your calendar. Never watch any screens or deal with any emergencies until you've invested into your next moves. Don't lay down without reading. This is your only rule for now. Use rewards if you need them, and the 4-step action loop. And when you get discouraged, know there's a guy from Texas who makes more mistakes than you, who prays and gets tumors healed, and his broken mind restored by what he once saw in the flash of an ordinary moment. So use my story of hope to threaten all your ugly pains. I promise to pray this for everyone who hears this sentence. If you find yourself in pain and darkness, choose the manly path of maximal beauty and purity. For beauty meets truth in the end. And that's a story hurt people need to hear from healed people like you and me. A healed man is more perfect than a perfect man who never needed to be healed. To heal a life is to love a life, and only a maximal love offers a maximal life of maximal healing. Now stop just standing and take a step. A step, after all, is the bending of your knee to propel yourself to the next place. When you bend your knee, you use your former frictions to push off the dead place you had been standing to enter a future where life calls you to run. And bending your knee toward the right master, as I discovered, is the only pathway to both revelation and evolution. If it happened to me, it can happen to you. Remember that a forgiven man is more perfect than a perfect man who is never forgiven. Taking a step is making a life. Aim high. Don't be afraid to storm the dreary unknown if you suspect there's a chance a worthy master awaits. And one day, you may mirror a water walker who extracts joy from storm clouds. Step forth, as if there can be no higher act than to become a reflection of the most real love imaginable. Choose a worthy enemy. Mirror the strongest master you can find. Paint hope wherever you see hopelessness. Respect your books and dinner tables, and there you will find you've built a life of substantial meaning, more real than real. 1 ounce of hope threatens to burn down 100 nights of darkness with a single moment. Epilogue. Alexander in Samaria. I want to share with you what Alexander the Great did after he left Jerusalem. In this story, I will tie up some loose ends on the themes of the waters, great men, and a life of meaning. It is rumored that Alexander, son of Zeus, searched for something eternal to confirm his claims. The same stories emerged from Middle East to India. Napoleon and Hitler sought the spear of destiny for their world domination. But what did Alexander seek? Herodotus, 2 centuries before, told of the lore of an ancient water. Alexander searched for a river that unwound the ravages of aging and injury, one that reverses death into life, that destroys destruction. Alexander sought to see his reflection in the fountain of youth, just as I had seen my reflection in the maximal loves and the youthful beauties around my dinner table. It's a common meta-theme to believe we will live because we have once seen and drunk from the ancient depths of youthful love. Alexander the Great left Jerusalem after his dream became reality. Josephus tells us Alexander then visited Samaria, a region of half-Jews, who, like us half-men, invented gods to worship. They asked Alexander's permission to rebuild their temple at Mount Gerizim, which he allowed. But soon thereafter, in a moment of hate, after not receiving the same favorable tax waivers as the Jews, they murdered Andromachus, the governor Alexander placed. Alexander dismantled and destroyed first their mountain temple, then them in BC 332. Samaria was then colonized by Macedonians. For 3 centuries, Samaria was irrelevantly steeped in meaninglessness, living without purpose, remembered only for one great man who once governed it from afar, whose purpose in passing through was to search for a fountain to make the old new and the dead live. But to get it, King Alexander, that God-man, had to take lives, power, and dominance. And for 3 centuries, nothing. Then suddenly, Samaria's next major event inverts the last. Another God-man, comes to Alexander's dominated to give away kingly power, wisdom, and love. The same power he received from the Ancient of Days in Daniel, which the high priest Jadis read to Alexander in Jerusalem mere days before his traveling to Samaria. Words Alexander believed were true because they were spoken by a man who he saw in his dreams and was told to obey in his prayers as he knelt. But he was a Jew. And the Jew arrived just as the destitute Samaritan woman came to draw water out of the desert, out of a well, in the shadow of that same Mount Gerizim, crushed by Alexander the Great. Her mediating mountain to reach heaven and find a purpose for her life was thought crushed forever. But this Jewish rabbi, who she would later be the very first in all of history to realize was Daniel's mediating Messiah in Christ, said to her, "Give me a drink, woman. How is it that you, a Jew, ask for a drink from me, a woman of Samaria? If you knew the divine gift and who it is that is saying to you, 'Give me a drink,' you would have asked him, and he would have given you living water. Whosoever drinketh of this water shall thirst again, but whosoever drinketh of the water that I shall give him shall never thirst. But the water that I shall give him shall be in him a well of water springing up into eternal life." The Jew claims to create fountains of youth inside men in their hearts. He pushes back against Alexander's irony of killing men to heal one great man. Instead, Christ, that Jewish God-man, will soon claim the greatest man dying flows life like a river to heal all men. Christ and Alexander are perhaps the only two men in history who could be called black swans. Both men stepped foot into evil Samaria for a fountain of youth, to make the dead live. Alexander the Great's prayers materialized into Aristotle's Logos, Daniel's Messiah, and David's Sea Stiller. He read of and believed in all three, and then he took a step. His decision to travel to Samaria to find the fountain of youth was right, only early. The spring of water was nearly bursting forth from the dirt, but the mud would not appear for 3 centuries. The Messiah, called Christ, was whom Alexander read himself in Daniel, who would receive all the crowns and thrones Alexander obtained through war. He now sits at an ancient well to speak victory into Alexander's victims, the muddy dirt prophets, the clear waters to come. As Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake score's beauty only began to display harmonic majesty by the genius choreographers after his death, so mankind's vertical story only began to disclose melodic truth after Alexander's death. One day, I believe, I will finally watch Emerson dance Swan Lake for the first time. But for now, she is still too early in her training. I know she'll dance vertically as well as horizontally, not because she loves to jump, but because she hates to be grounded. Life calls you to soar, to spring out of and dam that dry ground affronting you with easy pleasures. You think you want melody, but it is the harmony and the contrast over the other axes that make you want to dance and spring forth life. The tune must be written first if you ever wish to dance. The painful infertility of the dirt before the rose. Perhaps Alexander was more a prophet than we realized. Going to Samaria for a fountain of life, finding not, for he was too soon. He was only writing of the music for the dance to come centuries later. Perhaps me, searching for someone like Shannon in college my first couple of years there, not knowing love was still years away because we were still too young. Or Tchaikovsky orchestrating Swan Lake too early for its proper choreography. Emerson's training too early to dance it. But the loving, knowing, orchestrating, and training each tells you that a future fulfillment may exist. But only if you search with all your heart, as if your life depends on it, because it does. Alexander's dreams of Jadis, Jadis's dream to keep the gates open, Daniel's writing of Alexander, Aristotle and Plato's Logos, all linking the God-man Alexander the Great with the God-man Jesus Christ, all coming true in due time. In fact, the God-man Alexander steps toward fact himself in Samaria. Christ, the fact, inverts Homer's false sea waters of war and myth and truth into genuinely peaceful waves, bringing fresh life in a cup, troughing backwards to the dark of the Tao, cresting that yellow speck of Rembrandt's sea spilling over the rim, misting our hearts to bloom despite our deserting minds, sprinkling our spirits with the promise that the future fulfillment of a drink may exist. The mud bubbles, calling us forward in the midst of the gloomy shadows of our meaningless mountains, and there to live by drinking in the mythical, war-turned, peace-filled waters made truer than true by the God-man sitting at a well, a man with the crowns and thrones of 1,000 Alexanders lying in his pocket, clinking as spare change. You must trust that a drop of divine hope will one day quench the longing for purpose in all men, small and great, and it begins with a step.